Trial was very compelling. Sergeant Christopher Williams testified about his bullet trajectory reconstruction and gave his opinion on whether or not a drive-by occurred. And then later on in this video, Melly's team struggles a little bit in cross-examination of the sergeant. Yeah, we get to see the reconstruction that the sergeant did. So it gets pretty interesting towards the end of this video. If you're new to my channel, subscribe. Let's get right into it. First look at Melly today. Got a light blue turtleneck on with like a dark blue jacket. I think this is a new combo today.
Now, Sergeant Christopher Williams, I work for the Broward County Sheriff's Office to determine what you're looking at when you see a deceased body. I always like to say that the body's the biggest rat on the planet. It will, if you know what you're looking for, you'll be able to determine what happened. Several types of stains that are associated with blood stain, and those all need to be interpreted to determine exactly what happened. And in some cases, it can tell you where the assailant was.
Bro's real life Dexter.
Close vicinity with a firearm, and you shoot somebody, depending on where you shoot them at on their body, the blood will come back in that same direction. So a dead body, it does not have any circulation. So there's no blood flowing through the body. Post-mortem perforation is all the way through. Penetration, it goes in and it stays. Terminal ballistics is the projectile has stopped, and where it stopped is considered terminal.
What's this in this case?
I believe it was November of 2020. I was asked to determine if this shooting incident was a drive-by shooting.
God, this is a really big testimony for the prosecutor. Like, this guy has to convince the jury that he truly believes that Melly was in the back left seat.
The Miramar Police Department used string to the beginning of the projectile hole on the back of the seat of this vehicle. And then they took that string and they brought it back to it. No, the strings actually were sagging, which can cause an accurate reading.
So if you don't know, the first guy that testified like last week the older guy with the weird accent, I believe, he did trajectory first, and he worked for Miramar Police Department, and he did it wrong, apparently. And then this guy came in and fixed everything and redid it. He just said the lines were sagging. Here's a picture of it. That was the mistake first off.
Is this the smoke suit you were talking about?
Yes, and these are trajectory rods that have been inserted into the vehicle.
So evidently, the first guy who, I think this was the guy that we call Bill Nye, the science guy. The guy had the white shirt on, who I think the first week of trial, who went over the trajectories and all of that. The guy who we thought was pretty much bad on the stand. This guy here is saying that guy kind of got it wrong. The strings were sagging. This guy used rods to show the bullet paths. So they brought this guy in to actually do the expert witness and testing and all that, and the testing of the trajectories better. So I don't even know why they put Bill Nye on the stand, because they had this guy pretty much come back and check his work and said that that Bill Nye didn't do the work properly. So why would they even put him on the stand? But I like this guy. This guy was a great witness.
Two terminal points. The purpose of putting them in is, number one, to create a trajectory, is for demonstrative purposes to show where the projectiles, how the projectiles entered into the vehicle.
So, Sergeant, are you telling me that you use a Pythagorean theorem in your day-to-day work?
Yes, trajectory rod, and you would.
He did Pythagorean's theorem. That's big time. We used to use that when we did engineering and construction. So this guy, he knows his shit.
So you don't just shove it in. You actually gently follow the flight path of the projectile until it reaches terminal. So I would measure from the ground to the actual strike mark, the ground to the tip of the rod, and then the length of the rod that is sticking out from the projectile hole. That all gets put into fancy math, and it produces an angle.
Bro is using math to solve murders. Kind of wild.
A projectile that was recovered from the seat. So the seat was actually lifted up, and that projectile was recovered.
Did you have to remove the seat to get to that projectile?
I did. Driver's side rear door, that is ajar, with a photograph showing the door ajar and the compartment area of that.
There's some brain substance here. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happens to blood after it sits for 5 years?
Blood begins to break down after time, and actually it has bacteria, or if you will, as organisms that begin to break it down. DNA is in there, obviously, so it actually begins to eat itself, if you will, and that's essentially what is left behind.
And what was the inside?
Did he say when the blood breaks down, it has bacteria in it and it starts eating itself? Damn, we got all kind of monsters inside me, don't we? Wow.
At shoulder height of the vehicle.
51 inches, where a shooter could be, and a distance of the end of the barrel of the firearm. So because it's a compartmentalized area, unlike being out in the open field where we have so many variables, that cutout, prior to that cutout in the headliner, there was a footwear impression on the headliner that was examined.
Who was putting their foot up on the ceiling?
What appeared to
Damn, they had their foot up on the ceiling. What's going on, boy? You got what you getting your salad tossed in there, boy? Your feet shouldn't be way up on the ceiling. Now I might can see the dashboard there now and then. I'm saying if you like taking a long trip or something, and really I don't even see the dashboard. You feel me? Sometimes chicks will put their feet on the nigga dashboard, you know, and then we sliding, taking a trip. You know what I'm saying? But your feet on the ceiling, boy. What you got going on, boy? You was getting your salad tossed, boy. Like I'm just trying to figure out what your feet doing on the ceiling, man. That's too far up for a man's feet to be, man. I'm just saying though.
blowback on the headliner of the vehicle. It is above your head as you're seating in the car.
Look at all the blood and DNA that was on the driver's seat.
Would this photo help in assisting you in the location?
No, I object to the leading nature of. Does this assist you? Oh,
Yes.
He objected, saying she was leading. Apparently, SAKCHASER was like sleeping too in the front seat, like this, kind of, when he got shot in the back of the head or back of the neck, head area.
That's dirty as hell, dog. Let me tell you something, man. I mean, I know y'all seen some old westerns and all of that. The worst thing that you could do if you was a killer is to shoot somebody in the back, man. But this is worse than that. This man allegedly, most likely, shot SAKCHASER in the back while he was asleep, bro. So, in my opinion, this definitely was for SAKCHASER, like we always thought. And they saying that SAKCHASER pretty much got shot first, like a lot of us thought. Damn.
It went through his head.
Blood, and it also shows the directionality of the blood. Bigger than I drew, but it's in this general area right here.
Okay. In terms of the information,
They found blood blowback right up there.
Well, it's unusual to have the blowback on the headliner, so of course, and for this shooting incident, we would want to identify where that blood came from.
and whose blood was that?
That was the front seat passenger's blood.
The in terms of the location and the pattern, what does that tell you about the orientation?
The front seat passenger's head was actually down, almost as if he was sleeping, so it was down, leaning on the right. It would have exited through the front passenger window.
How can you say that?
Number one, there's no glass there. However, most importantly, is the projectile entered in the back of his skull and exited through the front of his skull with his head at a resting angle. You have the projectile coming in.
So SAKCHASER never knew what happened, dog. Just think about it. This man sleep, bro. Got his head bent down, sleep, bro. You know, he ain't never ain't never see it coming. He ain't never know what was happening. All he know is just he went to sleep. He probably once he got shot, he might have woke up for a second and died. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how it worked, but I'm saying, like, he ain't never see it coming, bro. Like, he was asleep and then he was dying. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't know what he felt or nothing like that, but I'm just saying, like, he got snuck, bro. Like, he went to like he was off guard like a motherfucker. Like, he just like Melly just put that gun up to his back of his head, bro, and just shot that man. Like, damn, that's a cold motherfucker, dog. You get what I'm saying? Like, damn.
Exiting through the top of the skull, the head is something that bleeds profusely when it's pierced. The blowback ended up coming in the direction of, as I was speaking earlier about the hose, in the direction that it came from. It hit this headliner and continued and falling into the back seat. So the purpose of this photograph is strictly demonstrative to show where once the projectile enters into the head, you're going to have the blowback, which again will come up, strike the headliner, and then continue. It's actually continuing this way.
Portland had SAKCHASER and Juvy's blood on him on his shirt, but he had a hoodie over it when he arrived at the hospital with the bodies, so that's what they're talking about now.
I would expect to find some blowback here if on a driver, if a driver was there.
So would you expect to find the DNA of Anthony Melly on the front of the driver's shirt?
Yes, Thomas assumed most of his injuries from the rear of the vehicle on his upright quadricep. and I believe 2 projectiles entered him on his foot.
He's explaining when Melly staged the drive-by, he shot into the car and hit the deceased bodies at that time.
Mr. Thomas is seated in this position. That projectile perforated that headrest and continued to go forward in the vehicle and ended up striking Mr. Williams and I believe his back.
This does seem like a really good testimony. It just feels like he's missing a lot of variables, and it does seem like he's estimating a little bit, which could be bad, but it all depends on how the jury sees it and how the cross-examination goes.
Can you say it was a certain distance away with specificity? With specificity?
I can give a range for these shots and for the shots on the side of the vehicle. No, I can give a specific range. It comes into play because specifically Christopher Thomas, because Christopher Thomas was already deceased when these rounds were coming into the back of the vehicle, because Christopher Thomas was what we would call crumbling. He was starting to fall, if you will. On top of that, I know that he was already deceased because the back of his back, essentially, the rounds that are in his back, have no blood in them. My determination was that this is not a...
So how they know Juvy was already deceased when some of those shots happened is because his heart had stopped beating. So being that his heart stopped beating, it was no blood being pumped from the wounds. It was like, you know, when you get shot, when you get a cut or anything on your body, the reason why you bleed is because your heart is pumping, it's pressure in your body. Your heart is pumping the blood throughout your system. So once the heart stops beating, you don't bleed like that. You know what I mean? It's no pressure to push the blood through your system. So that's how they knew that he was shot post-mortem, some of the injuries. And that's how they also can tell which were the first shots. Damn. When you really, I can't even really fathom the whole crime scene in my mind. I can't really imagine it per se. I can only imagine bits and pieces of it as this guy is explaining what's going on. But I will say this was a fucking bloody scene. Shooting SAKCHASER in the back of the head and blood just splattering up on the ceiling of the car, back to the on the seat of the driver, even back in the back seat. You know what I mean? Like, I can even imagine when Juvy was first shot, the blowback. Well, that's what the cop said, the name of it, the blowback that got on Melly. Like, man, like, I ain't never shot nobody before, bro. I ain't cap. I told you, everything I did, I already told you I did. But I ain't never shot nobody before. So I don't know how, like, the blood and shit be splattering and all of that shit there. But how they describing it, this shit like a Quentin Tarantino movie. Like, you know, with blood everywhere, like just splattering. Like, I don't even know if Melly knew that it was gonna just be like splattering blood and shit everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't think he ever had killed nobody or no shit like that before. I don't give a fuck what they say. That shit about the police, that's cap. You know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't never killed a goddamn police. So I don't know if he ever did this type of shit before. So I don't even know if he could have expected all of this type of blowback and stuff like this. But this is they painting a very gruesome scene in that car. And for Portland just to be sitting in there while all this shit going on, man, that shit disgusting. Like, bro, like, they motherfuckers blood splattering everywhere. This man shooting a 40 caliber inside an enclosed vehicle. Oh man. And another thing too, I'm gonna wait till they get to it though, but that's crazy.
By shooting, and it's based upon picture here, which is a very good picture to describe it. All of these rounds are done, all but one is done at a stationary position. Shooter's at a stationary position when all but one of these rounds are going in.
The fact that he's able to tell the shooter was moving or not based on bullet holes is unreal. I pointed out in one of my last videos, it's almost like a circle of bullets here. Besides this one out here, it's like one big circle of bullet. A few people said it could be recoil of the gun, and I was like, recoil of a gun to go in a big circle like this, I feel like you gotta have some crazy recoil.
So a keyhole is projectile comes out of the barrel and it is actually spinning in a line. However, once you add movement at the same time the projectile is coming out, you introduce that movement to the projectile. Once the projectile has altered movement, it will start to tumble as it's entering into its target. And that head over feet gives you this right here, which is essentially the projectile coming in sideways. So if it's a drive-by shooting, all of these rounds should look like this.
Why?
Because movement is being introduced to that projectile.
Ooh, that's a good sentence right there. If it's a drive-by shooting, every single bullet hole should look like a keyhole like that, but all of them don't. I feel like it's rare for a drive-by shooting, especially where they were at, for cars just to pull up and stop and shoot. Like, I feel like that's
I've been saying that, and some people been saying that in the chat. This crime happened on Alligator Alley. Alligator Alley is like it's not a regular road. It's a very rural area. It's right by the Everglades. Like you look on the map, the green area in Florida is the Florida Everglades. That shit ain't nothing but swamp. Alligators, snakes, frogs, goddamn, all that's what it is. It's like Louisiana bayou swamp. That's all it is. Ain't shit down there. You know what I mean? Like, so who the fuck gonna do a drive-by way down there? And for them to do a drive-by down there, that means they had to follow you down there, or they had to the other car had to already be down there in the goddamn swamp. And then you goddamn pulling up in the other car, like facing you and y'all facing each other. And then that road so goddamn narrow and goddamn small. Ain't no goddamn drive-by getting done on no motherfucking Alligator Alley. You ain't gonna see no car following you down that goddamn one lane goddamn dirt gravel road in the backwood country. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't gonna ain't no fucking way. You ain't gonna wake Juvy up who got a strap and be like, hey Juvy, man, we got a car following us. Like that ain't no place you gonna go. Like what the fuck was y'all doing down there any motherfucking way? You feel what I'm saying? Like this shit, if you really use your common sense, you know this shit bullshit. What Portland, why was y'all on Alligator Alley anyway? What's the story with that? Like, so y'all went down there to do what? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then the people just pulled up on y'all and did a drive-by down there. Get the fuck out of here. That shit bullshit. That shit fake. That shit lies like a motherfucker. And if the jury got any kind of common sense, you could kind of peep what the fuck happened here, whatever. But yeah, what the fuck you talking about? A drive-by Alligator Alley? This shit. Listen, if you picture a dirt country road, that's what the fuck Alligator Alley like. The road is so thin that a car can't even do no drive-by on that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like a car damn, they got to pull off into the bushes to get around you on that motherfucker. Man, get the fuck out of here.
rare, right? All my hood dudes in the comments, let me know if that's rare. Cars stop and drive-bys, I feel like they keep rolling a little bit, 10 miles per hour, and spray them down.
The vehicle is stationary. So if you have two vehicles going in the same direction, I would expect them to have the keyholes. But I would also, if you're being shot at, it's natural to step on the gas and go, which would put you either, which would put you either above or forward or behind your shooter. For this one here on 60 degrees.
Wow, this is actually a really good depiction. Coming from 90 degrees is a perfect bullet hole like that, and then it just slowly gets weirder and weirder, like more oval when the degrees changes. This is some nerdy Dexter shit, dude.
So I just learned something here. So do you see the bullet holes? So that first one that's what a lot of the bullet holes were like in the vehicle, which means the car was stationary, the car was not moving. And in these diagrams, of the way the bullet hole should look when the car is moving, as you can see, they have more of an angle on them. The more the car is like moving away from the person who was shooting. In these examples. So if you look if you look at the first one at the top, it's kind of straight on. Then the second one's kind of a little straight on too, but it got a little angle. Then the third one got a little bit more of an angle. And then the fourth one, the one that's right up under the first one, it got an angle. Then the fifth one definitely has an angle. The sixth one has an angle. So they can tell, for all you guys still want to be out there doing this type of shit, I hope y'all don't. I ain't condoning no type of criminal activity. I pray that you guys get out the streets. Y'all know that's my underlining sentiment tone on this channel. Get out the streets, young men and young women. It ain't never death in jail in them streets. But I'm just saying, you're learning something here. That's how they can tell that that car was not moving, because of all of the bullet holes in that car, but one was like that first example up here.
the 20 degrees, you have directionality coming in this way, 10 degrees, directionality is coming in. Definitely was not involved in a drive-by. There were fire cartridge cases found on the side of the road. I don't think a car, even when I was out there, I don't think a car can drive along that area and shoot the passenger side of that vehicle.
God, there's so many little details that add up it being a really questionable about there being a drive-by. This jury's probably second guessing themselves, like, I don't know what. I don't know what to believe, dude.
So when you load a magazine, you're going to load it with your thumb or your finger, and you're going to enter cartridges into there. So your print is going to be on it. On this case, a fingerprint was developed. However, it was determined by our lab analysis of the link print unit to be of no value.
So these guys did not get any breaks with like finding any type of DNA or fingerprints. Like they found nothing. Like majority of this case rests on the trajectory and the phone. Nothing.
Okay, so let me say this. I can understand them not finding DNA on the bullets. I'm saying we've been knew how to in my former life, we've been knew how to load guns. You know what I'm saying? We don't just load a goddamn gun backhanded. We've been past that shit long time ago. You know what I'm saying? But what's going on here?
Any break.
We've been, and that's weird. They're still trying to play. But anyway, we've been knew how to load guns without a. That's crazy. Why is this thing still playing? Anyway, we've been learning how to load guns without using our bare hands and shit. We'll throw some socks on. We'll throw some real gloves on. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely if we planning on, you know what I'm saying, getting busy. You know what I mean? So it's not shocking that they don't have the DNA on the bullets. But what is shocking is they didn't find no DNA on the gun. I didn't see Melly with no gloves on in that car. So I would have, but they didn't have the gun. So yeah, I get it. Okay, cool. Okay, my bad. I was tripping. So yeah, they didn't find no DNA on the bullets. So yeah, that's the reason why they didn't find no DNA on the bullets, because we been knew how to load guns without what's the name? Without with gloves on or something like that. That's definitely if we planning on getting busy. And that means Melly definitely was planning on getting busy.
Add up it being a.
Directionality coming in this way, 10 degrees. Directionality is coming in. Definitely was not involved in a drive-by. There were fire cartridge cases found on the side of the road. I don't think a car, even when I was out there, I don't think a car can drive along that area and shoot the passenger side of that vehicle.
God, there's so many little details that add up it being a really questionable about there being a drive-by. This jury's probably second guessing themselves, like, I don't know what to believe, dude.
So when you load a magazine, you're going to load it with your thumb or your finger, and you're going to enter cartridges into there. So your print is going to be on it. On this case, a fingerprint was developed. However, it was determined by our lab analysis of the link print unit to be of no value.
So these guys did not get any breaks with like finding any type of DNA or fingerprints. Like they found nothing. Like majority of this case rests on the trajectory and the phone, nothing else.
Injuries to Christopher Thomas's head and what you observed based on your training experience.
So Christopher Thomas had an injury to his left cheek, had the tattooing or the stippling on there, which is indicative of close range fire. Projectile that entered into Christopher Thomas is actually about in the middle of his cheek, completely. It was a full circle. There was no leading edge. There was nothing to indicate that his head was turned to the right, turned to the left. It was straight. It was the circular pattern that indicates that he was facing forward when that round entered his cheek. So I'm showing potential GSR, which is here is potential GSR. There's one right here, potential GSR. So there's potential GSR on the back seat. There's some right here, and right here.
Does it seem Melly was supposedly sitting in? Well, he was. He's on camera sitting in that bitch. But, oh, so here's the GSR that came from the gun that he says hit the back of the front passenger seat where SAKCHASER.
Okay, so GSR's gunshot residue, and they're finding, he said potential GSR. I just want to be technical. I want to be clear on that. So I think it's GSR, but he did say potential GSR. That I don't get it. It ain't saying this all over the way GSR maybe, but I think it's GSR. But he did say potential GSR. I just want to point that out. But anyway, being that it's GSR inside the car, that does let us know that a gun was fired inside of that vehicle, along with the trajectories and all of this stuff. Um, and the medical examiner is gonna be able to give us a time of death. I can't remember I think that was that day that bullshit happened on my live, so I don't remember what the ME said. But I'm saying, um, if this was a drive-by, no GSR should be in that car. Um, Juvy should not have any stippling on his cheek. Um, this this witness, this expert witness is probably the best witness that I've seen for the prosecution so far, and he is definitely having an impact on the jury. If I was on the jury, this would definitely answer a lot of questions that I may have had, or maybe that the prosecution had not uh, uh, brought home with all the witnesses so far. This guy right here would have definitely let me know or made me feel like that these guys were shot from inside this car. Definitely, they would have had me here. This guy would have definitely made me feel like this definitely wasn't a drive-by, and this guy would have had me. I'm saying if I have an objective mind, this guy would have definitely made me feel like Melly or Bortland killed these guys. Hold on, but I'm gonna say this: this guy would have even made me feel like Melly killed them. Let me tell you why. Because they got Bortland's shirt, and Bortland's shirt had SAKCHASER blood on the front, just a little bit, and Juvy's blood on the back, just a little bit, which would have made me know that Portland did not kill them. He was sitting in the front seat of the car, just like the guy said. The blood splatter, the blowback would have been. That's exactly where it was on Portland. One of the front had SAKCHASER blood on it. The back had Juvy blood on it, which let me know he was sitting in the driver's seat. You see what I'm saying? So this guy right here is a very good witness. If I'm just saying, from my opinion, if I'm on the witness, if I'm on the jury.
Shitting.
These two may have been shot in close proximity inside of the car, so that's what they're really using it for, to try to negate the drive-by.
This is a demonstrative photo that would show if an individual was seated in the rear passenger seat behind the driver, would be able to obtain a shot into the front seat passenger. It is a photo from the other side of the vehicle for its demonstrative only, and it's just an additional angle. It's all angles from the vehicle.
This does paint a picture in the jurors' heads. That's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to show what they think could have happened. Not them obviously guaranteeing that's what happened.
The information was learned by me after the fact, and it helped to solidify my analysis.
In terms of, based on the information that you have, can you state how the driver was positioned when the shots occurred for the backseat passenger?
The driver, in my opinion, was seated in the front seat when the shots were fired.
This is a big point for the prosecutor because remember, Melly's team was trying to hint at that it could have been Bortland that did this, not Melly, the driver. So now they're trying to exclude Bortland right now.
Because he's seated in that position. So this is a demonstrative photograph to show that you can fire a firearm from that position in the direction of a passenger.
They're showing it is possible for him to shoot from this way. It does seem a little awkward. I feel like he would have used his left arm to reach over across like this with his other arm, because this arm feels awkward, like cocking it back. He's just showing that it's possible.
Mr. Thomas has what's called a defensive wound on his right hand, and that defensive wound was caused by a projectile. So I believe that at some point he turned, put his hands up, or attempted to de-escalate what was going on and received the firearm.
So this is what most people, and even I at some point, wanted answers to. We were told that they both were asleep, right? And a lot of people could not just swallow that theory, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because that gunshot would have woke one of them up had the other one been shot first. Whichever one was shot first, the other one most certainly would have woken up from hearing the gunshot in close proximity. I don't give a damn how sleepy you was or whatever. Now you wouldn't know what the hell going on, but you definitely would wake up and probably be a little bit trying to get your bearings and see what the hell going on. You know, somebody it's like a firecracker. You know what I mean? But louder inside of a and here we have it. SAKCHASER was shot first. Juvy heard the shots, in my opinion, woke up startled. Melly was continued to do what he was doing. And Juvy got a defensive wound on his thumb. They say a projectile went through his thumb, which means a bullet probably broke his thumb, probably shot it off. Who knows? You know what I mean? Then they say that came from Juvy putting up his hands like, "Hey man, what's going on? Like, don't shoot, whatever." You know, but it was a defensive wound, which makes sense when we know that SAKCHASER got shot first. If Juvy would have got shot first, SAKCHASER would have woke up and probably pulled some of that same defensive move type stuff. But we now know most likely this definitely was for SAKCHASER because he was shot first. I don't know. I told you I ain't never killed nobody, no shit like that. But I know if I really want to do something to somebody, in my mind, I'm gonna shoot that person who I really want to get up out of here first. And that's why SAKCHASER was shot like he was shot in the back of the head while he was sleeping. It was for SAKCHASER. Definitely was set for SAKCHASER. He wanted to make sure SAKCHASER was no longer amongst us any longer. Juvy woke up upon hearing the shots, put his hands up, had a defensive wounds, and Mr. Demons continued to do what he was doing.
Projectile through his thumb.
He just said Juvy went like this, got shot in the thumb. I didn't know that happened.
Because it lets me know that Mr. Thomas was not aware of what was going on. He was taken by surprise, and his hands being up, his hands are in an up position, almost saying, you know, maybe don't shoot, or I relinquished or something. Because we have a projectile that enters in this door and travels across the vehicle and into the other door, the driver passenger door. So after Mr. Thomas was shot, the driver back door. Back door was in an open position. Projectile strike, the projectile that I spoke about earlier, that enters in from the passenger side rear door, travels across the vehicle and enters into the door.
Melly's in the back left seat, right? Juvu's in the back right seat. Melly got out of the car and staged a drive-by, right? When he did that, one of the bullets went through the door and went into Melly's back left door that was open. And they can tell it was open because of the angle of the bullet hitting the door. So basically, they now know someone opened the back left door and got out.
There's now another individual outside the car. What is this individual in this photo trying to demonstrate?
This is another demonstrative of an alternative theory. If a shot could be obtained from a person outside of the vehicle. So we use Blue Star in any crime scene to locate blood.
So he's explaining the Blue Star stuff that, you know, detects blood and everything.
If you look at right here, that would be where the legs are, and it continues on to show where the buttocks were. And what's very telling
about Melly's legs and Melly's butt was in the seat right here, that he was in the seat when blood came in because he was blocking the seat. Pretty damning evidence, if you ask me.
Is that there's no blood on the back of the back seat.
So they say that Melly was sitting in that seat. That's why that seat don't got no blood on it, because he was protecting the blowback from getting on that seat, right? Which they can tell now. They know that somebody was actually sitting in that seat when this stuff happened, because this seat would have had blowback on it had somebody not been sitting in that seat when the guys were shot. Say it was a drive-by and those guys were shot. Just hypothetically said it was a drive-by and those guys were shot, then it would have been blowback on that seat in that spot, but it wasn't. Therefore, they knew somebody was sitting in that seat. Plus, they can also tell the proximity, the closeness of the shots, because Juvy had stifling on his cheek, and they probably can also tell by the blowback as well. Yeah, I got 504 out of here. I don't got time for that shit this morning. I don't have no time for the bullshit. these, you know what I mean? A lot of these people be getting out of hand, out of pocket, all type of shit in the comment section. And I just don't have time for the shit no more. So I'm still a little stressed out from other situations. So I don't got time for that shit. So hey, man, y'all just keep it professional now and then now, cause hey, I ain't got time for the bullshit no more.
Which means that a back was leaning against it.
Why would you expect to see blood on that area?
Because that's going to be from the low back from Anthony Williams. The outline of buttocks, you have where the leg separation is. So there is somebody seated here, and then again, this whole entire seat has no blood on it. You see that there's a reaction to blood on the door.
And so what does that tell you as a shooting reconstructionist?
It tells me that the door was closed during the shooting incident inside the vehicle.
And again, 4870.
If this door, the driver's side passenger door, was in a closed position during the shooting on the passenger side of the vehicle, I would expect to see this projectile strike mark to be in the speaker. So that is indicative of the door being in an open position during the shooting on the passenger side of the vehicle.
And now we're going to get the cross-examination from Melly's team.
And you were aware that when
So what happened was they found a bullet hole in the door where they found a bullet hole in the door. You could tell the door was open when the shots were fired because the door was closed. Then the bullet hole would have been in a different spot, which lends them to the theory that they did fake the drive-by, and that the passenger rear left back door, the door that Melly entered in the seat that Melly was sitting in, the door was open. So Melly got out that car, walked around it, left the door open, shot into the car, shot into the door, shot into to show a fake drive-by. And one of the bullets actually went through the door and hit Melly's door, but it hit Melly's door in the door jamb where the door was open. And that's how they know that the door was open when the fake drive-by was staged. Wow.
Henry made this statement that this gentleman was nowhere around, right?
I wasn't part of the initial investigation, so I don't know if that was included in there. But if you want to call him a liar, yeah.
I do.
Okay.
And during your testimony, you sat in what would be the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
Now tell me something. Do you know what kind of firearm was used?
No.
What caliber?
40.
40 caliber?
Yes.
If a 40 caliber is fired inside a vehicle, will it make a noise?
Yes.
Will it make a loud noise?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony was that Cortland Henry was sitting here, sitting in his seat, right?
Yes.
Based upon there was blood spatter that hit the front of his shoulder, and I think your words were he was sitting still and not moving, and there was also blood spatter that hit the back of his shirt.
Yes.
Cortland Henry was sitting still and not budging. That would be your analysis, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a good hole to point out because obviously Cortland would not be sitting still in the driver's seat if shots were fired. He'd be like flinching a little bit going down. So.
And that he was shot from 8 to 12 inches away?
For the cheek.
Okay. To miss him.
Damn, AS, you just keep changing your name, huh? Morning, Lele.
To miss him from 12 inches away and hit his hand.
Well, I didn't say that he was 12 inches away during that shot. State never asked the distance for that shot. State only asked the distance for the cheek.
Okay, so that means the other person, if they were seated there, would have to be taking up less than 20 inches of space, according to you.
Right.
And in that less than 20 inches of space, minus the 8 to 12 inches between the muzzle of that gun and that face.
I'm following along with you.
Okay,
But
now,
can you sit back down?
I will. And the muzzle of their gun was 8 to 12 inches away.
This detective is like laughing a lot. Like, what is going on?
In your 20 years of law
I'm
enforcement,
gonna tell you why the detective laughing, because even though this black dude is talking like a motherfucker and trying to trip him up and asking him all these sporty questions about trajectories and inches and all of this and that fucking guy on that stand, that fucking guy is like the goddamn Stephen Hawking of bullet trajectories and blowback and Pythagorean's theorem and shit like that. That guy is the Neil deGrasse Tyson of goddamn murder scenes and bullets and shit like that right there. So listen, I'm telling you, That black dude doing a lot of sportiotic talking, but he done met his match with this fucking guy right here, bro. This guy, all he does is sit in a dark room with goddamn black lights on and bullet trajectories glowing every goddamn well. I'm telling you, I'm talking about this guy is the nerd of the goddamn police precinct. I'm telling you, he done met his match with this motherfucker right here. That dude on that goddamn stand, he is the king of CSI Miami episodes. He can tell you every goddamn episode. He done watched the first 48 backwards and forwards. He be probably laughing at them, talking about, they got this wrong. They got this wrong. They should have did this. They should have did that. I'm telling you, he done fucked up with this guy. You know he done fucked up, don't you?
Have you ever seen anybody fire a firearm like that?
I've never seen anybody fire a firearm because I'm always after the fact.
Okay. You indicated to this jury that in your experience, you go to the range with your fellow officers and practice shooting, like what we're seeing in that picture, 61-19.
Yes, that's close quarter shooting.
Okay.
The purpose of that photograph is to show that you can fire a firearm like that.
And that you can fire a firearm like that, requiring that ridiculous contortion, right?
How is that a contortion?
Okay.
Picture is a demonstrative of showing that you can fire a firearm in close quarters.
You did not offer another photograph of how the shot that you claim took place from the back of that seat could have been effectuated. That's the only one you thought.
Actually, you have access to all of these photos,
Right.
and we went through with the state multiple scenarios, different ideas or ideals of how this could have occurred inside the vehicle.
So the person could have been outside the vehicle.
Okay, well, my find is that somebody was inside the vehicle, but the pictures that you're referring to, or you're saying that I only considered one option when I have multiple options for this.
Okay.
It's another one outside of the vehicle.
Oh, he's outside?
Bro, let me tell you who this guy is. You ever be like arguing with your children, and you the parent, so you be like, why you did this? Why you did that? And your children have a fucking good ass comeback for it, and it makes sense to you, and they kind of stop you in your tracks. And then you be trying to get them again. You be like, hey, okay, well, you did that. Why you did this? Da, 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 da. And then they got another good ass comeback for you. And it be making sense to you. And you be want to be mad at them. But the shit makes sense. And then you realize that you're wrong. That's what this fucking guy sounds like to me. He sounds like when you arguing with your children, and goddamn it, you think your children wrong. But then you find that by the answers your children give you, you realize at some point when you be like trying to get on them, you be like, oh shit, I'm wrong like a motherfucker. I'm telling you, that's what this guy sound like. He sound like the smart ass kid that you want to be mad at, but you really can't be mad at them because they right and you realize you're wrong.
Okay.
I think the detective is trying to say that they were like demonstrating that it is possible to shoot a gun in this close quarters. And Melly's lawyer trying to pick it apart and show inaccuracies and like that he was only focusing on that one theory of inside the car. I'm not sure if it's going over well.
The gentleman in the dark glasses is even in a more clownish, awkward position, isn't he? He's in a more awkward position, is he not?
He is in, actually, that's why I wanted you to sit down and finish your.
That is a ridiculous position to be in. Like, there's no way. They're predicting that Melly did this, but in my opinion, I feel like he probably would have went like that and that.
And hit.
So I don't agree with the cuff boy on this one. I think if I'm gonna be in that back seat and I'm gonna shoot the guy that's on the left side of me, I'm gonna definitely shoot him with the hand that my predominantly strong hand. I don't give a damn about the positioning. If I'm right-handed, I'm gonna shoot him with my right hand. If I'm left-handed, then I would reach across and shoot him with my left hand. I don't know whether Melly's left-handed or right-handed, but if I'm right-handed, I'm not gonna, even though the positioning may be not as awkward, my hand is, I'm not a left-handed person, so I'm not gonna shoot him with my left hand. You know how motherfucking much recoil and shit them guns have on that shit might fly at your hand if you shoot it with your weak hand. So if it's me, I'm gonna shoot it with my predominantly strong hand. So if Melly is right-handed, then I do think that the demonstrative fits the way he shot the guys, especially Juvy. Now, if he's left-handed, then I do agree with the cuff boys. He gonna reach across shooting with his left hand. But I'm not shooting that motherfucker. I'm shooting it with my strong hand because them guns got kickback. I'm telling you.
Mr. Thomas in the hand, according to your scenario, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Not miss. I think he shot him in the hand.
Oh, he deliberately shot him in
I
the
think he
thumb.
was firing. So this is where you're not letting me sit down there to explain this, but you got to be there. Okay.
Damn, this boy want to stick out. I want to sit down there and all. I seen this a little bit yesterday. I was in and out of sleep a little bit, but I see him doing this. I'm telling you, this goddamn expert witness right here. This motherfucker is like what it's like somebody saying in the chat. He on his heels, boy. He listen. He that lawyer can't fuck with him, boy. I'm telling you.
Just sit down together. Oh, you turn it down.
Oh yeah, you're pointing a gun at me.
Okay.
So that's well, stop. Okay. So that's where we're gaining distance now.
Okay.
All right. So that's where that shot came in because he thinks it's gonna go like that. There's no sibling here.
He done took over the whole goddamn. Listen. The black dude supposed to be cross-examining him. Nigga, this motherfucking dude done took over the whole goddamn demonstration. Hey man, let me sit down here. Let me show you what's going on. Listen, the black dude trying to lead it, but he can't lead it. The dude leading the whole shit, man. This dude is A1, man. I'm telling you.
So he's backing up. He's saying, well,
Right.
okay.
And then
But you're just predicting this is what happened. Like you obviously don't know this is exactly the movements that happened. That he went like this. Like he could have went like this. He could have did. You don't know. This is just an estimate.
And then looks down or somehow looks at his thumb and gets shot. Okay. So I think that he's leaning to get away. He wants to get away. His gun pointed at him.
okay, so he's leaning to get away after he gets shot in the hand, and he says, "Oh wow, I got shot. Let me look straight ahead and get shot inside the
He
face."
could be opening the door to try to get out and get shot in the face because he's doing something that's making him look forward.
So this is all just estimates, though.
This, don't shoot me, get shot, and now he's looking for an escape plan. If there's some reason he's looking for.
That's everything you came down here to tell. Right?
Well, yeah, because he lets me do this.
Okay.
Let's do something.
Thank you.
He just said you.
Bro, he said the defense attorney smell good. I'm telling you, this dude is sharp as a fucking whip. That black dude, listen, now that I actually got to see a witness that was able to go toe to toe with the defense attorney, I could clearly see a lot of people won't be able to go toe to toe with this goddamn defense attorney. It's very hard to, especially when you on the stand, you got everybody looking at you. You know some of the questions that's gonna come at you, but you don't know some of the twists and turns of the questions that he gonna throw at you. For you to be able to answer all of these questions without getting tripped up by this guy, it's very hard. And this guy actually did it. Like, I don't even think any other witness gonna be able to do this. I'm just be real with you. Like, as I done saw all of the other witnesses, and then we finally get to this guy who was able to verbally spar. Like me and my homeboy we call it Tai Chi. When somebody using game and y'all trying to verbally spar each other, me and my homeboy call it Tai Chi. But this guy was definitely knowing Tai Chi. And that's when somebody trying to finesse you or trying to run game on you, but you got like enough savvy and you got enough wit about you to turn it around on them. Me and my homeboy call that Tai Chi, even though that's not what real Tai Chi is, but that's what we call it. We be like Tai Chi. So this is what that guy did. That the detective, he did Tai Chi. The black dude was trying to attack him, and he fucking did Tai Chi. And he just like, nigga, nah, nigga, you ain't smarter than me, nigga. You know what I mean? This dude was good.
Smell good. What is going on with this detective? This also just makes no sense. Like, no one's gonna pull up and shoot that way across from the person in the back left seat if they were outside of their car like this. I think Melly's team is trying to say this is a possibility, but it just makes absolutely no sense. Like, I feel like that's literally something that would never happen unless they did not want to kill this guy and like he paid them to kill this guy. I don't know. It just seems weird.
We don't have any blood directionality coming this way. So this scenario, although it was hoisted, is not possible.
I just need this jury to be clear on why, at the end of the day, the shooter was not outside.
Because we don't have the blood evidence and the trajectory to line up with somebody being outside of the car.
Okay.
That's a good answer, honestly. Kind of stumped the lawyer.
Don't worry about it, y'all. I got him again. And I'm gonna tell you something. You know, you can tell people be weirdos. Let me tell you, tell people be weirdos. Like me personally, if somebody kicked me off of something, I wouldn't go back there. I would not go back nowhere where I'm not wanted, right? So this is how you could listen. See, this is what people don't realize. This chat over here, just like Ashley said, she said, Feels like we family, y'all. Family, y'all. In my Texas twang. Exactly here. Exactly. We do this so much. We interact with each other so much. It's damn near like we family, or you know what I'm saying. So we know, we can tell when new people come into the chat because we vibe with each other, and the new people don't be knowing how we vibe. So you can tell they comments be off. They come in all aggressive. They come in like talking shit to people because that's probably how they do in other people chats. But this chat right here is pretty much like a family oriented chat. Like we kind of know each other. We kind of vibe with each other. So we can tell when the weirdos come in, right? So when they come in and they go to like talking shit to people who we all consider family. We be like, what the fuck is they doing? Like disrespecting people, talking crazy, going all off on people. But that's how they do in the other chats. They got a lot of people in the chats. So they just go to the other people chat and they be talking crazy in the other people chats, and they get here in our chat and they think they don't know, and they get here and they go to doing that shit, and we get their ass up out of here. You feel what I'm saying? And that's what happened with this guy. But I'm gonna tell you how you can tell he a weirdo as well. It's because he actually had another profile, made another profile, and come right back. So he's somebody that I wouldn't want on our chat anyway, because we could tell what you already on. You know what I mean? You somebody that's sitting in your mama basement, about 400 pounds, eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, playing motherfucking video games all motherfucking day, and probably looking at porn because you ain't got no goddamn woman. You feel what I'm saying? You never go outside. You need an intervention. You know what I'm saying? God damn it. Don't come in here disrespecting nobody in this goddamn chat. Give a damn. I ain't got time for it today. I told you.
In there.
Is this just another angle of that demonstrative that we just saw?
Yes.
Okay. And in your demonstrative, the person doing the shooting isn't even bothering to take a look at his target. He's looking over the top of the vehicle. You see that?
Well, I don't think that we need to be focused on what he's looking at. We need to be focused on the position of the gun and his arm. So you're suggesting that somebody is reached fully into the car, stretching across somebody.
I didn't say anybody was in the rear passenger seat. You did. But I'm asking you. I'm asking you if it's possible that somebody could actually have been looking through that window and where they're firing instead of looking at the moonlight.
They're putting their body into the car. They would actually have to drop their arms down in order to obtain that shot for Anthony Williams, because it is at such a degree that it exits out the front of his head into a window, through a window.
Well, that's a good point. Anthony Williams' shot was kind of angled upward a little bit, so it makes no sense for them to be outside the car, in my opinion, but whatever.
If somebody with a firearm said, freeze, don't move, could it cause the people inside that vehicle to freeze and not move?
When I work the streets, I tell people to freeze and don't move, and they keep running. So I would disagree.
So awkward.
That's your answer to that.
Hey, the black dude ain't even had no comeback on that one right now. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Listen, like he gave the blueprint to how you kind of come back with this black dude. You know what I'm saying? You actually got to kind of like, you got to like stand your ground with this guy. You can't just let this guy bully you around, because he'll bully most witnesses, especially a witness who's not a regular witness, like somebody who they just testifying in a case like this. Of course, this police guy has probably testified a bunch of times, because I saw that they said for someone to be an expert witness, like this guy and like other people that the state is calling for witnesses, they had to be like trained and actually had to be certified to be expert witnesses, which means the state believes that you can handle yourself on the stand. Like they don't just call anybody to be expert witnesses. They actually had to been through this, and they believe that they're going to be able to hold their own under cross-examination to be an expert witness. And this guy definitely can hold his own, man.
And he's outside and freeze, don't move. Do you allow for that possibility?
No, you don't allow for it. I'm not allowing for it, because we could sit here until we're both blue in the face and discuss possibilities. The possibilities that you're suggesting, I don't agree with. Basically, the shooting happened from somebody inside the car. The blood evidence shows that it happened from inside the car. The angles show that it happened from inside the car. So any suggestion of it happening outside of the car, I would not entertain, because it's not possible.
Except when called upon to disprove the scenario that I presented to you, you can't do it with science and trigonometry.
So the scenarios that you're presenting to me do not line up with the angles into the bodies. Those angles are set. Those angles have been completed. They don't change. The angle into Anthony Williams' head does not change. The blood spatter that comes onto the headliner and the directionality that it's going, which is it's heading towards the backseat driver passenger, does not change. So anything that you suggest would not obtain the results that are inside that car right now.
Now I was gonna ask him about SAKCHASER being shot right here in the front seat.
Like I have my phone in my hand right now, right?
Yes.
You didn't consider somebody back here sticking the gun in a way that would be natural to shoot, as opposed to what you depicted.
So if I were to consider your scenario, the projectile would actually end up in the headliner and possibly through the roof, because that is a very sharp angle. You're on your knee and you're shooting in an upward position through the window.
The position he was just in, like explaining that someone shot SAKCHASER like ankle downward from the Melly's window, it doesn't make sense.
So if somebody were sticking their gun in a natural firing motion at an angle that would have allowed the projectile to go through that window, that's not something you considered and thought maybe you might put in the picture, as opposed to this guy with the sidearm action?
Well, again, we could go back and forth onto every possible scenario that you could have in your mind. I'm not going to entertain all of your scenarios. If you come up with one that would line up with the blood and the trajectories, then we can talk about that. But as far as your scenarios that are, I can't speak to them because they don't make sense.
Great. Have you ever in your 19 plus years seen someone fire a firearm with their hand in the position that you see depicted in your demonstrative 6731? Ever?
Well, as you said earlier, maybe in the movies.
So just to be clear, what Miramar did before you took over was totally incompetent, in your professional opinion.
It lacked training.
So you tried to get him to tell this black guy fucking good though. I got to give this fucking guy credit. He's fucking good. He tried to get him to say that Miramar, what they did was not satisfactory, right? So if he would have said that, then he would have been able to say that the whole investigation, possibly what Miramar did, wasn't satisfactory. But the detective was smart enough to say it lacked training. See, that was a good ass comeback, bro. Because the black dude got booby traps upon booby traps. This black dude is like an Indiana Jones movie, man. I'm telling you, where you move the guy, when you step on the floor and the whole floor fall out from under you. I'm telling you.
So these measurements were used to determine a minimum and a maximum shooting distance from the vehicle.
Okay. In order for you to come up with a distance for a shooter, you would have to be locked in to whatever that height is, right?
No.
No? Okay. And the only significance of the length of the rod that is protruding from the hole, the only significance is if the end of that rod is supposed to tell you where the person is, because otherwise the length of the part protruding does nothing other than to indicate the trajectory to you.
The length of the rod has nothing to do with where the person is.
Okay, fine. You don't have the person's height, and you don't have the distance away from which that person was. You're telling this jury that you can determine the height of the person with nothing more than a trajectory rod, and it's based on the length of the rod.
So based on more than that.
But you do not have the variables of where they're standing. You do not have the height of the shooter.
I can get the height of the shooter.
Honestly, I don't think it's going very well for him.
He say, and you don't have the height for the height of the shooter. Goddamn, Stephen Hawking of the police precinct, the CSI Miami champion said, I can get the height of the shooter. That guy good, bro. This guy is a fucking amazing
Team right now. But at the same time, he is trying to pick it apart and like make it look like this guy doesn't know what he's doing, like he does with every other person. But
and then you revise your report, and you then concluded that it could have been either one.
It could have been both for the entire event on the outside of the car.
Okay. Do you think that the fact that you only came up with Mr. Demons initially was influenced by the fact that that's what the state done?
No, I think that it was influenced by the fact that, as you stated earlier, with your demonstrative there with the rod, when we used his actual height, it made him taller.
So essentially, you had made a mistake because you used the wrong number, right?
Because for the back of the car, I used his height.
Okay.
Melly's team just pointing out mistakes that were made. I saw tweets today that apparently Melly was paying really close attention today.
The blood that was retrieved, that was found on Cortland Henry's shirt, you don't know how it got there.
The blood from the front of his shirt is from Anthony Williams' low back, and the blood on the back of his shirt is from Christopher Thomas's two rounds that he took.
Your scenario was him sitting still with a .40 caliber being shot from behind his neck, and he does not move. And it came back onto him and splat, right?
I don't blame him for moving. I mean, we have a firearm going off. I don't think I would move either.
That it got there any other way is because you're assuming that he was sitting in the seat in the driver's seat at the time the shot was fired?
Well, I'm not assuming because it's clear in the pictures that there is no blood on that seat, and the explanation for that is because somebody is in that seat.
And it's Cortland Henry, you know that for sure.
If whoever is driving that car.
Trying to, cast doubt in what could have happened in those 20 minutes of it driving around beforehand. All right, that's pretty much it for day 10. Sergeant Christopher Williams.
Damn, that was good. That was good, Killer. I didn't want to see the Lakers. Why they got me going to the Lakers?
If you're tired of spending a ton on all
Good morning. Are you Ms. Sean?
Yes.
Welcome. What I'd like to do is remain standing, raise your right hand, and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you share in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Tashawn Newman.
Please spell your first and last name for the court report.
First name is Tashawn. Last name Newman.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
I think she said her last name Demons, right?
And where you're currently employed.
My name is Tashawn Newman, and I work for the Florida Department of Transportation Turnpike Enterprise.
Okay, and what is your role or your assignment currently?
I am the account research manager. I oversee the department that does extensive research into accounts, as well as we fulfill public records requests.
Okay, and prior to your position as an account research manager, what was your position?
Financial investigator.
And what were your duties as a financial investigator?
A large portion of that position was fulfilling public records for law enforcement as well as for our legal department.
Okay, and in this particular case, back on or about October of 2018, did you receive a subpoena, not you specifically, but the corporation, received a subpoena regarding video surveillance from October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the form of legal service, correct?
Correct.
Either subpoena or public records.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you fulfill that request?
Yes, I did.
And are video surveillance kept in the normal course of business by your department?
Yes, they are.
And are they essentially made out of near the time of the event, here specifically October 26th of 2018, and routinely kept?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I'll be showing defense counsel to participate.
Is that black lady?
For education purposes.
Is that black lady that's examining her? The black lady? I can't really see.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Various videos of the totals on the expressway.
From October 26th of 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you last reviewed it?
Yes, it is.
Any alterations or deletions that you can see?
No, ma'am.
Right, at this time, the state reviewed this evidence, states quadruple F, it states 81.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
Thank you. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple F, remark states 81.
No request to publish at this time, Your Honor. No further questions.
Counsel, is there any cross-examination of this witness?
I have none.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. You may step down.
Thank you.
You're excused. Who's your next witness? We back on with Sergeant Williams.
Yes,
You asked Sergeant Williams to come in?
Yes, sir.
Damn, they ain't even cross-examine her. Damn. I gotta see how that black lady do, but I ain't gonna cap. I do like her voice a little bit better. She sound a little bit more confident. I don't know. I gotta see. But she look like she do okay.
It'll be a minute, ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on here? Oh, okay. Uh-oh. I need some sound, y'all. I need some sound.
Jeffrey Melton fought.
Why ain't got no sound? Oh, they fucking with me. It ain't me. Oh, I guess they muted it up, dog. Shout out to my moderators, Dream Dog, Sophisticated Nunu, Battalion Bully, Tanel Bowens, Flyboy Michael Foe, Audio Crack 22. Shout out to Unspoken Crime Mysteries, Unspoken Crime Murder. Shout out to It's Still Ashley Biz. Shout out to Park Road J. Shout out to Slick Puller, my main man, Puller Talk Real Slick. Shout out to Joel Bowles. Shout out to M Rose. Shout out to Lil A. Yo, I see you, fam. Shout out to John Doe TV. What's up with this sound? Well, why we don't got no sound here?
Along with the family, anything to discuss? No? You need a restroom break this time?
Because it's a restroom break.
No, sir. All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
It's always happening.
Okay. Shout out to Malik, man. I appreciate you yesterday, man. Malik, the one who got us the reason why the situation was dropped with so and so. Appreciate you, Malik. Appreciate you. Shout out to Ursula Amos. I always like your positive comments when you come through. Appreciate you. Shout out to Kenny. Kenny, I love your spirit, Kenny. You got a good heart. I could just tell you just a gentle type person. Kenny, the type of person, she just look at flowers all day and just admire the beauty of them. So I appreciate you, Kenny. I appreciate you, Kenny. Shout out to Kamal Kimball. Shout out to AS, aka Lele. She done changed her name, y'all. She done changed her name. Shout out to 7B Music TV. Shout out to Nikki, baby. I appreciate you, Nikki, baby. I be seeing you ride, Nikki, baby. I appreciate you. I really, really do. Shout out to B Dub. It was a little hard getting you to come from over to the dark side, B Dub, but I think we got you, man. I think we got you. So I appreciate you too, man. Let's see. Just trying to get y'all shots out this morning. Shout out, it's Aaron's Way. Shout out to B Dash. Shout out, Truth Be Told. Hit that like button, guys. Please hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. This trial is heating up. Hit that like button. Long live SAKCHASER. Long live JUVY. We still riding for JUVY and SAKCHASER, man. We still riding for what's right, you know. Siobhan Valez. Hey, Siobhan. Shout out to you. I'm finna Slip Puller say, damn, I just noticed Melly Lady Lawyer had already wore that red vest in her suit. Damn, all that lawyer money, she can't buy no new suit. Damn. Yeah, little A say, so the black lady getting going to start. Yeah, she's gonna do a little something today. Shout out to Munda. Appreciate you. Who else? Shout out to King Morado as well. Hey, Siobhan. Appreciate you. Lele say if I was Juvy, if I was jury, I would be voting guilty for sure. Yeah, man, listen, the tide definitely has changed. I'm gonna be honest with you. If she would have got that statement in from Felicia Holmes, that Felicia Holmes said initially when she was like, I'm gonna be Miss Snitch Bitch. They supposed to be giving me money, they ain't been taking care of me. They said they're gonna take care of me. If she could have got that statement in, this case, this trial would have been looking really bad. What happened was Melly's attorneys, they did a good job of creating reasonable doubt, like the first week, maybe the first week and a half. And but I realized that I mean, it was looking shaky, but I realized that all Miss Bradley had to do was prove that cell phone, the trajectory of the bullets, and prove that those guys got killed in from inside that car with the medical examiner. And then this last guy that just got on there that just did a very good job going back and forth with the black attorney, the black defense attorney. And I knew she had other things that she could possibly win this case. I'm telling you, she could have won. She could win this case on all she needs. See, the defense has to block all of this shit every day, but all she has to do is to prove one thing or two things along the way, and you can win this. She could win this case. Like I knew she's gonna have more chances to win this case. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what this guy's saying. I really don't like listening to Law and Crime Network. They sound so biased. Well, I ain't gonna listen to it because I don't. They didn't even say no with that lady right now. But she's doing much better. She's doing much better. Christine doing good. I think this case is looking good for the prosecution. I don't see Melly smiling over there anymore. And I'm gonna say this too. The fact that he was smiling at the beginning and now he's not smiling anymore, like I really don't like this guy. Like I really, really don't like this guy. Because now I can see that you were smiling because you thought you was winning. But now that you feel like you losing, you ain't smiling no more. So you were smiling in those people's faces. You were smiling in the family's faces. You feel what I'm saying? Like you ain't got no remorse for this shit. You ain't got no remorse for them people. You know what I mean? For the families or for doing this type of shit. You was laughing in the family's faces, the same people faces who you ate over their house, and they picked you up from the park playing with their kid, and they fucking took you to Chuck E. Cheese for your friend's birthday with them and shit. Probably fed you and shit. You know what I'm saying? Took you to the pool and shit. Took you to the beach with their kids and shit. Like I can only imagine the story that Juvy's mom has that Melly is involved in with her son since they knew each other since kindergarten. You can't tell me y'all ain't go to a bunch of birthday parties together. You can't, each other birthday parties and shit like that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, and for you to be sitting over there just to be laughing in these people's faces, you know what I'm saying? Why they don't, and you know you the one that took their loved ones away from them. Like, man, you ain't got no soul, bro. You ain't got no soul, bro. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. I keep telling y'all this. My God is real. Watch he show up and show out. You watch what I tell you now. You watch what I tell you now. Trust me now. Yo, what's up, audio? Let's see what's going on here. Let me be a little nosy.
It seems to me that really she was just called to authenticate what is going to be surveillance footage, if I heard that correctly. And I find it interesting because I was wondering, would the state just finish up their case after the state reconstruction expert? But clearly not. They have more that they want to introduce. What else do you think that they want to do in their case?
Well, I think they're trying to help the expert as far as his conclusions. And I think this particular witness, while they didn't go into great detail, which surprised me, I think, she probably could have put people in a particular place if there in fact was surveillance that she was the custodian of. And so I think we're going to hear more. If we're going to hear any evidence, it's going to be in the attempt to help out this particular expert with his conclusions.
We're still kind of left with thinking about this week. I'm reflecting on it myself. And, you know, I think that yesterday and the testimony of the medical examiner, maybe the surveillance footage, that's going to resonate more for me in this case in terms of who the actual shooter is. I don't know how much all of the motive evidence helped. Whether I'm talking about the idea that the defendant was part of a gang and whether or not he killed these two individuals to show his oath or loyalty. Now, of course, that evidence will be important in terms of if he's convicted and this goes.
Let's get back on record.
Look like they back now.
Yes, sir. All right, pretty curious.
Do me a favor, y'all. Hit that like button. Please hit that like button. And if you feel generous, man, please donate to the Cash App. It's rolling across the bottom of the screen. It could be $1, $2, $3, $4, $5. Please support the channel, man. Please support the channel. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Please hit that like button. Share this content. Help this channel grow, man. I would appreciate it. We're a family over here. We're a family.
Very answer.
I think yesterday at the end of the day, I think they was discussing whether Dontavius Withers or Jacoby Mills was actually going to show up to trial. I think it was them. If y'all know exactly who they was talking to, I'm not sure. But if y'all know exactly who they was talking about at the end of the trial, they was whatever witnesses they was trying to depose to get them to participate in the trial at the last minute. Y'all let me know. I couldn't remember. I was getting ready for work, so I didn't listen to the whole thing. But if you know, tell me who they was trying to get to come to trial and to depose at the last minute yesterday, guys, please.
Yes, I have something more perspective. Thank you. Okay.
Further questions? All right, is there any redirect?
Yes, Chairman. Good morning, Sergeant. How are you?
Good morning, Ms. President.
So with regards to the autopsy photos and things that you've reviewed, how were you able to get the approximate shoulder width of Mr. Thomas?
So the autopsy, the medical examiner's office, they use a scale it's a big ruler that goes the length of the autopsy table where the decedent is lying.
Okay. In terms of that, so you got that 2 feet 6 inches from approximately?
Approximately.
In terms of, counsel asked you with regards to the multiple times as to how did you rule out that someone was outside the car? Why? Why did you do that?
And that was explained in also multiple times. It's the blood that was on the headliner, the lack of blood in the passenger side rear seat, and the GSR that was inside the vehicle.
Okay. With regards to ejection pattern testing that counsel asked you about, if you're going to do an ejection pattern, what would you have to do?
You'd have to have the firearm, and you'd have to have the ammunition to conduct that test.
And in terms of the time frame on the casings, is it important to find them immediately after?
It would be very important to find them immediately after.
So a month delay in finding them, could you do ejection pattern testing if it's a month later?
You can, well, if you have the firearm, you can do ejection pattern testing. How it would apply to on the side of the road, you would have to do that on the side of the road with that firearm.
And if individuals have gone back and picked up casings from the scene, how would that affect ejection pattern recreation?
Individuals as in Strangers?
4 people that were friends with the defendant. They went back to the site of the room.
Objection, Your Honor.
If individuals went and picked up casings, not knowing they were involved.
Objection, there's no evidence.
That's not questions overruled, objection overruled.
So if they, it could alter it, but, at the end of the day, it still needs to be measured.
So in terms of the shots that are in this vehicle, how can you tell the approximate distance that the shots were fired from?
The approximate distance is obviously going, as I said, this is a unique case where our shooting is contained to a vehicle. So we have known distances within the vehicle. We have known distances of the, not necessarily the arm, but we have a known distance of inside of the width of people, and the stippling pattern that is on Christopher Thomas, who's on the back seat, and some of the stippling that is observed on Anthony Williams, who was in the front seat.
What about on the outside of the car? How can you tell that that wasn't shot from a mile away?
You can tell that it wasn't shot from a mile away by the angle of it and its type of impact into the vehicle. So if it's shot from a mile away, the projectile is going to start tumbling again. It's going to go head over heel. As it loses velocity, as it loses its spin, it's going to start wobbling, and then eventually will start going its head over heel and then keyhole into its target.
Did you see any evidence of distant fire in this case?
No.
In terms of the defendant in this case, you said you measured him?
Yes.
Do you recall the hour date that occurred on?
Can I refer?
If you need to refresh your recollection, please do.
November 30th, 2021.
And at the time that you measured him, was it here in the courthouse?
Yes.
And that's where your office was at the time?
Yes.
And could you describe his build?
He's slender. But he's tall but slender.
And in terms of, would you say that he has broad shoulders?
No.
And you said he was 5'6", right?
Correct.
In terms of that car that we were talked about, what's the best way to get an idea of how big the inside of that car is?
You can measure it, or you can also view it.
And where is that car right now?
That car is in the crime scene unit forensic processing garage right now.
Is it available for the jury to view this morning?
Yes.
You're not going to approach?
Come on, you say you wanted with Melly go to the prison as a set leader. Hell no, that nigga just in a Akari or whatever the name of that shit is. Remember they talked about it in his he one step over a foot soldier. Hell no, he going there as no set leader. He going there as somebody that finna get extorted like a motherfucker. You feel what I'm saying? That nigga gonna be looking like Keisha off Belly. You ever seen when Keisha got out of jail on Belly, how she was shaking like she was cold? That's how he gonna be looking. Them dreads getting cut off, player. That shit getting cut off. And I'm gonna tell you another thing too. He gonna have to put in some work in like, let me tell you, bro, the man 5'6", 120, soaking wet with 2 bricks in his back pocket. Let me tell you something. You can tell he don't know what the play is. What he should have been doing, he should have already been getting on his workout plan. He should have already been doing push-ups and all type of shit. For them 4.5 years he been in that motherfucker, he supposed to been on that Get Thick program. He supposed to been doing push-ups, getting busy in that motherfucker, trying to bulk up, you know what I'm saying? Getting that weak-ass set together. Remember he was shadow boxing and all that shit and shooting at people when he was in that interrogation room. When the police left out of there, he should have been getting that weak ass set together You feel what I'm saying? Because I'm telling you, you're going to have to put in some work in there. Okay, so you want to be a gang member? Yeah, cool. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, ha. When you get in there, motherfucker, you just a regular Ascari or whatever the fuck they said. Yeah, you got a little bit of money or whatever. But at the same time, you finna be getting friendly extorted, nigga. And you finna have to put in work, which means if I'm your set leader, I want to see you stab somebody, little nigga. You know what I'm saying? I want to see if you bite that little Geico lizard. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to send your little ass on a hit. You know what I'm saying? For real. Like, you got to put in work in that bitch. You know what I'm saying? You want to be a leader? You want to be in the game? Okay, ha. Yeah. Go on, get that motherfucking, sharpen that goddamn toothbrush and go stab that 7-foot behemoth over there who won't pay us our money. That's who you go. I'm going to send your ass right over there. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to end up going to jail and ain't going to end up never getting up out that bitch, nigga, for real. Matter of fact, he might, if he get the death penalty, he might don't even get out his cell. He might be in that bitch like John Coffey, nigga, 23-1.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Statement, next witness.
If you're just proposing a 5-minute recess,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, take a short recess. We have discussed the case on 4-minute opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with your presence or no research. Do I reflect your stepped out? We'll be recessing.
Bro, I ain't gonna count. If I'm Christine, when I win this goddamn Melly case, I'm walking right past Melly ass singing one of his songs. Girl, you know, riding as you, riding through the 772. I'm singing all them shits. I'm singing Bird on My Mind. I'm doing all that shit. I don't give a fuck, bitch. I'm talking about if I'm Christine, I'm gonna turn into a nigga in that courtroom, nigga. I'm talking about I'm gonna start doing all kind of nigga dances on that motherfucker. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, Christine got to show us a little bit of motherfucking, a little bit of ghetto-ness when she win this motherfucking case. I'm telling you, dog, for real now. Shit, what y'all say? I'm telling you, for real. Christine, nigga, go and jump up on the defense desk and go to twerking on that bitch. You ain't that black girl. You know what I'm talking about? Go to twerking on that bitch. Go to show y'all natchet black asses. You know what
Redirect, relatively short. It seems like he's been excused. What do you think the jury is going to take away from this crime scene reconstructionist? In my opinion, one of the most important witnesses we have heard from. What do you think the jury is going to take away?
Well, you know, without contradiction, I think they're going to find that this incident happened inside the vehicle. You know, there doesn't seem, I mean, while the defense has, through their questioning, suggested that there could have been somebody else, the scientific evidence at this point in time is really uncontradicted that, you know, the shooting happened inside the vehicle. Whether or not it was Mr. Demons or, you know, the other gentleman, that is something I suppose the jury could argue about. But I think that based on the witnesses that we hear today and the other expert, it's going to be very difficult for any reasonable jury to find anything otherwise.
Now let's talk about the jury visit to this car, which I believe is at the courthouse property. Maybe we'll get a chance to see what's going on with that. But Doctor, let me ask you this. How important is it for jurors to actually see a crime scene? We talked about it in the Parkland school shooting case where they closed off that school and the jurors went to a site visit. We were told it was a very, very emotionally taxing day. In this case, I think the car is central because, again, that's the crime scene. It's trying to understand whether or not it was a drive-by shooting or happened in the car and where everybody was situated. What do you think the jury is going to take away from that?
Yeah, not only Parkland, but Murdoch as well, where you get an understanding of just the geometry, right? Forget the trigonometry. You get an understanding of what the whole thing felt like. You get to see everything. And I think it's such a huge and important thing that can happen for a jury, to more than just the pictures, to actually be able to physically see with your own eyes all of the evidence that's being presented, including a car like this. I think it's going to be massive.
And Jamie, what can't they do? They can't get in the steering wheel, right, and drive it around. They can't make their own demonstration. Walk me through what they can do and can't do.
Correct. So, they'll be escorted through the process, and they will be able to ask questions. The prosecutor, or at least a representative of the prosecutor, and the defense attorneys will be present, and they'll be able to ask questions. Those questions will be recorded. They'll be made part of the record, but they will not be able to get in the vehicle. They will not be able to conduct their own experiments. And this is one of the dangers, I guess, as far as jury visits are concerned. Judges usually frown on these for very logistical reasons, but there's also a very practical reason, and that is that sometimes, especially when you get into the science, people bring their own personal experiences to bear. And when you start going outside of the courtroom and looking at scenes, while I agree with the doctor that it could be very beneficial, it also creates an opportunity for juries to sometimes step outside of the court rules and start drawing conclusions outside of the evidence. And that's the danger here. But they will be able to do their own visible inspection, and they will be able to ask questions and draw some conclusions based on those observations.
Doctor, do you see that same kind of concern?
I do see it, but I think a good instruction would let them know, listen, you're here to take a look at what's going on. You're here to experience it. You're not here to all of a sudden start doing your own experiments. So I think a good instruction would probably alleviate some of those concerns.
Yeah, and we seem to be coming towards the conclusion of the prosecution's case. We talked about who the defense might call. Jamie, if the defense calls their own crime scene reconstructionist that says the complete opposite of this witness, and we're speculating here, how does a jury sort that out?
Well, I don't know that they do. I mean, that is the definition of reasonable doubt. And, again, I'm not privy to the witness list, but I would be shocked based on the cross-examination if there isn't a defense witness that is at least going to challenge some of the math. There's been some conclusions drawn mathematically, and it pertains to blood spatter evidence. And, none of this sort of evidence is certain. There's always a degree of nuance. And if they bring their own expert who says this could have happened a different way, I think that is the definition of reasonable doubt if it's a credible expert.
All right. Well, we're not there yet. We're going to see what happens if the jury goes on this site view, and maybe how long that'll last and what they'll take away from that. So it should be an interesting morning. We'll follow the latest here on Law and Crime. Stay with us. Our focus will be on Ynw Melly. But of course, we're in Verdict Watch in the Scott Peterson trial out of Florida. Take a quick break. We'll be back right after this.
So I just got my phone. Thank you, Lele, for the $20 Cash App, and also thank you, Kenny, for the $10 Cash App. I appreciate y'all. I really appreciate y'all. I didn't see it. I was talking to y'all, so I just grabbed my phone and I just seen it. I appreciate y'all. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, what's up, PJ? PJ talks like, hey, Marita. PJ be talking to me like we just, like we in a room, like he's hollering at me across the street. Hey, Marita, what's up, PJ? What's up, PJ? Siobhan Velez say, I think I saw the death penalty was taken off the table, but then I hear he's looking at death penalty. So yeah, Siobhan, they did take it off the table, but they put it back. So what happened was, Melly's lawyer appealed they filed a motion to take the death penalty off the table, and the judge actually granted it, and it was due to some kind of technicality. It was due to the state didn't put in for something in a timely fashion, so the judge took it off the table. So what happened is the state then appealed the judge's ruling up to the appellate court. The appellate court overturned the judge's ruling, and therefore it put the death penalty back on the table. Then the defense appealed the appellate court's ruling up to the Florida State Supreme Court. And what happened was the Florida State Supreme Court did not even hear the case. Some kind of way the state argued that they shouldn't hear the case until after the trial. I don't understand how they fucking pulled that shit off, but they pulled it off, and they argued that that the Florida State Supreme Court shouldn't rule on whether Melly could face the death penalty or not until after he was after he was convicted. And the Florida State Supreme Court went along with the shit. I don't know how the fuck they pulled that one off, but they did. But by doing that, it deemed the appellate court, who did put the death penalty back on the table, it deemed their ruling law. So that's how Melly fell back under the death penalty. The Florida State Supreme Court didn't give a ruling on it at all. It was crazy. Yeah, hit the like button, y'all. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Hey, another thing. Ain't y'all been paying attention these last couple of days? We actually been able to hear what the lawyers been saying. They got them law and crime cameraman, that goddamn microphone be picking up everything. I think I heard the black dude say, "Man, don't make me look like a fool up here," or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Or I heard it, I think one time I heard him say, "Hey, yeah, that black DA, she got a big booty," or some shit. I'm telling you, man, you can hear all kind of shit, man. Law and crime picking up all type of shit they ain't supposed to pick up, man. Man, I got to go holler at my weed man today. I think what I heard that black dude say, man. Damn, that nigga over there got that gas. I thought I heard that DA say, man. I mean, the defense attorney. I'm telling you now. Yeah, definitely. He definitely will appeal it, Lele.
Yeah, let me know. Hey, sometimes, dog, I be thinking about funny shit in my mind, right? You ever just think like what people thinking that you don't know what they thinking? Just look at that judge face. What you think he thinking? Man, I hate this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Look, he don't even look like that. Man, I hate this bitch. Look at the judge. He look like, man, I hate this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Slick Puller say, Melly lawyer thick too, bro. Let me tell you something, big dog. I've been looking at bodies a long time. Let me tell you something. You don't want that bitch. Trust me. When that goddamn clothes come off, all that shit gonna fall all over on you, nigga. Goddamn it. It's gonna look like you got jello in your hands, nigga. Trust me. You do not want that Melly lawyer. You do. You don't want it. Trust me. I'm telling you. When the motherfucking clothes fall off, when you take them clothes off of her, you're gonna be stuck with a big brontosaurus looking motherfucker.
I'm telling you, cuz no, that body ain't tight enough, dog. No, no. That shit gonna be like gooey. It's gonna be like a jello all in your hands, goddamn it. Her body gonna be falling all through your fingers and shit, dog. I'm telling you, dog. Listen, that shit there for old pops. You know what I'm saying? Melly lawyer for old pops. You know what I mean? Old pops is, you know what I'm saying? She for old pops is who scrap. You know what I'm talking about? You know them old dudes in the hood that be going around picking up scrap refrigerators and scrap scrap stoves and taking them to the dump and getting money. That's the type of bitch that is. You know what I'm saying? No, you don't want it. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you, leave it alone, cuz do me, I'm telling you that. Don't do it. I'm telling you now, I'll try to help you. Look how that bitch look. And did this, you know she got a face beating all type of shit like this here. I'm telling you, dog, you don't want a dog. That bitch fuck with old dudes, man. She probably got worms, bro. Tell you now.
How you doing, guys?
That's the type of motherfucker. She got about 5 old dudes in her phone. She got one young dude she fucked with because he got one young dude that got a fetish for old motherfuckers. But she got about 5 old dudes and she be getting their social security checks and shit like that. There, she smell like motor oil. She smell like motor oil, Old Spice, and being gay. She smell like motor oil, Old Spice, and being gay.
Reflect the words of the benefits counsel, the assistant state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen, the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I think your state's ready to publish. Is that correct, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
What exhibit number is this again?
State public.
Give them the license.
For record purposes, I'm going to begin with I-590 eastbound and westbound express 1026-18, 0320 through 430. Eastbound.
Stop it, Agu. Stop it, Agu. I got $10 that say that Melly lawyer. If she take off them shoes, I bet she got calluses on the back of them heels. You ever seen them old lady feet? You ever seen them old lady feet? They be cracking at the back of them heels. That's what that shit like. You know what I'm talking about? No, I'm talking about that bitch got some officials. She got the Grand Canyon in the back of them goddamn heels. I'm telling you, she got to put goddamn wax on the back of them goddamn heels. I'm telling you, I bet you the back of them goddamn heels cracking like an old church lady. You ever seen that movie, The Witches, where the little boy turned into a mouse, and you see the motherfucker take them shoes off, and with all you ever seen when them witches in that big auditorium together, the motherfuckers were taking them wigs off and taking the motherfucking feet, them shoes off of the motherfucking feet. That would No, you don't want Melly lawyer. Trust me, that shit smoking mirrors, cuz the only motherfucking thing she look good is old pops. I'm telling you that. She good at doing right what she doing now, enticing somebody that's been in jail for 4.5 years. That's when that bitch look good. Do she look good? Yeah, to a pack of hungry wolves. Siobhan said you can never tell a woman's age. Nah, but I can tell this bitch age like an old oak tree. Listen, all you gotta do is look at the rings on that motherfucker. You know how they can tell the age of a tree? That's how you can tell the age of Melly lawyer, like an old oak tree. Look at the rings around that motherfucker eyes, like an old oak tree. That bitch old as an old oak tree. That bitch the age of an oak tree. Woo! Look at that bitch driver license. That bitch don't got no birthday, no age. That bitch just say ancient. Ooh. I bet you go in that bitch house. I bet that bitch got all kind of little shrines and shit to try to stay young. I bet that bitch doing all kind of shit to try to keep us shit together. And that bitch praying to all kind of spirits and shit and trying to stay young. She might listen. She might be snatching little kids out the goddamn out the goddamn neighborhood to try to make potions to stay young and shit. Like with that movie Hansel and Gretel. I'm telling you. That bitch trying to kill. That bitch trying to kidnap kids to make potions to stay young. I'm trying to. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm saying, what this? I know this probably supposed to show the car, right? I'm gonna tell you another thing too. Don't let that soup fool you. She bad bodied than a motherfucker too. She built like a capital R, y'all. The bitch built like a capital R. You ever see how a capital R built? I'm telling you, she bad bodied. She got broad shoulders, that skin flabby, them arms and shit flabby. I'm telling you, she waited too long to get into the gym. She trying to go the plastic surgery route too. You know what I mean? She should have got in the gym. She probably did just look good when she was young, and I ain't gonna cap. But she got a big ass frame. She like an Amazon. So her back probably hurt like a motherfucker. She probably got what they call that shit? Sciatic nerve problems and shit. Her feet probably size 13, like she a WNBA player. Like, bro, I'm telling you, bro, you don't want all that shit. You don't want all them problems, bro. Now, if you'd caught in her younger days, you might have had your little son. But right now, that bitch gonna be going to the doctor more than you. She got gout. Andre Carter said she got gout. She got gout. Yeah, she got gout. I'm telling you, bro. You never seen what the movie is? I think it's Deuce Bigelow. That's a huge bitch. That bitch looked like a cross between Lucy Lawless and Big Ange. Xena Warrior Princess and Big Ange. That's when I fuck with. If I was trying to win the tag team championship in the WWE, that's when I fuck with her. But other than that, if I needed a tag team partner for the championship in the WWE, that's my girl. Right, looking like looking like Angie the Giant, Andre the Giant's twin sister. Bro, what these video supposed to be showing though? I was just trying. I mean, I'm having fun talking about Big Ants, but I'm saying like I know they're supposed to show like a car or something, right? But I don't see shit. Like, shouldn't they have fast forwarded the shit to get us to what we trying to see? Cause I don't see shit, y'all. It's Ashley say we're gonna get her fired, bro. I'm telling you, I can crack like a motherfucker, Ashley. I'm telling you, I can crack like a motherfucker. And I ain't even been smoking. I ain't smoked weed in probably like a month or two. But just imagine if I was smoking it. Boy, I could crack like a motherfucker, I'm telling you. All that shit was off the top of the dome. I don't know what's going on here, y'all. I think they're trying to show us Melly in them car. I could only assume, but I don't hear shit. And I feel like I'm looking at surveillance video or the same shit. Like I don't see. I see a car right there moving. Hey, we rode our ass for about a good 10, 15 minutes, about 10 minutes straight though. Then we rode our ass, didn't we? Shit. He said put it. He said put it on your boss, the sheriff. He said put it up for the beach stream. So what the fuck? What the fuck we watching? Right, going to DR more than you for real. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. It's Ashley, babe. Hey, no man. Hey, but I don't give a damn about him knowing to tell her. I ain't in the streets no more. I shit. Listen, my daddy got a lot of police friends. I got a lot of police friends. Like shit, yeah, man. Shit, man. The police are our friends, man. I'm a law-abiding citizen now. Listen, I need the police in my life. Shit, for real. Fuck that shit. I'm like, I'm like Charleston White. Shit. Bitch, I'm getting old now, bitch. What the fuck? The fuck? Andre Gardner said, Marie, do you think Melly's team has a expert to counter that guy from yesterday? Hell no. They counter was to cross it. Well, I forgot. This is the prosecution's witnesses, and after that, then the defense put on their witnesses. I don't know. That's a good question, Andre Gardner. Now that I think about it, but they damn sure didn't do good on cross examination. Did you notice what the guy came up in there wearing today? That guy came up in there wearing his dinner suit. That motherfucker came in there wearing his white cream motherfucking suit. He was feeling himself like a motherfucker today. I'm talking about the dude with the box head, the dude that did good on the stand yesterday against the defense. The goddamn CSI expert. That dude felt confident today. He came up in there with that goddamn suit, that white suit on. Did you see him? Did you see how he was leaning to the side like he was taking a headshot photo for a goddamn lotion commercial or some shit like that? I'm telling you, that dude feeling himself. He knew he did a good job. He was confident with his answers. He felt good. So, and I do think that the black dude felt like he didn't accomplish what he wanted to accomplish with cross-examining that guy. So I don't know if they're gonna bring an expert to counteract what he's saying. I would think they would because he was the most damaging witness yet to date. Yeah, shit. They better do something. They better do something. Bird Flipper say y'all got Hattie Mae started. We got Auntie started. Uh-oh, muddy body ass. Melly Lord, you got a muddy body. Old Tyler Perry body ass.
7 for seconds. And now publish I-75, Miramar.
Yeah, you're right,
northbound,
Malik. You're right,
10:26:18,
Malik.
320 through 335, beginning at 337 a.m.
Hattie, man, that's a slave name. That fit that motherfucker, don't it? Hey, the crazy part about it, I got like, I listen, I got like, my aunties and shit. Like my grandmama, she was old. My grandmama born in 1919, so she named her children shit like that. Like I got an auntie named, what her name, Maddie May. I got a my Lila Bell. What to say? I'm talking about all the motherfuckers got crazy names like that, man.
Yeah, nothing really happening. I mean, it's hard to tell what we're seeing here. Nothing.
Yeah, that's what they be trying to put us in the grave. Don't let them put you in the grave. Ashley, bitch, I'm 42. I ain't got now. I don't got holler no gray hair, no none of that shit. I still move around, jump cross fences, run, all type of shit. They talking about we old. We ain't old. That's them young people trying to put us in the grave. And then when they get 40, they gonna be like, girl, they gonna be like, I'm still young. Don't let them fool you. It's Ashley, bitch. We ain't motherfucking old. Goddamn it, we ain't but a couple years out of our 30s. Goddamn it. Shit. That's them young people.
Especially when it comes to African American men. So I'm from Michigan. We haven't had the death penalty for more than 100 years, and I'm personally and philosophically opposed to it. But if I were to take that hat off and be objective, in Florida, my understanding is that it's really a case within a case. So this will not be the jury that determines. It's my understanding there'll be a second jury impaneled. I could be wrong on that, but I do believe that is the process. And in order for that jury to make a determination that a death penalty is appropriate, they'll have to make a determination that the mitigating factors are available. And certainly murdering two of your friends over a gang situation would fulfill one of those factors. But there also has to be some empathy, I suppose, associated with the victims. And what I'm hearing is that the victims really don't have a lot of family in the courtroom, or to the extent they have been, they've been in and out. And that's the kind of evidence that will compel 8 people to determine that death is appropriate. And if there isn't any sort of background associated with these gentlemen, that could be a problem for the prosecutor as far as seeking death.
Yeah, I actually want to confirm that. We'll find out if it's a separate jury or the same jury. We'll get back to you on that one. And now it's interesting because you think all murders are terrible. How do you know which ones are qualified for the death penalty? But clearly, I think it's the gang aspect of it, the brutal nature of it, the multiple murders. You can see why it would rise to the level that the prosecution is moving forward with again, but you would need to convict him in order for this to happen. Now, let me ask you this, Doctor. We're seeing a case here where the prosecution doesn't have all the pieces of the puzzle. They don't have the murder weapon or weapons. There's a serious lack of DNA from the defendant. I mean, what was it, last week? We learned that his DNA wasn't on a ton of key pieces of evidence. It was on I believe, the door handle on the left-hand side. I don't know if that's that surprising. We know he was in the car. Do you think that that's going to give the jury pause?
See, here's my problem with the scientific evidence that gets presented nowadays, and it's always colored by.
Shout out to Chariot, man, for the $5 cash app. I appreciate you, fam. I don't know what your name is in the chat. I want to give you a real shout out, but I know your cash app is different from what your name is in the chat. But I really do appreciate you. I appreciate all y'all, man. I really do, man. I'm a real humble dude, man. Stick around, man. Y'all, like y'all say, man. this our chat is like family, bro. Like I don't know how other people chat says. I don't even be on other people's chats. I go every now and then and look at other people lives and stuff like this. But I like my family here that we got. Like I ain't gonna cap. I don't know how it's gonna, as we get bigger. I know it's gonna be more and more people involved. But man, I'm cool. I rock with who I rock with. You know what I mean? And if you stick around, you're gonna see how we vibe over here.
I don't have it. But despite all the horrific evidence and despite conviction, they may still feel that the death penalty is not appropriate. Again, I'm go back to the Parkland school shooting case. That he had pleaded guilty, so it was just a question of whether or not he was going to be sentenced to death. And that jury heard all the evidence, and it was horrific. One of the worst school shootings, mass shootings we've seen, and they still voted life in prison. So it's kind of unpredictable.
It is, and thank you for clarifying. It differs from state to state as far as the procedures associated with the death penalty. And
check out the ages of my kids, y'all. I got a 20-year-old daughter at college. I got a son that just turned 19 on the 25th, and then I got a 9-month-old baby boy. Bro, I waited fucking 18 years to fucking make another kid. That's crazy. I don't even know where this little boy come from. Like, I promise you, I was like, man, where did you come from, little boy? You know what I mean? Like, it's queasy. It's queasy. So my son gonna have, his siblings are gonna be grown, nigga, like grown by the time he get grown. Like, crazy. Hold on, I'll take it a step further than that. My 19-year-old son, we just had a gender reveal for he has a daughter on the way. So my 19-year-old son is going to have a daughter, right? But my son, his brother, my son is 9 months old. So me and my son going to have babies at the same time. My son's daughter is going to be 1 year younger than her uncle. That's crazy, ain't it? That's crazy. Damn. Shit, stay out them bushes. I'm trying to go back in them motherfucking bushes. Shit, me. I love kids though, man. I enjoyed raising my children. They very good people. They very respectable, mannerable. Neither one of them, in no trouble. All my daughter studied criminal justice. I love kids. I don't understand how people don't enjoy raising their kids. So I enjoy my children. So shit. And then I'm older now, so I done did it already once, and I done got them to adulthood. So I know the little tricks and stuff, and I know each kid different, but I'm saying like and of course I got more patience and shit now. So um I'm fine with raising children, me personally. Like shit, you can leave them with me. Bring them on over here. Shit. I don't get mad at children for doing shit that children gonna do. You feel what I'm saying? I like to sit and watch them and see their personalities and shit like this. You know what I mean? Like, especially my children, I'll be like, damn, what the fuck are they motherfucker doing? Like, you know what I mean? Like I get joy out of watching them. So I don't have a problem with having children. I know some people like, I don't want no more children. Man, I don't give a fuck. Bring them on. You know what I'm saying? Never had a problem raising them. I like doing all the shit. I like going to the park with them. I like taking them fishing. I like uh, throwing birthday parties. I like doing all that type of shit. So it don't matter. It don't bother me. How many more do I want? However many God bless me with. Um, so it don't bother me at all.
Publishing activity 4901. That's the end of State Exhibit 81. So I published date 61.
Can we try to start? Sure, hold on, Council.
I don't know what they got going on here.
Being car accident lawyers at the Ebers Law Firm.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor. Hit that like button, y'all. Hit that like button. Please hit that like button. Thank you.
How they communicate with one another, the importance of that communication, what each member of the gang is designed to do, what they're expected to do. I think it did a good job of delineating that information, but the jury thinking that all of a sudden that rises to the level of killing your two best friends. I think that there's still a little bit left to be desired there. I don't know that they're quite there in understanding why someone would do that.
By the way, let's. They're going to continue for the rest of the day. Then there's a week off, Jamie. There's a full week off. There's no court next week. Is that I'm wondering if the prosecution rests by the end of the day, and it's as opposed to if their case is continuing onto the week after. I don't know if this is going to benefit them, benefit the defense. What do you think this week-long break will do?
100% benefits the defense, because at the end of the day, if they have a week to de-think what they've heard and the defense comes in and can put on some kind of credible case, that is always the position that you want to be in as a defense attorney. So, a week of them, not only not in court, but on vacation, with family and friends, and then to come back and hear.
Thank you, let the record reflect the guidelines for main law. So, the videos, these are things.
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, that's like how mine gonna be Ursula.
Those are entered into evidence. The extraction would be the next thing to take. The publishing would be the 300 photos that we had pulled out to show the defendant's home.
Let me see what's on the.
Sure. And I think we had already done some of these, but I'll start putting them.
I ain't gonna count. When that nigga came on, that shit scared the fuck out of me. That shit ain't scared y'all. I got scared than a motherfucker.
Ownership of the Snapchat. That was the video we previously edited, Judge.
Before we tell me, come on, all that extra shit, you know, they need the most important shit here.
Hey, y'all think Melly like looking at these videos since he ain't been out of jail so long? He ain't seen this, you know, his whole life in so long.
Way after. I don't know what the relevance is.
Explained to me she's trying to establish who owns the Snapchat account because there's a dispute as to ownership of the account. That's the way I understand it. Is that correct, madam?
Yes, sir.
Could we just see that last video again?
This one? That's highlighted?
I know on these videos before there was an objection and I took out firearms, and there's also one with
Money and cash.
all right. Anything like this on any of these?
Okay.
Do you have anything on any of these?
The next one as well. They both.
This one?
Yes.
This bitch look like he got 5 kids at the student pickup right now, waiting.
Do we know who Snapchat is based on what we just saw? Whether it was the other gentleman or Mr.
What's the 403 analysis?
Well, the relevancy, the 401 analysis.
Right, I heard 403. All right, so for relevance, I'm past because they're trying to establish who owns the account. So the relevance objection's overruled. What's the 403 analysis?
Okay, I understand, Your Honor, that it is overruled, but I'd just like to actually make the argument, which is, if their purpose is to establish ownership because of who is depicted on the videos, that would be undercut if we're seeing other people depicted on the videos. That does, if the person on the video establishes who owns the account, then it might be the other person's account. So that just shows that the argument does not carry weight. As far as the 403 analysis.
You can argue that to the jury. Okay,
I want to put my relevancy argument on the record for the court to consider. As far as the prejudice is concerned, Your Honor, in each one of these, it depicts Mr. Demons in a what may be, and we've only seen that. One thing we want the court to do is see them all, not assume the balance of them is not going to contain information that may have a 403 objection. So we first want to see them all and not be ambushed and try to unring the bell after.
You haven't seen them?
We haven't seen the ones, we haven't had them identify the ones that they intend to play. I mean, if you download some social media with millions of items of information and then come in here and cherry pick some to show, we need to see what they intend to play so that we can have some basis to either interpose an objection or not.
That's what they call a motion in limine. You file a motion beforehand, say, Judge, we need some determination as to all of these videos, which ones they're using or something along those lines. So we're not sitting in here while the jury's sitting in the jury room saying, what are they doing out there?
The other reason for the rules of evidence and the need for authentication is before they admit it into evidence, at the time, they establish its relevance. So this is the time for that. Not us asking, looking at 16 million items and saying, out of these, we are going to ask you to eliminate 14. The proponent of the evidence is the one that carries the burden of establishing the relevance of the evidence they propose to admit. And at that time, the relevancy or 403 objection becomes right because of what is ensued in the trial and what is left to be proved. And that is our position, Your Honor. And it seems that they only have maybe 8 more and they're a second apiece. I'm not quite sure what the prejudice would be to having them go through them so that the court can see what it is.
Just clear for the record, that is all the videos on Snapchat. That's the entire production that was sent in. So we're not cherry picking in any way, shape, or form on this particular exhibit.
So how many are there?
There's 5 more, Judge. 17.
Back to the one before that for a second.
No, we're going to go through it. We're going through all of it.
Okay. She should go.
Last one. That's it.
Thank you.
So the one that we would have an objection to primarily is the one that they have 3 versions of towards the end with music lyrics in the background saying that and will kill you. That we think is objection. It's not his voice, it's a song in the background.
Hey, this black dude, hell, right? He tried to argue a motion. He tried to argue something, right? So the judge said, "I don't want to hear it." He said, "Okay, Judge, I know it's overruled, but I still just want to say one thing." He turned that whole shit into arguing the motion. He finessed the judge. Even the judge didn't want to hear the shit. He finessed the judge into hearing the shit. This nigga is good, dog. This nigga is good. This nigga said that he don't want the videos to be played because he said that if other people, and he said if the purpose of the video is to show ownership by who in the video, then if it's other people in the video, then that's gonna undercut what the prosecution trying to show. Basically, what he's saying is if the video show anybody other than Melly, then how you gonna prove that it's Melly phone? That judge ain't want hearing that bullshit, which I ain't hearing that bullshit either. But I'm just saying, this nigga, hell, boy, this nigga made the judge hear his argument, and the judge didn't want to hear the shit. The judge said, "No, No, you can argue that shit, whatever. He say, okay, Judge, I just want to say this, state this, and turn that into a goddamn argument. God damn, I bet he hell on his wife.
So that was sent to two different individuals that then are in this responses they're showing on the screen now, Your Honor. That there is a message that was sent from the defendant. It was a reply, that was a post that he had put on November 22nd, 2018. Then the three messages on items 5, 6, and 7 are responses indicating that Mr. Demons had posted that specific message online and acknowledging it that they had seen it as one of his stories at that point.
Your Honor, the state just represented initially that they were putting on this evidence to establish the owner of the phone. We then recognized that to have been a pretext because now the state is claiming that the purpose for those highly prejudicial videos is to show that they were sent to a witness. When asked to prove that, the state is demonstrating that it was posted online and somebody responded to it, which is not what the state said. Doesn't show it's being sent to a witness, and it's not for the purpose of establishing its phone. That is his phone, and it contains lyrics that are prejudicial, and we object on 4 or 3 grounds.
Judge, we can always play it without the sound if that's what defense is concerned on, and it still shows that it is his.
You're saying, though, the messages reflect that there's a threat.
It does, Your Honor, and I think that is relevant, and based on the time frame of when it was posted after the homicides, that it is something that should go before the jury. But Your Honor, if Your Honor is going to make the balancing call on that with regards to if the audio portion is considered too inflammatory, the video portion can be played without any audio.
So what do you need the Snapchat account for?
So in terms of the information that's already been identified, it's Melly, Montana, is belonging to the defendant. And if you go on down here. This particular message, which is authored by the defendant, sent to Ms. Hamilton, saying that the individual known as Fort, also known as Portland, saved in the phone, which is this co-defendant Portland Henry, says that he saved the life of Mr. Demons, and he's coming everywhere with him because if the crackers come grab him, It's my fault. You
What's
for
the date?
that is November 9th of 2018. In addition, Your Honor, so here's the entire text of it. So in addition, Your Honor, the name, Melly Montana. In addition, the Melly.Montana name links back to the Celebrate, which also helps show and support the phone, and date 64 belongs to the defendant.
Yeah, I know who Trouble is. He dead. Ain't he dead? Yeah, from the A. He died last year, June 5th. Yeah, school. Rest in heaven, school. Yeah, dirt lawyer. Bad than a motherfucker, though. Jesus. Mm-mm-mm.
The statement itself coming in, our position would be that there is no contextual reference of what it refers to. These people have known each other for a long time. Outside of that, if that is what they're using as the predicate for needing the Facebook account in evidence, and the court deems it to be relevant, the state has offered to play it without prejudicial audio, and we think that would be an acceptable compromise.
Thank you. Any other, anything else?
Yes, raw nature, that is an insult. Yeah, unless a white person saying it to themselves, so they can say it to themselves. But I don't think it's proper for someone else to say. So yes.
I agree with on a 403 analysis, take it out. So how long did these run?
Those would take about 10 minutes, and then the state would be intending to publish the 300 photos that we previously identified and showed.
Sharon Council with 300 photos?
Yes, they were the ones that we previously shown. And so in terms of, to make it clear which ones are published for the records, you can put this in to explain the thumbnails and then identify them as by the image number on that, as opposed to putting the entire file name for each image in.
These are the extractions from
State 64. It's in his cell phone.
these sessions. This was the purpose of establishing that.
It's his phone.
The actual photos themselves, you have those.
Well, sorry, I told you.
Hey, raw nature, come back, man. I accidentally banned you, dog. It was an accident, bro. It was an accident. I was trying to delete your comment because I didn't want to offend nobody. But come back, bro. You ain't banned, bro. You're not banned. You're not banned. So how do I unban this man, y'all? I done unbanned the raw nature, dog. I done banned the raw nature, y'all, on accident too. God damn. Let me see. How do I unban raw nature, y'all? I was just trying to hide his comment. God damn it. He banned. I don't know. His ass banned, y'all. Hey, Raw Nature, make you another profile. Oh, you there? Okay. Cause I thought I had banned you, dog. I was just trying to delete your comment, dog, cause I ain't want none of my Caucasian brothers to get offended, bro. Cause one thing about it, I gotta be fair now. You feel what I'm saying? Like so, but I was just trying to delete your comment. I wasn't trying to ban you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I can put them up on larger format if they need.
I saw basic things that Cassie showed me, 2 pictures in particular, which I agreed with. They were overly prejudicial.
I ain't mean it, Raw Nature. I promise you. I didn't mean it, dog. I ain't mean it. I promise you.
Discuss that, is that correct?
Correct,
Raw Nature, you almost got that. Agu, do this thing for me, Agu. Do this thing for me, Agu.
We're recess. Thank you. Deputy, restroom break?
Hey, Lele, it's a movie on Netflix called Beast of No Nations. It's starring Idris Elba about them little African kids over there. He got a little army of them little African kids. He be having to do all kind of kill shit. But the little star of the movie is called Agu. So it's a running joke that we got over here. You know what I'm saying? You gotta see the movie to know what the fuck we talking about. But Agu, you know what I'm saying? But it's a movie with Idris Elba. It's a very good movie though. Very good movie. It's called Beast of No Nation. It's on Netflix. So when we say Agu, do this thing for me, Agu, we talk about blocking a motherfucker. Agu, do this thing for me, Agu. Do this thing, because that's what Elvis say in the movie. He say that line in the movie, Agu, do this thing for me, Agu. You know what I'm saying? You gotta see the movie, dog. You gotta see the movie. But when we say it over here, we talking about blocking a motherfucker. Agu, do this thing for me, Agu. Do this thing for me.
online and acknowledging that they had seen it as one of his stories at that point.
You're the state just represented initially that they were putting on this evidence to establish the owner of the phone. We then recognized that to have been a pretext because now the state is claiming that the purpose for those highly prejudicial videos is to show that they were sent to a witness. When asked to prove that, the state is demonstrating that it was posted online. Not for the purpose of establishing its phone, that is its phone, and it contains lyrics that are prejudicial, and we object on 4 to 3 grounds.
Judge, we can always play it without the sound if that's what the defense is concerned on. And it still shows that it is his.
You're saying, though, the messages reflect that there's a threat.
The governor, and I think that is relevant, and based on the time frame of when it was posted after the homicides, that it is something that should go before the jury. But Your Honor is going to make the balancing call on that with regards to if the audio portion is considered too inflammatory, the video portion can be.
Screenshots. Think about them goddamn news that we got floating around here. I know I got some of the motherfuckers floating around. I promise you. Shit me. I done sent them to a bunch of girlfriends. So if it ever come out, listen, I'm telling y'all right now, if that shit ever come out, one of my old girlfriends ever get mad after the nigga pop off on YouTube and that shit come out, I'm telling y'all right now, that's me, dog. I did all that shit. All that shit they say I did, that's me. If it got a mole on the left thigh, that's me. I'm gonna go and claim my shit off top, bitch. You ain't gonna blackmail me, bitch. We was in a relationship. How could you? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go and claim my shit now, y'all. I'm telling you. I'm gonna just raise my hand when that shit pop up 20 years later. I'm just raise my hand like, y'all. Don't tell them people they ain't that. I did that shit, dog. I'm just tell you. I'm gonna tell y'all top when them bitches pop up. Y'all gonna be like, Marita, they got a whole Reddit about you, and they got some nudes of you, bro. Bro, that's me. That's probably me, dog. I'm just being real with you. Bitch, I ain't know I was gonna be on YouTube. Shit.
And he's coming everywhere with him because if the crackers come grab him, it's my fault. November 9th of 2018. In addition, Your Honor, so here's the entire text of it.
Hey, Slick got a thing for Christine, don't he? I see you, Slick. I'm saying Christine ain't no ugly woman now. I ain't capping now. Christine look better than Melly lawyer. Shit, for sure.
In addition, Your Honor, the name, Melly Montana. In addition, the Melly.Montana name links back to the Celebrate, which also helps show and support that the phone in state 64 belongs to the defendant.
I'm gonna tell you what I have noticed, nigga. Christine have be laid like a motherfucker. Y'all ain't noticed that? Ever since the first day of the trial, nigga, Christine have be laid, nigga. I'm telling you, nigga, that shit be laid.
As the predicate for needing the Facebook account in evidence, and the court deems it to be relevant, the state has offered to play it without prejudicial audio, and we think that would be an acceptable compromise.
Thank you. Any other, anything else contained in the Snapchat that has, that you're alleging is threats against witnesses? Because I haven't heard any threat to a witness.
No other words.
Pardon me?
No other of those, no.
All right, so regarding what counsel is objecting to, the audio portion of those three Snapchats, I agree with 403 analysis, take it out. So how long did these run?
Those would take about 10 minutes, and then the state would be intending to publish the 300 photos that we previously identified and showed.
Show the counsel with 300 photos?
Yes, they were the ones that we previously shown. And so in terms of, to make it clear which ones are published. and the thumbnails, and then identify them as by the image number on that, as opposed to putting the entire file name for each image in.
Get from over there by him, Christine. He's the enemy. Christine standing over his ass like the teacher that be trying to get you to see if you really over there doing your work. That's look how she standing over his ass, nigga. That nigga Christine winning this shit right now. Look how Christine doing it. Shout out to Christine, nigga. Body language a motherfucker. She standing over him, dog. I'm telling you, looking down on him. He like a little boy. She little boying him, dog. Look at the optics. Look at the optics. Christine got them motherfuckers on their heel, boy. Good job, Christine. Good job, Christine.
And once again by psychologist Dr. John Delatorre, but also joining the conversation, criminal defense attorney Bridget Williams. Bridget, good to see you. So all of this is really important to establish that the phone in question, the phone that we knew was triangulated by a cell phone expert to possibly show the location of the defendant in the car and with the victims on the night of the killing, that this was his phone. The defense seems to suggest maybe this was a phone that was used by multiple people. What are you thinking of? What are you taking away from what we're hearing here? This is all outside the presence of the jury.
Yeah, it is all outside the presence of the jury because they're trying to decide if this is evidence that should be heard by the jury. And so we go back to one, the fact that the prosecution has the responsibility to tell defense counsel all evidence that they intend on presenting at trial and if it's relevant to the case. And so they should be discussing that with defense counsel prior to. Now, we're at the point now where the prosecution is trying to say, well, they're using it for specific purposes. And defense counsel is saying, well, no, you're not allowed to use it for that. And so I'm very curious to see, one, if the court will allow it into evidence. I think I heard something along the lines of Melly's Snapchat that they're also discussing about bringing it into evidence as well. That is also a reason why defense counsels generally are talking to their clients about what they post on social media. Things that you post on social media can and generally are admissible in court, in trials and hearings alike. And so it's very important to guard what you post on social media platforms because it can and will be used in trials and hearings going forward in cases that you may have.
That's a good point. Let's take a break, and we're going to talk more about this, maybe with Terry Austin, our boots on the ground, who can give us an indication about what's happening, and also what was the significance of that surveillance footage we were seeing earlier. So stay with us. We'll be back.
That let you know we be doing a lot of. I know we all done sent them pictures, dog. I'm just saying, you know, we send it to your girl, or you know what I'm saying, your girl send you some shit. Dog, that shit. Watching this trial make me like, damn, I should maybe I should have did that shit a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? You know how we do. You know what I'm saying? Man. But yeah, they got him. They got his ass. Hit that like button for me, y'all. Please hit that like button. Please hit that like button for me, kind people. Thank you. Hey, look, yeah, they got him now. Listen. We real nasty to them, real nasty. Hey, look, but I can tell the demeanor of the court or the defense right now, bro. They know they losing, bro. Like this shit is like the tortoise and the rabbit. The tortoise and the hare. The rabbit got out to running real fast and they was laughing and all this shit. You don't see Melly laughing no more. You don't see him blowing them motherfucking voodoo kisses to the sky gods no more. You don't see none of that shit there no more. Them motherfuckers over that bitch panicking, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Stank feet Portland. I'm talking about stank. Listen, them motherfucker was laughing and shit last week, bro. I told y'all, bro. God is good, bro. He got to make an example out of this motherfucker in front of everybody. to let people know that this shit ain't gonna be tolerated. It is a such thing as God. See, let me tell y'all something. A lot of people don't believe in God. You can tell they don't believe in God because the way they be behaving. They be behaving like it ain't gonna be no consequences for their action. And they be done got away with the shit a lot of the shit. And that's why they keep doing the shit. Because they be like, oh, ain't nobody looking, ain't nobody watching. So I'm gonna keep doing this shit. Keep. Look. Juvy and SAKCHASER and the family's gonna get this goddamn justice. Melly finna get this work, and Stank Feet Portland gonna get it right after that. I bet you he try to tell after Melly trial over with, after Melly get convicted, he gonna try to tell. And if I'm Christine, then I'm like, bring your little mildew feet ass here. Listen, when Boylan get convicted, I'm gonna send him a bottle of foot powder and some athlete foot shit. And I'm gonna address it. Marita boy in the chat. Dumbass boy. You know what I'm saying? For real, because I've been told you should have snitched. You actually was complicit in this murder. You actually helped kill your two friends, and you still could have snitched and got off with a lighter sentence, and you call yourself keeping it real because you want to be a real nigga. The whole, like Ply say, okay, well, they got something for your ass now. You even had a chance to snitch on this nigga when his attorney tried to spin the narrative that you did it other than him, and your dumb ass still didn't want to snitch. Okay, they got something for you now, boy. Listen, let me tell y'all something. I'm a former street guy, and I really don't like to wish that on people, but I'm going to have me some fun when this nigga go to jail, y'all. I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you to God, to heaven, truth right here. Listen, I ain't smoked weed in like a month or two. I'm going to get me some gas. I'm going to roll me a nice blunt. I'm going to get me a little liquor. And I'm going to, I might get a cigar. I might go to the cigar bar and get me a cigar. And I don't even know how to smoke cigars, but I might go get me one. And I'm going to fire this bitch up for Stank Feet Portland. I'm telling you, dog, I'm going to be happy because you are a motherfucking fool. You got sent off and you don't even realize you got sent off. You so motherfucking poor and you were so motherfucking poor so you would do anything other than get a fucking job, nigga. Than to be poor. All you had to do was get up off your stank ass feet and get a motherfucker, get on your stank ass feet and get a goddamn job. You feel what I'm saying? But now you want to sit around and wear Drew filmed it clothes and shit. You feel what I'm saying? Man, get your motherfucking job, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You want to plan people's murders and shit instead of getting your motherfucking job and making you some money the legit way. Man, your daddy done got shot and all type of shit. Your daddy in a wheelchair because of some shit you did. Them boys shot your daddy because of Juvy and SAKCHASER. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is all the effects of your post stank feet ass undid. Oh, I can't wait till them people put your ass in that motherfucking cell. I'm like Charleston White, bitch. I might get on that bitch with Charleston White. Me and Charleston White, we're gonna do a goddamn skit on you motherfuckers. For real. I can't wait till the motherfuckers put your ass in jail. You bitch, you. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be all on the internet laughing and slime and this and slime and that. Ooh, I can't wait till I can do that slime shit while your ass in jail, bitch. Ooh. You stank feet motherfucker. Ooh, I can't wait. I'm going to be smoking on that goddamn Portland pack tonight. For real.
Idea what those cars were. So frankly, I think it was 15, 20 minutes of sort of not much happening.
What was the jury doing?
They were looking at it. They were sort of leaning over. I did see a couple of them sort of saying something to the other. I don't know what they're talking about. Maybe, why are we watching this? I can tell you that the audience was talking and wondering what we were looking at and why we were looking at it with no explanation. But we all just sat there and waited for it to conclude. There were a couple of times the prosecution went up to put on a second video to show what was going on in the video, just to mark it for the evidence to say this is from point 1 to point 2, but that was it. No other explanation about those videos. So it's in evidence. It's been published. The jury has it. They can take it back if they want because now it's in evidence, but no explanation thus far.
Now, talking about a car, my understanding is the jury is going to go on this. It's not like quite a site visit, right? They're not going to another location. They're going to check out this car, which is in the forensics garage of the courthouse. Walk us through that, what we can expect.
That's exactly right. It is in the forensics garage. We have requested to go down and view the car and the scene as well. I think the jury is going to have the opportunity to look at those chairs. Yesterday, we saw the chairs in the courtroom, and they were just courtroom chairs where we were trying to depict where the 4 individuals were seated in that car, driver, passenger, and the back driver, passenger. Now they're going to get an opportunity to see how large are those seats, who could have sat there, whether or not it was possible for someone in that back driver's seat to hold a gun and shoot someone next to him and shoot someone in front of him. So I think logistically, it's going to help the jury make a determination as to whether or not that's possible. I think they're also going to wonder outside of the car, is it possible to lean in and lean over and take those same shots? So very important information for that jury to see.
Yeah, I don't like this lady either. I'm just real with y'all.
Demonstration or recap of what happened. That's usually not permitted.
That's my understanding as well, Jesse. They'll just go down, they'll look at it. The judge will probably, as judges normally do, instruct them not to have any conversation, walk around, take a look for themselves, see for themselves just how much room is in that car. It's right downstairs, as you said, in the building, in the garage on the first floor.
Right.
Hopefully we'll get an opportunity to go down as well.
Now, let me ask you this. We were just seeing this back and forth between the attorneys and the judge outside the presence of the jury. It was regarding, I think, evidence that prosecutors want to submit to show that this was Demon's phone. What was that about?
That's exactly right, Jeff.
This lady looked like she caught in the middle of. You ever seen when Benjamin Button be caught in the middle of a certain at a certain time in his life where he looked young and old at the same time? This bitch got that Benjamin Button, dog. Don't she? Look at her face. That bitch got Benjamin Button. I'm telling you.
401 and whether it's
Dennis
prejudicial.
presented his counsel, since the attorney's jurors and jurors, get the pictures worked out, counsel.
We're about 98% of the way there.
Hey, y'all, I want to say this too. Boy, listen, Christine pulling out all the stops today. They got Christine fucked up. Nigga, Christine brought the murder car to the courthouse, nigga. Bro, that's a hard piece of motherfucking evidence. She brought that bitch for the jury to actually look at physically. Ooh. Listen, Christine showing out tonight, boy. So Christine, listen, let me tell y'all something. She was a little shaky the first 2 weeks or whatever, but she went and got her shit together. She probably got her went on laid on the beach with her husband and probably made some good love or something. But when she got her feng shui together, boy, I'm telling you, her fucking energy is on point. She goddamn popping. I'm telling you, everything, the spirits, the world, everything is aligned for Christine right now. Do you see how she moving? You see how confident she is? Man, Christine on fire right now. I'm telling you. She doing her shit. Do your shit, Christine. Do your shit, sister. Oh yeah, Invisible Woman. She did have a point. I do agree with her. I do agree with her as far as like these young men do not know how to handle these situations. I'm glad I remember because I did want to talk about that. She's 100% right. When I was looking at the videos of Melly, the first thing, well, not the first thing, one of the things that glanced across my mind is it's not an excuse. I'm just telling you how my observation, what I was thinking. These are children, right? And when I mean children, I mean young men, right? And they making these decisions or they doing these things when they're not fully mature. People mature at different ages. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just be real with you. It ain't no specific age where people mature at. Trust me, you got people that's 30 and 40 years old that ain't mature yet. But I will say this. There are a lot of these children out here, young people, whatever you want to call them, making these decisions at a point in their life where they're not actually mature enough to deal with these situations that they're going through. And you will see them 10, 20 years later of after they done caught life in prison, and they won't even be the same person who actually did the crime. I'm not the same person that I was at 20. Hell, I'm not the same person I was at 30. You feel what I'm saying? And that's why I be telling these young dudes, these young women to get out the streets before you make a mistake or before you lose your life, so you don't get an opportunity to grow into the person who you was gonna be. My brother got killed at 21. He did not get a chance to grow into the person who he was going to be. He got killed at 21. I'm 42 years old. My brother got killed when I was 14 years old. He was 21. Who knows who the fuck he would have been if he would have lived to see today. So it's no excuse. I'm not giving no excuses, but what I will say it is fact that a lot of these young people, men and women, don't matter the color, don't matter the demographic, none of that shit. A lot of them are making decisions that if they didn't make that wrong decision, if they got a chance to grow older and get mature, they wouldn't make those decisions. Because I'm not doing the same shit that I was doing when I was 20, 19, 18, 25. Not me. I don't, you know what I'm saying? And most people don't, because as you live, you grow, you mature, you learn, you change. You know what I mean? That's how you become a better version of yourself. If you don't change or learn from your mistakes, you're gonna be stuck right there in that same spot for the rest of your goddamn life, or you gonna or that same mistake that you can't get over gonna take you under. You feel what I'm saying? If you can't learn from your mistakes, if you can't take constructive criticism, if you can't never take accountability for the things that you did wrong, publicly or privately, then you're gonna be stuck in that same goddamn spot, and that same lesson that you're supposed to learn gonna cause your downfall one day. I've seen it 1,000 times. So I do agree with what the Invisible Woman's saying. And I do agree with what she's saying. Yes.
Tori, let me ask you this. The site visit, the visit to the car that the jury is going to see, it's at the courthouse, it's in this forensic garage. What is the impact that's going to be for the jury going there, this kind of field trip that they can't necessarily get within a courtroom?
Well, it's huge because it's contextual, right? Because you get to see it now, right? You get to see it. It's more than just a picture. It's more than just testimony. You actually get to physically see it. You get to compare yourself to some of these things, right? You saw the images from the crime scene reconstructionists with the rods and stuff like that. You get to see all of that stuff yourself. So I think it's going to be massively important.
And Bridget, what do you think about it?
I agree with the doctor here. It is going to be very important. It is a thin line here where you have jurors who are going to this site to look at the actual car, that they may be taking into account their own mind of what they think may have happened here. And so that sometimes can be a tricky situation because you don't want jurors coming up with their own analysis of what happened here. You want them to make sure they keep in mind the evidence that's being presented, and then they're taking into account what the witnesses have been talking about before, and then they're just using that to really just analyze what's going on here in person.
That's a good point. And then we were also hearing about the evidence that the prosecution
Tanel said she loved her glasses. I tell you what, Tanel, she sure got the nose to hold up them goddamn glasses. I tell you that.
They've thrown a lot out there for this jury to consider, that, and particularly this week, that this was a killing done on behalf of a gang, and that he staged it to look like a drive-by shooting and made sure to get out of there before his co-defendant went to the hospital. A lot for the jury to accept.
It is a lot for the jury to accept. And I think right now I'm at like 95% that he has done it. Like I said, we live in a world of infinite possibilities, but we only have finite probabilities. And I think going to see this car, the pictures from the crime scene reconstructionist, I think some of the testimony from the undercover officer about gang culture, I think all of that is going to lead them to a decision that aligns more heavily with the prosecution. And we'll see what the defense has.
Yep, I agree. I agree. I'll tell you what. So before they took their recess, the attorneys and the judge, they were having arguments. We didn't get to the last little bit of them. I want to watch some of it. Let's take a look.
Counsel, you indicated, the phones were showed to me the last time, and I indicated those had to come out. Talked about sexually compromising positions as well as guns. All those type of photos are out.
The photos that are there would be ones that show the defendant's face, either on FaceTime calls or anything of that nature. There's no firearms that were in the photos that I showed Your Honor. It's my recollection. The defense counsel reviewing them again, and
I don't know if the state has any objection. I thought they had no objection to removing those.
There's no objection to removing the firearms, that some of those were left in there. They were inadvertent on there. There was two that just wasn't clear that that's what it was until the counsel pointed it out. But as to the money and things like that, those are images that were taken on the phone. Sometimes there's 5, 6, 7, 8 shots of that particular outfit or whatever the issue may be on that, which shows that the individual has all of the photos. It's not just the one that's posted to social media. So it's important to show that there are multiple takes to get the best one that's later posted to the social media website.
Thanks. What's the objection regarding the money? Shots of the money?
It's not relevant.
For the same 403 grounds that the court introduced the subject of money earlier, which is to the extent that it might be off, I'm not quite sure what the court's thinking is, but to the extent that it might be off-putting to see somebody flaunting their means, we think it's unnecessary. Plus, there's an unnecessary, as far as the 403 balance is concerned, the court, if the state's purpose is to establish the ownership of the phone and they're putting in 300 photos, if we take out 20 photos of marginal relevance and potential prejudice, I think the 403 balance clearly weighs in favor of exclusion. It's cumulative and it's also cumulative and unnecessary. And that's what the court has in hand and is handed back are the hard copies. The reason why we're taking so much time and we're over there with the state is because there are some digital images that the state was unable to print. And as among those, there are fewer that we seek to exclude, but they would be for the same reason. And the state would have to, at some point, go and take those out of the digital image, which would be removing it's either money or guns. And I think that's it.
You're saying that,
hey, y'all think the horizontal mambo is going on in that Jeep? Cause listen, I said one little thing about it as far as like how the fuck your feet get at the ceiling. Nigga, you getting your salad tossed in that motherfucker. Listen, and I'm gonna say this too, right? Check this out, right? Let's say, cause I done had relations in the car with a woman before. Actually, it was me and my girlfriend. It was hotter than a motherfucker enough, but that's another story. But anyway, I did it right. I know a lot of you have probably done that too with y'all significant other. But I'm gonna say this: my motherfucking my motherfucking feet went to my goddamn feet went to the ceiling. Her feet was to the motherfucking ceiling. What the fuck is your nigga? Is a nigga? What the fuck is a man feet doing on the fucking ceiling of the fucking car, dog? Bro, listen, it's little breadcrumbs and goddamn clues of the horizontal mambo sprinkled all over this motherfucking case, dog. Bro, I can see. Listen, I don't think I would even put my feet on the dashboard. That's like a more of a woman thing to put her feet on the dashboard. I'd have been driving and my girl had her feet on the dashboard. I get it. But what the fuck is a man foot doing on the ceiling? What, you Lionel Richie? You dancing on the ceiling? A man leg shouldn't be up that motherfucking high. I don't give a fuck, cuz. Not in no motherfucking Jeep Compass. Not in no motherfucking lunchbox ass SUV, dog. Bro, that's make me think that nigga was in there hollering like a panther. Yow, 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 yow. That nigga was in there hollering like a panther, dog. Bro, them niggas have some shit going on, cool. Tell you now, tell you not cool. Tell you cool.
And if they're going to take 45 minutes of the jury's time to take out photos digitally, and that's all they're going to do when we come back and play them, we might as well conclude and pick this thing up on the 10th when we return. So that's just my suggestion, and it's predicated on an understanding of what the state has left to present.
Thank you. So what is it that you need to do to prepare for a motion to do a jury review, Council?
Well, look at some research, particularly with respect to the purpose. To demonstrate the dimensions of the inside of the cabin of the vehicle. If it is to do that, the jury going and viewing a vehicle with 5-year-old congealed blood in it, total scene, we might very well be able to find a substitute automobile that is clean, that we can rent, that will serve the same purpose. So if the court is of the opinion that the state is entitled to have the jury examine the dimensions of the vehicle, they can do it in a clean vehicle where there's no prejudice. So we want an opportunity to go rent one so they could go and see it. Opportunity to find one that is of exact dimension so there'd be no prejudice. And proceed that way. And an opportunity to research whether or not, under the circumstances, they'd be entitled to do it at all.
In addition to that, Your Honor, we ask the court to review the Judge Siegel's order denying the state's motion for review by jury of the proposed scene on the grounds that there are numerous photographs. The exact language is, the state has ample evidence from which a jury can gain an understanding, and in this case, the place where the alleged shootings of the vehicle on 27 occurred. And as such, the court, Judge Siegel, denied that jury. There are plenty of photographs of the Jeep. I think the state introduced somewhere in the area of about 40 to 50, possibly more, photographs of the Jeep. There's no need to do that, but if the court is considering it, we obviously need time to do a little research on it.
Here the state would suggest I asked defense counsel numerous times if they wanted to view the vehicle and be able to make an accurate determination of that. They've declined to do so on any prior occasion. The vehicle is downstairs. If Your Honor and defense wanted to look at it, to understand that it is not gory or gruesome in any way at this point, and there's no bright red blood stains or anything like that, I would suggest that that would be important for defense counsel and Your Honor to see before making any such determination.
A couple things. Number one is that I wasn't aware that Judge Siegel already ruled on a motion for a jury review.
Not of the car. That was done with regards to transport the jurors to the scene, to give them an understanding of the time and space from Fort Lauderdale to the edge of Beverly. So that was a separate with regards to a jury interpretation.
You're suggesting what is represented to be had nothing to do with the jury review of the vehicle.
Correct. That is correct. I said the scene. If the court misunderstood me, I apologize if I did not hear that.
Regardless, counsel, I spoke with Mr. Tom Wolf, who advised me that you mentioned to him this morning about the jury review. He came to me, and then I got a call from Captain Tianga telling me that it would basically be impossible time and wherewithal to review, and I assume require the defendant to be there. It'd have to be unshackled. And it would be, they'd have to secure the area, and what was explained to me by Captain Tianga is that's not a secure area downstairs, and he is concerned about it. So he said it couldn't be done today. And if you went so far as to ask for a jury review of the scene from Judge Siegel, I would have thought you would file a motion pre-trial regarding seeing a jury review of this as well. You didn't, and I would have thought you would figure that out before you say something to the jury that it can be done or would be done. You know, that's the way it was. The implication I got. I would just think you clear that with the court before you start telling the jury about it. In any event, so we're going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to be back at 1:15, and you go ahead with your publishing. But according to what I've been told by BSO, a jury review isn't happening today. So we can talk about the motion. We can set it down for hearing next week or tomorrow, whatever you all want. We'll figure it out. Pick a day. We'll talk about it. But it's not going to happen today.
Understand.
All right, bring the jury in, please. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Counsel, Mr. State Attorney, please join the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. It's going to be quick. I'm not done with the attorneys. I need some more time with them. So we're going to break for lunch now. See everybody back at 1:15. Just remember, you can't discuss the case, all right? Leave your notepads on your chairs. No research. No information about the case. to discuss at this time, Council?
Then council should remain to go over our own images, so there's no issue.
All right? Yes, sir. That's all that. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you back at 1:15. Have a good night.
Mm. Yeah, look like Melly ass cooked, y'all. Melly ass cooked. I'm gonna tell y'all this too. Did y'all notice he listen, this I'm trying to tell y'all, bro. Do you notice it look like he done lost weight since last week? He looked more stressed out. His hair looked frizzy. Um, I'm telling you, he looked like his stomach hurt all the time. Nigga, that's that stress, bro. Listen, I'm telling you, bro. He was doing all that smiling, all them blowing kisses and all that shit. I don't like this dude. I really don't like this dude. He's a front runner. You see what I'm saying? He's a front runner. Let me tell you something. He gonna crack. Listen, in jail, he gonna crack. I'm gonna tell you, he one of them people that if everything going when shit going good for him, he'll laugh in your face.
Listen, this is how I feel. Like
He'll laugh in your face, but when shit ain't going good, he's sad and all that type of shit. He ain't built for it, tough. He ain't built for this shit, dog. Trust me, I can look at him and tell he not built for this shit, bro. This shit all an act. Watch what I tell you now. Listen, trust me when I tell you this shit. I got a feeling when Melly gets convicted, he gonna try to escape one time. Watch what I tell you. He gonna try to escape jail one time, right? After that, after he get caught trying to escape, he gonna check out. They gonna find his ass unalive. Trust me now. Watch what I tell you now. Watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you. He ain't gonna listen. He ain't gonna make it to the lethal injection chamber. Trust me when I tell you. He gonna go before he face that. I'm telling you. Can you imagine them taking him walking down the Green Mile? That nigga gonna be that nigga. You remember the dude? You remember the dude that was? You remember the dude that was on the movie The Green Mile, who was with the bullshit? You know what I'm talking about? The white dude. That's how Melly gonna act when they taking his ass to the Green Mile. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, that nigga gonna scratch, claw, bite, fight. No, mama, no. He gonna call for his mama. All type of shit. I'm telling you. But he the same motherfucker. If they let him out, he'll be doing that slime shit on Instagram tomorrow. Yeah, slime. Yeah, slime. Yeah. Wiping his nose and all that bullshit. But when that real shit happened, he gonna motherfucking crack under pressure. I'm telling you, bro, I done been around a lot of dudes, bro. He is not, listen, he the type of dude, when he got a gun in his hand or some shit like that, he the king of the world. But if you put him in that motherfucking bare knuckles, if you put him in there with a goddamn in the square with a gladiator, he gonna tap out. Trust me, he gonna tap out. Trust me, he gonna tap out. Trust me. That little fake ass set that he was throwing up in that goddamn interrogation room, man, I seen that, man, nigga run through that shit like, man, that shit like cotton candy.
Miss for lunch out in Broward County, Florida for the trial against Ynw Melly. And Anjanette Levy is going to be on soon for our lunchtime Q&A where we take your questions about the case. But since they went to a break a little bit early, we have some time to answer your questions a little early. So here we go. So I want to go to criminal defense attorney Bridget Williams. I'm going to throw this one to you. At Reggie Rants 1 from YouTube wants to know if Melly isn't talking and Bortland's testimony doesn't add up, talking about his co-defendant, does the jury just go with forensics and that there were 4 people in the car, with Bortland being a driver and with Melly sitting where the shooter shot from?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you for asking it. I'm going to start with one, that the defendant has a right to remain silent. He does not have to testify. He does not have to say anything. And the jurors do not and cannot use the fact that he's not talking against him. So let's start there. After that, the jurors evidence that is being presented by the state. The defense counsel doesn't have the responsibility to put up any evidence. It is the job of the state to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not the defense counsel's job for that. And so it's the jurors have to take into consideration all the evidence that the state is presenting for every element to have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt or not.
Let me go to you, Doctor. We got a question from @YanaLoreLove3129. This is from YouTube. What side do you think the jury is leaning more towards? An impossible question.
Yeah, it is an impossible question, but I think the problem is that the answer really depends on who's presenting evidence at the time. Naturally, people are going to align themselves with the person that's presenting the information to them initially. So right now, I'm going to say that they're aligned with the prosecution, but that doesn't mean that they're going to automatically create a verdict that's in favor of the prosecution's case. That's not necessarily the same thing.
Right, because the cross-examination by the defense could be really to say. Bridget, we got a question from FB. Victims have heard the shot first and ran if Melly was the only shooter. I guess the question is, how quick could you be if you're Ynw Melly to shoot both victims at the same time? Now, of course, there could be a question whether Henry was also the shooter. They believe that Melly is the shooter. It could also be, in my opinion, right, that the shock, right, the shock of seeing that. But I throw it to you. This question wasn't to me. This question was to you.
No worries. That's a great analysis, Jesse. I'm going to start with just saying that, well, from the reconstruction expert, he discussed that the initial shot, the fatal shot, came from within the vehicle, right? And it came from the back seat from where what the state wants us to believe where Melly was sitting at. And so that is where the initial shot came from. And it was a fatal shot. And so according to the reconstruction expert and according to the medical examiner. And so after that one shot happened, then it's fatal. They died immediately. There's no running. They died. And so according to what the state is presenting here, that first shot was the fatal shot. And so getting to the other shots was just something to cover it up, according to the state.
That's a good point. All right, Doctor, we go to Tammy Blanchard from YouTube. What benefit is it to look at a vehicle that has been at the scene of this crime going to prove? Is it to encourage the jury?
What benefit is really just about placing into context the testimony that was there. Now, again, you don't need it, right? I'm not suggesting that anyone needs to see it, but hearing the testimony and seeing the pictures, right, you only get a 2D view of that. When you get to go see the actual item where the item is presented to you, then you get a three-dimensional picture of what's going on. You get to walk around it and think about what might the testimony actually have been suggesting when you're in front of the item that they were talking about.
Yeah, I think there's a benefit, especially it's this kind of condensed area. It's there. It might help them a little bit to determine whether or not this shooting could have happened, or like in relation to the question we had before, could someone in his position, Melly's position, sitting in that car, kill both people at the same time? All right, we got a question for you, Bridget, at Trelip.
Hey, look. So let me tell you how stupid. Like somebody said, who just said that the state wants us to believe that Melly wasn't sitting in that car. Who said that? M. Rose. You're right, M. Rose. Check this out, right? So we saw Melly get into the car from the studio from the video, right? We saw that, right? We saw Melly get in the car from the video, right? We saw Melly get in the car with his phone, right? We also know that the car didn't stop anywhere along the way to Alligator Alley. Let's just say they're gonna come up with a theory that Melly jumped out the car at a light, right? Say they stopped at a light and Melly jumped out the car, right? He would then have to leave his phone in the car, right? He would have to leave his phone in the car, Bortman would have to drive to Alligator Alley, commit the murders, then go to the hospital, right? He would have to go to the hospital, right? Because Bortman took the body to the hospital. But then how the fuck would Melly get his phone back? Because Melly FaceTimed his girlfriend, and we know he FaceTimed his girlfriend because they got the fucking what's her name, and her mother said that she saw Melly on the phone. So if Melly jumped out of that car, he would have to leave his phone in the car because the phone was still in the vehicle. The phone actually got out the vehicle and went around the vehicle 2 times when they staged the fake drive-by down there in Alligator Alley. So how the fuck would he get his phone back if he jumped out the car at at a light or something like that? See what I'm saying? They be lying. So you see what I'm saying? Like this shit over with.
State is presenting circumstantial evidence is just like physical evidence, right?
Not necessarily. When we are talking here about what defense counsel will bring up in evidence on their case in chief when it's their turn, it's I'm interested to see what things they're going to be bringing up. They're going to be, I think, maybe even bringing up their own reconstruction expert to point out the flaw of what the reconstruction expert for the state discussed, in addition to just pointing out the fact of that the reconstruction expert only talked about that the shots came from within the vehicle, and he talked about that there was a stationary person that shot into the vehicle. But he doesn't have any testimony regarding that it was in fact Melly that did the shooting. The state to me hasn't done a thorough job to say, okay, well, this was Melly and they put the gun in Melly's hand. There's not a shooting gun from their point of view to say that it was Melly. It's all circumstantial. And so the defense counsel, I believe, has done a great job of showing reasonable doubt throughout the prosecution's entire case in chief. I'm not 100% sold, and I don't think, and this could be my defense mind speaking, but I don't see the prosecution here, showing every element here beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm not there yet.
And you're not convinced by the crime scene reconstruction expert, the medical examiners that said the shooting happened from inside the car. I thought that was pretty significant.
Well, I mean, I'm convinced that it happened from within the car. I'm not convinced that it was Melly.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, this is a good question. This is a question from @cbrad742 from Twitter. Was gun residue found on Melly? My answer is I don't think so. I don't believe so. There was a serious lack of DNA on his DNA on core items of evidence.
Hey, y'all heard this lady? She say she convinced that it happened in the car, but she ain't convinced that it was Melly. How the fuck? Excuse my French. How the hell aren't you convinced that it's Melly? Bortman got blood. See, that's how y'all gotta. That's why law and crime. I don't like their analysis. They need prosecutors or something because these are all defense attorneys. Like, listen, this is what this lady said, and that go to show you, y'all, common sense ain't so common, or people have biases, right? So she says she's not convinced. She's convinced that it happened in the car, but she's not convinced it was Melly. Okay, so how would you put this on Bortman? Bortman was in the front seat. He got a little bit of blood on him from the blowback from SAKCHASER, and he got the blowback blood on his back from JUVY, just like the expert said. He went to the hospital with the damn bodies. Melly did not go to the hospital with the bodies. The Melly's phone was in the back seat of the car. So the only way Bortman could have shot them boys is if Bortman switched places with Melly along the way. And where would they do that at? The car never stopped until they got to Alligator Alley. So you mean to tell me they put them all the way to Alligator Alley, both on sleep. Bortman got out the front seat, got in the back seat. Melly got in the front seat. Bortman shot him. Then got back in the front seat. Then Melly got out of the car and Melly ran. Like, what sense that made? Like, what sense that? Like, that shit don't make no sense. Like, man, let me tell you something. If Melly wouldn't have shot them boys, he wouldn't have went no damn well. Melly is a superstar, or was a star of that group. He was not leaving. If Melly didn't shoot them boys, trust me, he wouldn't have left that goddamn scene. Hell no, he wouldn't have left that scene. Man, this lady's slow.
as well. So that may be a holdup for the jury. Let me go to you on this right now, Doctor. We have a question from Cynthia Johnson from Twitter. Please explain why Melly is facing the death penalty, yet there's no DNA or gun residue found inside the vehicle. Henry's DNA was found, but he's not facing the might of the law with regards to the death penalty. So why do you think, we have about a minute left, why do you think Melly's facing the death penalty here?
We got 2 deaths, right? We probably got drugs involved. We probably got gangs involved, right? There's so many different things that I think society has kind of condemned as being aggravating factors when it comes to why you can't commit a certain crime. So I think that's probably why he's facing the death penalty.
Now, his defense team will say that they're going after the death penalty because he's such a high-profile defendant. That's one of the reasons they say that law enforcement went after him. They went tunnel vision because he's a high-profile celebrity. Now, the other way to think about this, too, is that this is a case where you only need 8-4 to vote in favor of the death penalty. It's so unique. It used to be you needed a unanimous jury, so the law has changed. It'll be very interesting if he is convicted, what this jury will ultimately decide with respect to his punishment. Well, let me tell you, Bridget Williams, Dr. John Delatorre, thank you both so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. Great analysis. Anjanette Levy is coming on to continue the Q&A. We'll be back.
Christine cooking, and they don't like it. Christine got her toe in that goddamn pot. She cooking good, y'all. She cooking good. She just good. What's up, Bullet? What's up? What's up, my guy? Yeah, she cooking good, bro. Listen, I'm talking about Christine cooking good. Hit that like button, y'all. Please hit that like button. Please hit that like button.
Good afternoon. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime for the lunch hour in the trial of Ynw Melly. We are taking your questions as we always do this lunch hour, so keep them coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Testimony has been underway now for just over 3 weeks. It appears we are nearing the end of the state's case. We want to just give you a quick recap to bring you up to speed as to where we stand in this case. Ynw Melly is, of course, the Florida rapper whose legal name is JAMELL. He faces 2 counts of first-degree murder for the October 2018 shooting deaths of his 2 friends and Ynw members, Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. They went by Ynw JUVY and Ynw SAKCHASER. Melly faces the possibility of the death penalty if he is convicted of those 2 first-degree murder counts. He has a co-conspirator in this case. His name is Cortland Henry. He will be tried separately at a later date, and Henry is actually on house arrest. So he will be back in court tomorrow for a status hearing and on a motion to modify conditions of his release. So we will have that covered for you. We have a great panel for you today. As always, Terry Austin of Law and Crime is down there at the Broward County Courthouse covering the trial for us. Brian Buckmeyer, host here at Law and Crime, is here with me as well, as is Afi Peterson, a lawyer out in the California area. So Terry, let's start with you. What happened in court today?
It was a very interesting morning, Anjanette. We started out having a witness taking out of turn. She was from the Department of Transportation, and she was there for the prosecution just to admit the tape from the highway department of transportation had videos of cars. And she got up, she got down, there was no cross-examination, and then she left. And then the prosecutor just played the videos without any sound, without the witness, and without an explanation. So we all sat in the courtroom for about 20 minutes watching videos. And then after that, it turns out they put, you remember Sergeant Christopher Williams, who is the crime scene reconstructionist, they put him back on the stand. There was no further cross. The prosecution went up on redirect, had a couple of questions regarding height and distance, and then he stepped off the stand. So then after that, we just had arguments between the attorneys regarding evidentiary issues, prosecution wants to get in some Snapchat videos. She wants to show the ownership of those phones. The defense said, look, they're not relevant, they're prejudicial. And so the judge is determining whether or not he should let some of those in and whether or not he should keep a few out. Sounds like he might put some in and keep out ones that have sound. So we're waiting on a decision for that. He may have already told them, but we haven't heard in open court. And then the last issue that happened today was the vehicle, the subject vehicle. It is in this building. The jury may go down and see it. They won't see it today because the judge said he was told it is not yet secure. You have to secure the scene, make sure you can transport everyone downstairs. So if we see it, it will not be today. Right now, the prosecution is going through hundreds of photos to determine which ones might be cumulative. And other than that, that's all that's going on. We're on recess and the jury is out for lunch.
Well, that jury has certainly seen a lot of photographs of the Jeep in question, the one that was involved in this case. It will be interesting for them, I think, to see it up close for their own eyes, like right in front of them. We are taking your questions as always, so let's get right to it. We have a lot coming in. This one is for 6 from YouTube asks, why did Bortland change clothes before he took his friends to the hospital?
I agree with you as well. I can't really answer the why. I'm not really in his mind, but I can kind of go through different scenarios. There could be the issue of gunshot residue. Maybe he's worried that that's going to be on his body if he is the shooter or if he had interacted with anyone. There's also an argument that if someone was shot at that close range, whether you're the shooter or you're Cortland, who's considered to be the co-conspirator, blood would have splashed back and hit something or someone. So maybe he's changing his clothes to get rid of the blood. It would be considered what many would say is consciousness of guilt. The only question is it guilt because of association or guilt because of actually being the principal and committing the crime? I don't know.
It does seem strange, though, that if you want to get your friends to the hospital, Brian, I mean, you're a defense attorney. If you want to get your friends to the hospital because you've just been shot at in a drive-by, as that he claimed, I mean, do you really stop and change your clothes?
I don't think so. In my mind, I think as the same with most people, you would rush to the hospital. You would get there as quickly as possible. If it was a situation like, oh, there's blood on his clothes, like, yeah, there's blood on my clothes because a guy behind me shot or someone else shot and I was just a bystander. My mind, I think like everyone else would just go straight there. But I also think that some people would be like, hey, I'm worried that they would try to implicate me, so maybe change my clothes. And as stupid as that is, I've heard dumber explanations from innocent people before, so I wouldn't put it past someone.
And I think we should remind the audience here, the viewers, that there is surveillance video of Bortland literally running into the hospital. I mean, he's pulling in really fast, and then he's running into the ER to get help for his friends. So the chance that taking place. Tralisha Mornay's of 2141 from YouTube. This one's for you, Afi. She asks, how will the defense combat with the evidence that the state is presenting? Circumstantial evidence is just like physical evidence, right?
Thank you, Tralisha. I think yesterday's evidence, the crime scene reconstruction expert, was pretty damning and damaging for the defense. And I think if the way that I saw the defense on cross questioning the expert, who was solid and just couldn't really be moved, it was almost acquiescing to the fact that Melly may have been in the vehicle that night. I think the only way that the defense is going to be able to combat that is to put on a reconstruction expert of their own. I think that's the only way that they can rehab their case. And because I think that yesterday's expert was just so solid, he just couldn't be shaken even on cross. So, the only way to combat that is to put your own expert on.
But the circumstantial evidence is obviously that's kind of like evidence that you didn't see. Like direct evidence is somebody saw this happen. A circumstantial evidence is stuff like DNA, a fingerprint, things like that. So physical evidence can be circumstantial evidence. So I just kind of wanted to add on to that as well. Tammy Blanchard, question: what benefit is it, Terry, to look at a vehicle that has been the scene of the crime? What's it going to prove? Is it to encourage the jury? So what do you think the reasoning is there?
That's an excellent question. And the prosecution is the party who has asked for the jury to go and see the vehicle, partially because they want the jury to understand the size, the distance, whether or not it is possible for someone to shoot from inside the car or outside the car. But I do think that there's some shock value as far as that car is concerned. One of the things the defense argued was, look, Judge, it's not going to be overly prejudicial. It's not fresh blood. It's dried. It's not going to be shocking to that jury. But I've got a feeling that the prosecution wants them to see that car so they can put themselves in the place at the scene of the crime, or at least in that car. And oftentimes I think juries are moved by that. They can understand what's going on. They might be impressed by the fact that, you know, this is where it all happened. So it should benefit the prosecution if the judge allows it to happen. It looks like he's leaning in that direction, but hopefully it'll help the defense as well. I shouldn't say hopefully. I mean, I think it helps both parties, hopefully, for that jury to understand what could actually happen in terms of distance and in terms of height and in terms of trying to figure out what was the trajectory of those bullets.
And it wasn't, you know, this wasn't a big Jeep. You know, I think of Jeeps and, you know, you think there's Cherokees, like the Wagoneers. These are some bigger cars. This is kind of like a smaller model too, Terry.
It is, yes. It's a smaller car, and they had a seat in the courtroom. The reconstructionist actually had a seat so he could show how you can find blood, but that seat, my understanding, is much bigger than the actual seats in that car. So it's going to help the jury to get a feel for what could happen, whether or not Melly's arm or whoever was sitting in the back seat could really actually turn to the right and make a shot to his right, and then also make a shot in the front of that car. So it should be helpful for both sides.
Brian, this next question goes to you from Facebook. It's from Dominique Nicole, and she asks, so who did Melly shoot first? Because I'm sure back. So who was shot first, Brian?
So Dominique, thank you for that. I can only speculate. I don't think based on the reconstruction, you can say which one of the bullets went through first. And with forensics, you won't be able to say who was shot first between the two bodies because it would be seconds apart, I would assume. But thinking out loud, I would assume it would have to be back seat then front seat. Because if you shot front seat then back seat, by the time you shot the person in the front passenger seat, your arm and fighting you. But if you shot the person in the back seat first, instinctively the person in the front would turn to face you to see what happened. And I think you'd have an easier speculation.
And it all could have unfolded so quickly and in such a small space. Just hearing that noise, that's a...
These people right here be so trying to spin their own narrative on Law and Crime. The people just said he shot SAKCHASER first. You know how he shot we know he shot SAKCHASER first because he shot him in the back of the head. If he would have shot JUVY first, SAKCHASER would have turned around. His shot would have not have been in the back of the head. You think SAKCHASER gonna hear a loud gunshot behind him and then turn back around and just put his head down, sleep? Man, these people, hell.
In this situation, but we still don't know who was involved. So you have the driver. Was the driver involved? Did the driver have a gun on anyone and say, hey, you know, stop, you know, whatever, who knows? We just know what we would have done in that situation, and who would ever normally be in a situation like that. So you really don't know. We can just speculate until the end of time, but I really couldn't call it.
Yeah, I think it just being in the car, if you are in this vehicle, you would be stunned by that. It would be shocking, I would assume, and you wouldn't maybe have much time to react. Our next question, Terry, this one's a good one for you. At Amy_K22 from Twitter, how much of an impact do you think the highway surveillance video will have on the jury?
Zero. At this point. I mean, unless they put that video back up again and they have someone explaining what the jury is looking at. It was very dark. The vehicles that were, what type of vehicle we saw going through those videos. So I don't think the jury is going to make much of that at all. And no one has identified those cars, whether or not it was the second car or the red Mitsubishi. We have no idea. So if the jury was paying attention, and they were, I was in there, they were looking, but they were also looking around as if to say, well, is there something else, prosecution? Are you going to tell us what this is? And that never happened. The witness who made the very briefly, probably 5 minutes, and then she left. So I don't think it's going to have much of an impact at all, if any.
Interesting. Brian, for you, Willie Wallace 78 from Twitter. How is the co-defendant on home confinement?
So Willie Wallace, thank you for that question. From my understanding is they both had an arraignment because of the belief, or at least the evidence pointing towards Ynw Melly being the shooter. He was remanded, or he did not have an opportunity to post any kind of bail or bond because of the, I guess I wouldn't call the weaknesses in the case, but not the fact that the co-defendant is not perceived to be the shooter. He was afforded bond, but one of the conditions is if he bonded out, he'd have to be under home arrest, or house arrest, sorry. And so that's why he's on house arrest and Ynw Melly's in his situation.
There goes St.
House
Pete,
arrest.
Portland, y'all.
You know, he's being monitored. He'll be back in court tomorrow. So it's pretty interesting that that was allowed. Miss Duchess, Florida, FLA, from Twitter asks Afi, they mentioned they will come back on the 10th of July. Is there going to be a break in the trial? If so, why would they be allowed such a long break?
Well, thank you, Miss FLA and Miss Florida. I think there is a break in the trial. I think Friday is the last day. I could be wrong, but Friday until the 10th. It's really the court's discretion, but I do believe the judge has something that he has to attend. I don't know if it's some sort of judges conference or something that he simply can't get out of. And I think we have the holiday coming up as well. So it really is the court's discretion. A lot of times the court will reach out to the jurors and see if that's acceptable for them, because this is an extended trial. It's challenging for a lot of people to be out of work for 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So a lot of times, of course, it's the court's discretion. The court will check in with the jury, but if there is something that the judge absolutely cannot get out of, you'll see gaps like this in the trial. And you'll also see the court is going to give the jury instructions on what to do, what not to do while they are on this large break.
And this does happen sometimes. We've seen it happen in other trials where there's a break, and we do have the July 4th holiday coming up next Tuesday, plus court is dark on Fridays. So that's 2 days right there. You wouldn't be in court. And a lot of places, it's my understanding, are also closed on the 3rd for that holiday. So you'd have maybe 1 or 2 court days next week. So typically the judge, if they had something going on, they would mention that in voir dire, and that would be a part of, asking the jurors about their availability, et cetera. We're going to take a quick break. Keep those great questions coming to us on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. We'll get to as many of them as we can, but we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something I'm learning watching these the panel, the commentary. You can clearly see that, I guess, if you're a defense attorney, you're gonna have a certain type of mind. You're gonna look at these cases a certain type of way. And I can tell that these are defense attorneys and they're looking at the case from that perspective. You can clearly say that. You can clearly see that. And I'm gonna tell y'all something too, bro. Take it with somebody who done actually been in the courtroom fighting for their freedom. I ain't never had no charges like what Melly facing, so I know it's probably a heightened level. But let me tell you something. People get convicted on reasonable doubt every day, B. They keep, listen, that shit is a myth. I'm telling you, reasonable doubt is some shit they just, it depends on the jury. It depends on whether the jury, and when I mean the jury, I mean an overwhelming amount of people on the jury actually value that. A lot of people just go off their common sense. Like, people get convicted on circumstantial evidence every day, B. I told y'all before, it was a guy in South Florida who got convicted of murdering his wife. They never found the wife's body. They never found the murder weapon. All they had was his phone pinging in the Everglades. That's all they pretty much had, and a bunch of circumstantial evidence. That guy is doing life in prison right now. Never found their body. Never found no murder weapon. Nothing like that. To this day, they ain't found this lady body. This lady could be down in Mexico sipping margaritas and shit. For all we know, that's circumstantial evidence like a motherfucker. That's reasonable doubt like a motherfucker. But this dude is still doing life in prison because of that. I'm telling you, I done lost in trial before. Listen, reasonable doubt. Any reasonable, decent lawyer can create reasonable doubt. You can create reasonable doubt with one little thing. You feel what I'm saying? Tory Lanez had reasonable doubt. I keep telling people this. Kelsey had gunpowder residue on her hands. Kelsey had gunpowder residue on her hands. She gave one statement the night the thing happened, pretty much saying that Tory did it, whatever, whatever. She then got on the stand when it was come time for her to testify, and she recanted the whole thing, what she said initially. They still convicted Tory. They still convicted Tory. This lady had gunpowder residue on her hands. How we know she didn't shoot Meg? Meg say she didn't see who shot her. Ain't that reasonable doubt? Ain't his ass is convicted right now? I'm telling you this. That shit is a myth. They just tell you that every now and then you get a good jury who more of the people on the jury actually take that in consideration. But most times on a jury, what they do is they go on their common sense. They say what most likely happened here, and they would most likely go with what most likely happened than to just let someone who did the crime free. You feel what I'm saying? So if they can show circumstantial evidence enough to where the people on the jury is comfortable saying that this most likely happened, then your ass gonna get convicted. They got to throw an overwhelming preponderance of reasonable doubt in order for the jury to just say, oh yeah, this reasonable doubt. You feel what I'm saying? I'm telling you this shit. I'm telling you that reasonable doubt shit, that shit don't really, that's in a perfect world. And we do not live in a perfect world. I understand what the founding fathers was trying to do, and I understand they threw it in there, and that's how it's supposed to work. But I'm telling you, take it for somebody who's been in there fighting for their freedom. That shit don't go like that. I know plenty of dudes that be in jail, and you read their paperwork and you see where they could have possibly not done the shit, but they ass still be in jail for doing it, and they most likely did the shit. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are taking your questions this lunch hour in the Ynw Melly double murder trial, so keep them coming to us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. And speaking of TikTok, we've got a question coming in from TikTok. It's from Melly Lover 2.0, who asks, and I'll send this one to you, Afi, if Melly gets locked up for any time, will the 4 years already count toward his sentence?
Oh, so thank you, Melly Lover. Usually, when you don't have a bond, when you're remanded into custody, if you are convicted or if you plead guilty, you will get something that's called credit for time served, and the judge will usually say it on the record. So if he is not sentenced to the death penalty, if he gets a certain number of years, he will get the credit for the time that he served toward anything that he's sentenced.
Yeah, but if he gets convicted of first-degree murder, I mean, the likelihood of him ever getting out is pretty slim.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, so, yeah, he would definitely get credit, but he would be in there for a long time. Amarisi Bree from YouTube asked, Terry, will this be a hung jury for Melly? Barely any evidence toward him, according to Amarisi Bree.
Okay, Anne-Marie Spree, that's an excellent question. I think because the evidence right now is not definitive, I don't think the prosecution has proven anything beyond a reasonable doubt. And they are aware, the jury is, that this is a death penalty case. During voir dire, they were asked those questions. So I think a jury is going to be very careful to determine whether or not he is guilty with the evidence they've seen so far. So it is possible that we could get a mistrial. There might be some jurors back there who think that this is enough evidence, who think that it's possible that he did it, and that there is very little doubt. But I think there might be other individuals back in that room when they're deliberating saying, look, this is not beyond a reasonable doubt. You might be putting someone to death who hasn't been, shown that he absolutely positively did it. So we could very well get a mistrial. It's an excellent question. Right now, if they had to go back and deliberate, I would say that's a big possibility. We haven't yet seen the defense case though. So, we could get an acquittal if the defense case is that strong. So still more to be seen.
Yeah, still a lot more to come. We are not even in the defense case yet. So, and it only takes one juror for a hung jury. So Rose Sadler from YouTube, Brian, has there been even the slightest hint of a motive? Nobody just leaves the studio in the middle of the night and decides, hey, I'm going to kill my best friends on the way home.
So far, and thank you for that question, and I'm waiting for the same thing too. I haven't seen a motive here. Now, let me be clear. There is no element that is motive in any of these charges. The prosecution doesn't need to prove a motive in order to get a conviction. But in a case like this, where there's so much circumstantial evidence, you're asking jurors to take a logical leap in many regards. Not having a motive can be detrimental to the prosecution, but very helpful to the defense. And in a case like this, even more so, where you're like, wait a second. They're walking out of a recording studio. Ynw Melly is a part of this group, this gang, whatever you want to call them, but not just from like an association, but from a business standpoint. He's messing with his own money. He's messing with his own friends. He's close with these people. Why would it go this direction? Now, of course, we've heard rumors from the family as to why it may happen, but while those may be true, they're not in front of the jury. So as far as the jury knows, this doesn't make sense, and that might lead to a hung or an acquittal.
It'll be interesting to see if the prosecutor in this case, Brian, kind of offers something in closing when she ties this together. I don't know if she will, but we shall see. Julius Sar from YouTube asks, will the defense have to prove that Melly got out of the vehicle at some point to go with the theory that he wasn't there? Afi, what do you make of that?
Okay, so thank you, Julius. That's a great question. The defense does not have the burden to prove anything. Of course, that burden is on the prosecution, but I do think that they need to craft a story somehow for the jurors, because I doubt Melly is going to testify. So I think what we've seen throughout the last few days, especially with the most recent experts, is that everybody sort of says, well, what would I do in this situation? So we all know that Melly left the studio with SAC, with Portland, and with JUVY in the vehicle. We all saw that. And then the next thing we know is there was an alleged drive-by shooting, and we see Portland taking these two gentlemen to the hospital. So who is going to get out of the car at 3:50, 4 o'clock? Reason. So I think that the defense definitely has to shape the remainder of their questioning if they can, and show that it's plausible that he got out of the car, or that this was some type of execution style killing where if he was in the car, he really couldn't move, couldn't do anything. He was a victim, just like these other gentlemen were victims, excuse me.
Terry, our next question comes from @cbrad742 from Twitter. @Brad or cbrad742 asks, was gun residue found on Melly?
Thank you, SB.
That exist within the industry and bring us together in a way.
Get it. So one of the issues on the stand with Sergeant Christopher Williams was it wasn't tested for a while afterwards, and there were 3 substances, iron and I think copper and another substance, and they found some but not all. So they couldn't definitively say that there was any gun residue on Melly. And I think that helps the defense, the fact that his DNA only appears in one place, in that back seat on the door handle behind the driver, that there's no gun residue on him at any point in time. So all of those things I think will help the defense ultimately when they have their closing arguments. Believe me, those are things they're going to point out. So excellent question.
Brian, this is a Twitter question from @TLeahMare. Was the casing or bullet found in the back seat of the same caliber as the ones found on the road?
and please correct me if I'm wrong, great question. I think it is. I think they're all the same gun. I don't think there's been any testimony to the effect that there may have been a second gun that was discharging bullets. I think it's all one gun, bullets coming from that one gun.
Yeah, 40 caliber rounds is what they were. Some type of Smith & Wesson, I think, is what the head stamp said. Let's go to this next one. Jessica Ann from Facebook. Afi, with all of the sidebars and breaks, do you think that it is having an effect on the jury? Will the jury be able to look past it during deliberations?
Well, thank you for the question. I think they'll have to look past it during deliberations. And I think, frankly, it's something that they've gotten used to. I think early on it was quite exhausting, but now it seems like it's sort of par for the course. And the thing is, jurors, you know, a lot of them don't really have any type of connection with the criminal justice system. So they're going to take a lot of their cues from the judge. The judge is the person who is directing them with the most authority. So I think that they're going to rely on reading the judge, reading the judge's mood, and reading what they should do most and who they should trust.
Terry, this is a really interesting question. And this goes to the fact that firing a gun anywhere, let alone in a vehicle, would be incredibly loud. Kay Lancaster from Facebook asks, did the car multiple times, wouldn't you think it would cause temporary hearing loss?
Another excellent question. There is no evidence at this point in time that his hearing was checked, but we did hear from Sergeant Christopher Williams, and he did say it would have been very loud. It was on cross-examination where he mentioned that. So anyone in that car not only might have gun residue on them, but they would also hear it and be surprised or shocked by it. And one of the things that Williams said was he thought that Christopher Thomas, who was in the back seat, you know, had his hand up and the bullet shot through his hand and hit his cheek, and that was the bullet that killed him. And then he thought because of the sound that perhaps Anthony Williams in the front seat might have turned, and that's how we got that shot in the head. But he did state as a reconstructionist that it would have had to have been extremely loud. But to this point, there hasn't been any evidence that anyone's hearing was tested.
Anna Dotson from Facebook, Brian, wouldn't there be some kind of blockage in the blood spatter on the door if someone was sitting in the seat?
That is a great question. I think that's something that either side should either focus on or try to push to the side. And I'm hoping I'm understanding your correction right. It's almost like the Looney Tunes thing where something explodes in front of them and then there's kind of like a cardboard cutout of them behind them. I think it would be the same thing with the blood. If this is truly someone who's shooting from the back driver's seat and you shoot the person next to you and the blood splatters, or spatters, not splatter, blood spatters, there should be some sort of etching out of where they're sitting. There should be a lack of blood hitting a certain area based on the person's body and torso. I think that would give a lot of information. I'm wondering if anyone's going to point that out when they go and look at the vehicle.
Yeah, it's an interesting question for sure. All right, we're going to take another quick break. Stay with us. Keep the questions coming on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
Melly ass cook, y'all. Melly cook. They talked all that shit about Christine. Christine was walking their ass down like the tortoise in the hare. Christine got this. Christine, you got this, girl. Mm-hmm. Melly looking scared as hell in there. He ain't doing all that smiling like he was the first week. I told you. And she brought that car there for them to see too. I don't, boy. I think that's gonna stick in the jurors' minds too. That vehicle, man. Hit that like button, y'all. Hit that like button. Please hit that like button. Please hit the like button. I appreciate it. I'm enjoying this chat today. I hope you guys are enjoying the chat. This chat lit, man. We done had laughs, jokes. It's a good day. Oh, this definitely will be a movie, man. This definitely will be a movie. It's too much stuff going on in this whole trial surrounding all the people that's involved, the families, Jamie, Track. This definitely needs to be a movie, and not a Lifetime movie because we know Lifetime will fuck a movie up quick. We need this to be a motion picture. Morning, Dream Doll. Yeah, Netflix movie. That'll be good. Netflix will do good.
Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for being with us this lunch hour in the trial of Ynw Melly. It appears that the state is nearing the end of its case, and maybe the defense case will start very soon. So we're still waiting to hear on that after the lunch break. In the meantime, we are taking your questions about this double murder case. So keep them coming on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. There've been some really good questions so far today. If you haven't been following the trial very closely, we'll just recap really quickly that Melly is accused of murdering his two friends, Chris Thomas Jr. and Anthony Williams, back in October of 2018. He has a co-conspirator who was driving the vehicle that night. His name is Cortland Henry. He has pleaded not guilty and will be tried at a later date. He'll also be in court tomorrow for a status hearing and a motion to modify bonds of his release. He's on house arrest right now, so we will have that covered for you as well. Our next question is from badlands.ant. Offie. This is from Instagram. Does the sergeant's testimony prove Melly was inside in the car or the shooter? How does this help the state's case?
All right, thank you, Badlands. I don't think anyone's testimony thus far has proven that Melly was in the vehicle or the shooter. I don't think anything has gone toward benefiting the state's case. In that matter, I think the defense has done everything they can to poke holes in the idea that Melly was certainly not the shooter or that he was even there in the vehicle that night. So I don't think that's been done by not the sergeant, not anyone yet.
Terry, how did you feel the Sergeant Williams' testimony was received in the courtroom?
You know, I thought Sergeant Williams was really good, and primarily for the prosecution. I think defense did a good job trying to cross-examine him, but he is very familiar with what is going on, and he really wasn't allowing too much to happen. Each and every time defense counsel tried to say, well, couldn't this be a possibility? He kept going back to, no, that's not a possibility. I looked at all the possibilities, and it isn't conceivable, because he kept saying the spatter, the blood spatter, wasn't possible based on what he saw to be outside of that car from where that shooting occurred. And he also said that he did not think, based on the trajectory of the bullet, that it was possible that anything else could have happened except that it was from the back seat on the driver's side. So I thought he was very effective. He was funny. He had a good rapport with actually both prosecution and defense. I think the jury looked at him and believed what he had to say. So not many points were made on defense side, but there still isn't, and we've all been saying this, there still isn't any direct evidence or circumstantial really to say it was Melly holding that gun doing the shooting.
Let's get to the next question. HP Heart, it's a blue heart from YouTube. Was there blood found on the outside of the car door handle where Melly was sitting, Brian?
Well, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't heard of any testimony to that effect, that there was no blood on the outside of the door. I would assume what you're thinking about is maybe Melly does the shooting, gets blood on him, leaves the door, leaves out the door, either opening from the inside or reaching to the outside, and then closes behind him. No, but that actually makes me think of something else. If he shot the gun and blood goes everywhere, there's a good chance that there's blood on his hands. And while it is very TV or movie-esque that fingerprints are all over the place, there's a higher chance of leaving a fingerprint if you have a substance on your hand, like blood. So it would be curious to me if there's any blood, handprints, or fingerprints anywhere. I haven't heard of that yet. That might lean more towards helping the defense.
Yeah, the only thing we've heard of is this DNA on the inside of the vehicle, on that, driver's side passenger door that they swabbed for just recently and found. OE Ghosts from YouTube asks, Afi, do you think Bortland will testify?
Thank you, OE Ghost. I do not think that he will testify. He has a right against self-incrimination. He's also being charged with murder, so I very much so doubt that he'll testify. But I think what's really important to the jurors and to the audience is that there were 5 people there that night. So there was Portland, and then there were the 4 other people who were in the vehicle that were leaving the studio. Zach and Portland. So why are they not testifying? I'm sure, people want to see evidence from them. They want to hear from them. They want to know, what was the agenda when you left the studio? Did you hear from them? Do you know anything about any beef that was going on? They could illuminate so much. And so I think a lot of people are wondering, why aren't we hearing from them? And what does that absence say about, thus far, the plaintiff's case? Excuse me, not the plaintiff, but the prosecution's case. And what will it say about the defense's case?
Yeah, it would be interesting to hear from the people in the other vehicle. And we've heard their names, but we certainly haven't heard from any of them. Let's see, MF_Sneezy. This is from TikTok, Terry. Have they found the firearm that was used in the crime?
They have not found the firearm that was used in the crime. They've speculated what it could have been based on the casings that they found, but so far, no gun. They think that it's a type of Smith & Wesson, that it's a .40 caliber gun, but they don't have the gun itself. So it has been argued that pictures of Melly with guns in either his Snapchat or any other social media should not come in. And so far, the judge has been keeping those out, but we haven't connected a gun to Melly or any of the other individuals as of yet. And at this point, I doubt very seriously if they will locate the gun associated with these shootings.
Yeah, if they haven't found it by now, they're likely not going to ever find it. Sarah Fitzhugh from YouTube, Brian, asks, how do they know that neither SAC nor JUVY didn't shoot at each other or vice versa?
Well, thank you for that question. I think it's based on the bullet trajectory, but that's all depending on who's sitting where. If you're keeping everyone in the same position as what they went into the vehicle, which is what the prosecution is believing, then the trajectory of the bullets must be from behind the right here where we're looking at the driver's seat behind them. And so they're saying based on the trajectory, that's must where it been. But if there's a shooting going on in a car, I don't think everyone's just sitting where they are. That there could be people moving around. There could be a fighting for the gun. I mean, it could just be as reasonable that whoever's sitting next to Ynw Melly pulls out a gun. He starts wrestling with the gun, and as they're wrestling for it, it goes off and hits the front person. And then as they're wrestling, it goes off and hits the guy who actually had the gun. That could happen. I don't know. But I don't think there's been any definitive answers other than it came from this seat in this direction going this way.
And really, Brian, that's my question. You know, if they're saying this guy can say, look, I did all these measurements, I did this, here's where this shot came from, then who else is sitting in that seat? The only person we know of that night sitting there was Melly.
Well, so this is, if I'm the defense attorney, this is the argument that I would make. Imagine myself and the jury are sitting in the front of a home. We can see the front entrance, but we cannot see the back of the house or how anyone can leave the back of the house and just go. If we see Ynw Melly walk into the house, and then 6 hours later, we find out someone died in that house, and Ynw Melly's not there. Yeah, one reasonable explanation is that he walked in the house and killed the person. Another reasonable explanation is whoever was in the house before we started watching the house could have killed them. Ynw Melly could have left through the back door minutes before he got there, and then in the next 4.5 hours, someone could have come into the back door and murdered someone. I don't know, but all those explanations are reasonable, and if they create doubt, then that's what's called reasonable doubt. Melly could have left the car and someone could have come in. He could have been there when the shooting. The gun could have shot from that direction, but from someone else. I'm just giving out hypotheticals that are reasonable, and that's all the defense has to do.
Yeah, we'll see what the jury has to say about it. It'll be up to them to determine, you know, the truth in this case. We're taking a quick break. More questions to come afterwards, so stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We are nearing the end of the lunch hour in the trial of Ynw Melly, so we are taking more of your questions. As we always do during the lunch hour, Terry, there was something we were talking about during the break. You kind of wanted to clarify something about the people who left the recording studio that night in October of 2018 that were in the red vehicle next to the SUV that Melly and his friends were in. So tell us a little bit about some of the people in that vehicle and why we're not hearing from them during the trial.
Well, that's interesting. Everyone keeps talking about Melly's vehicle, but if you recall from that video, there were two cars, Melly's vehicle, or the vehicle Melly was in, I should say, and also a red Mitsubishi. And what the prosecution said on her opening statement, she basically listed the names, and I'll look at it so I can get it correct. Trevion Glass, Dentombius Withers, Jacoby Mills, and Adrian Davis. They were in that red Mitsubishi. Now, Trevion Glass is a witness that was on the list for the prosecution, and they subpoenaed this individual, but because he is located outside of the state, he can decline to come, and he has declined to come thus far. So we got a subpoena from the defense counsel, and they wanted to depose this individual because the fact that prosecution wanted to call him. So at the end of the day, nothing happened. There was no deposition as yet, but tomorrow he is supposed to come to appear, but no one is thinking, not the judge, not the prosecution, not the defense, no one is thinking that he's going to appear. He doesn't have to by law, and he has indicated to the prosecutor that he's afraid for his life, and so he doesn't want to come. And it does appear that all of the parties have accepted that fact. They're going to, I think, show up tomorrow. Interestingly enough, the prosecutor had a conflict, and the judge basically said, clear your schedule. If you have a problem clearing your schedule, just talk to me, and I'll talk to the other judges, and just show up, and we'll see if he shows up. So tomorrow morning, we'll see whether or not Trevion Glass actually comes. No one's expecting it, though.
Yeah. We do know that if he doesn't show up, we know who will be in court tomorrow, and that's Cortland Henry, YNW Portland. He has a status hearing. We'll have that covered for you. Next question is from Pink Panther Tees from YouTube. Question, what would happen to Portland if Melly is found innocent, Brian?
So it's what I would call like a legal fallacy. I understand that many people ask this question. It's like, well, if he's acquitted and he's considered to be the shooter, then how are you prosecuting someone for conspiracy of that crime when this person is acquitted? Again, it's a legal fallacy. You can still continue with that theory. You can prosecute someone for aiding and abetting, even though someone is found not guilty of that crime. Just the way that if 4 people in a car and a gun is under the seat, you can prosecute all of them for possessing a gun, even though it's hard, if not impossible, for 4 people to possess one gun.
Our next question, Afi, Apple Boss. If he wasn't at the crime scene, how does Melly know it was a drive-by, as everyone keeps claiming?
So thank you, Appleboss. And I think we got that information from his, we kind of got it in from his girlfriend's mother, because on the night of the shooting, I believe he made a call to his girlfriend, and the mother stated that she was there and she heard the call, and Melly said that he was, I guess he intimated that he was in a drive-by. The girlfriend was alarmed. I think she was hollering and just relayed information to her mom. He was, I think, I think I recall some testimony about him being maybe in the bushes and bloody. I'm not sure, but I believe that came out a little bit early on with the mother's witness testimony, that he was definitely somehow related or had knowledge of the alleged drive-by.
Our next question comes from free._Melly from TikTok, Terry. If Bortland is found guilty and Melly is not, or for say they are both found guilty, will Bortland get the death penalty?
Well, they haven't asked for the death penalty for Bortland, and I suppose they have to give notice and they could change. But as of right now, they have already charged him with the murders, and his case has been severed from Melly's case. If Melly is acquitted, like Brian previously stated, they can still continue to pursue Bortland Henry, but they will have to certainly change their theory as to where those gunshots came from. But I think if both of them are acquitted, then obviously nobody's going to get the death penalty. So it's an interesting situation here, I think, when you have these two defendants and they are trying to literally point the finger at each other.
Brian, this one's a pretty easy one for you as a defense attorney. Carrie Treenan from YouTube. How many jurors does it take to reach not guilty? And we have just about a minute left.
Oh, it's got to be unanimous. All jurors, whether it's a 6-jury panel or a 12-jury panel, need to be unanimous to find that they're not guilty. If it's 50-50, 10-2, whatever, that's typically a hung jury. And on the opposite side, in order for guilt, it also needs to be unanimous.
Yeah, always with a criminal case, it has to be a unanimous verdict. It's different sometimes in these civil cases. We'll do one more question. Afi, literally we have about 20 seconds. Sammy Brown from YouTube. Why is a case like this getting the death penalty if a school shooter gets life?
Fantastic question, and usually it's up to the prosecution. And for in this case, it's because of the alleged egregiousness of the case. It was an execution-style shooting. So it's just the nature of the case, the violence of the case. But again, it's up to the prosecution and what they want to pursue.
And what the jury comes back with in their recommendation. All right, thanks, Afi. Thank you, Brian. Terry, we're going to let you get back into the courtroom. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks for being with us this lunch hour. We'll be right back.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Yu, and thanks so much for joining us on Law and Crime here. Our coverage takes us to Broward County, Florida for the trial of JAMELL, better known by his stage name as Ynw Melly. The South Florida rapper is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder for the 2018 shooting deaths of Anthony Williams, also known as Ynw SAKCHASER, and Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as Ynw JUVY. All were rappers and a part of the Ynw Collaborative, as well as co-defendant Cortland Henry, who will be tried in a separate case. While we wait for court to return from their lunch recess, let's recap what happened earlier in the courtroom. After Sergeant Christopher Williams ended his testimony earlier this morning, there were some arguments outside the presence of the jury. Let's listen and we'll discuss it on the other side.
These videos are just to show ownership of the phone.
Ownership of the Snapchat account.
Do we know who Snapchat is based on what we just saw, whether it was the other gentleman or Mr.
What's the 403 analysis?
Well, the relevancy, the 401 analysis, right?
I heard 403. All right, so relevance on past because they're trying to establish who owns the account. Okay, the relevance objections overruled. What's the 403 analysis?
Okay, I understand, Your Honor, that it is overruled, but I'd just like to actually make the argument, which is, if their purpose is to establish ownership because of who is depicted on the videos, that would be undercut if we're seeing other people depicted on the videos. That does, if the person on the video establishes who owns the account, then it might be the other person's account. So that just shows that the argument does not carry weight. As far as the 403 analysis,
you can argue that to the jury. You can argue that to the jury.
Okay, I want to put my relevancy argument on the record for the court to consider. As far as the prejudice is concerned, Your Honor, in each one of these, it depicts Mr. Demons in a, well, maybe, and we've only seen it. One thing we want the court to do is see them all, not assume the balance of them is not going to contain information that may have a 403 objection. So we first want to see them all and not be ambushed and try to unring the bell after.
You haven't seen them?
We haven't seen the ones, we haven't had them identify the ones that they intend to play. I mean, if you download some social media with millions of items of information and then come in here and cherry pick some to show, we need to see what they intend to play so that we can have some basis to either interpose an objection or not.
That's what they call a motion in limine. You file a motion beforehand, say, Judge, we need some determination as to all of these videos, which ones they're using or something along those lines. So we're not sitting in here while the jury's sitting in the jury room saying, what are they doing out there?
The other reason for the rules of evidence and the need for authentication is before they admit it into evidence, at the time, they establish its relevance. So this is the time for that. Not us asking, looking at 16 million items and saying, out of these, we are going to ask you to eliminate 14. The proponent of the evidence is the one that carries the burden of establishing the relevance of the evidence they propose to admit. And at that time, the relevancy or 403 objection becomes right because of what is ensued in the trial and what is left to be proved. And that is our position, Your Honor. And it seems that they only have maybe 8 more and they're a second apiece. I'm not quite sure what the prejudice would be to having them go through them so that the court can see what it is.
So it's clear for the record that is all the videos on Snapchat, that's the entire production that was sent in. So we're not cherry picking in any way, shape, or form on this particular exhibit.
So how many are there?
There's 5 more, Judge. So that was sent to 2 different individuals that then are responses that are showing on the screen now, Your Honor. That there is a message that was sent from the defendant. It was was a reply, that was a post that he had put on November 22nd, 2018. Then through the 3 messages on items 5, 6, and 7 are responses indicating that Mr. Demings had posted that specific message online and acknowledging it that they had seen it as one of his stories at that point.
Your Honor, the state just represented initially that they were putting on this evidence to establish the owner of the phone. We then recognized that to have been a pretext because now the state is claiming that the purpose for those highly prejudicial videos is to show that they were sent to a witness. When asked to prove that, the state is demonstrating that it was posted online and somebody responded to it, which is not what the state said. It doesn't show it's being sent to a witness, and it's not for the purpose of establishing his phone. That is his phone, and it contains lyrics that are prejudicial, and we object on 4 or 3 grounds.
Judge, we can always play it without the sound if that's what defense is concerned on, and still shows that it is his.
You're saying, though, the messages reflect that there's a threat.
It does, and I think that is relevant, and based on the time frame of when it was posted after the homicide, that it is something that should go before the jury. But Your Honor is going to make the balancing call on that with regards to can be played without any audio.
So what do you need the Snapchat account?
So in terms of the information that's already been identified, it's Melly, Montana, it's belonging to the defendant. And if you go on down here. This particular message, which is authored by the defendant, sent to Ms. Hamilton, saying that the individual known as Fort, also known as Portland, saved in the phone, which is this co-defendant Portland Henry, says that he saved the life of Mr. Demings, and he's coming everywhere with him because if the crackers come grab him, it's my fault. That is November 9th of 2018. In addition, the Melly.Montana name links back to the Celebrate, which also helps show and support that the phone in state 64 belongs to the defendant.
With respect to the statement itself coming in, our position would be that there is no contextual reference of what it refers to. These people have known each other for a long time. Outside of that, if that is what they're using as the predicate for needing the Facebook account in evidence, and the court deems it to be relevant, the state has offered to play it without prejudicial audio, and we think that would be an acceptable compromise.
Thank you. Any other anything else contained in the Snapchat that has that you're alleging as threats against witnesses? Because I haven't heard anything about a threat to a witness.
No other words.
Pardon me?
No other of those. No.
So regarding what counsel is objecting to, the audio portion of those 3 Snapchats, I agree with 403 analysis, take it out. So how long did these run?
Those would take about 10 minutes, and then the state would be intending to publish the 300 photos that we previously identified and showed.
Show the council 300 photos.
Yes, they were the ones that we previously shown. And so in terms of, to make it clear which ones are published for the records, you can put this in to explain the thumbnails and then identify them as by the image number on that, as opposed to putting the entire file name for each image in.
So there was a lot for the judge to determine and take in this morning, as I am now joined by criminal defense attorney Jeffrey Wolf and entertainment attorney Mitra Ahoria. And Jeffrey, let's start with you here. The state is trying to prove ownership of the Snapchat account, but the defense says it's irrelevant. Where do you stand?
Well, I mean, obviously, I stand with the defense. That's where I sit most days. But what I will tell you is the reason that they're fighting all of this is because the phone in a criminal case is the whole case nowadays, and so they're going to fight tooth and nail against every piece of evidence that could make their client look bad, that could tie their client to this potential message, which is where this is all heading, where they're saying that he admits that he did it, right? That's what they promised in opening, and that's where they're headed with all of this evidence. And so that's why the phone is so important to them, is because that message was sent from this phone. That's our assumption at this point. And so what I will say is that the defense is doing the right thing. They're making the correct arguments. They're refusing to let the judge stop them from making a record on issues that he's already made up his mind on, because you do have a right to make a record in every case. But what we're really seeing here is what has to be the most frustrating part of any judge's job, is when you're sitting and looking at voluminous amounts of data in discovery, and then the prosecution is coming in and saying they should have been able to figure out which 10, 15 videos we wanted to bring in from the thousands of videos in anyone's social media account. It's frustrating for a judge to not have that issue litigated pre-trial, and I get that. And the best practice is to file these motions in limine, which are motions filed about evidentiary issues pre-trial that the judge is wishing the defense had done, and quite frankly, I do as well, because then they could have had these arguments at a time where the judge had the patience for them. The judge should always have the patience to deal with the criminal rights of a defendant in a criminal case, but they don't. And you have to know that as a defense attorney, and you have to litigate these issues pre-trial, because it is clear that if they had done that, they would be dealing with a lot less of the arguments about what the prosecution has or has not given them, what information the prosecution has or has not made available to them as far as exhibits that would come in at trial. These are pre-trial motions in limine issues. They're still appropriately brought right now, but they're most effectively brought before the trial starts. And like the judge said, a jury's waiting in the back.
Well, Mitra, the state says there is a message of threat on these messages. Do you think it should be admitted?
You know, I think that would be highly prejudicial for the same reason that we are, not seeing his rap lyrics and things like that coming in. This type of content is really consistent with his persona and the, sort of the impression that he gives his fans. So any of that coming in, I would agree, is highly prejudicial. And I think that you're seeing sort of an acknowledgement of that with the compromise that was suggested of, okay, well, we can hear this, we can watch this without audio. So I thought that was interesting.
Well, Jeffrey, indeed, if this would all be introduced in front of the jury, is it all prejudicial?
Yeah, it absolutely is. The bottom line is that this is a tack we're seeing prosecutors take with prosecution of hip hop artists throughout our country. We're seeing it a lot. They want to use the lyrics against them. They want to use the persona they've created against them. But in reality, how is this any different than if John Travolta was charged with a crime, so they decided to show what Vince Vega did in Pulp Fiction? That is what is going on with these hip hop personas, and that is what rap lyrics most often are nowadays. There used to be a time when you listened to Notorious B.I.G. or Jay-Z that you were listening to them tell the story of their lives. You're no longer getting that in rap music 99% of the time. And prosecutors should know that. And if they don't know that, it's time for the defense to educate them on that.
Well, it seems that they're trying to sort through what could come in for the jury to see. We're going to see if they're going to come back from their lunch break in just a moment. But when we do, day 11 continues on the Melly trial. We're coming right back. Stay with us. to Law and Crime. Our coverage continues in Broward County, Florida for the trial of rapper Ynw Melly. While we wait for court to return from their lunch break, we are recapping earlier testimony from today right now. And earlier, the state called a witness out of order, and that was financial investigator Tashawn Newman. She testified for less than 5 minutes. Let's take a listen.
Good morning. Can you say your name and where you're currently employed?
My name is Tashawn Newman, and I work for the Florida Department of Transportation Turnpike Enterprise.
Okay, and what is your role or your assignment currently?
I am the account research manager. I oversee the department that does extensive research into accounts, as well as we fulfill public records requests.
Okay, and prior to your position as an account research manager, what was your position?
Financial investigator.
And what were your duties as a financial investigator?
A large portion of that position was fulfilling public records for law enforcement as well as for our legal department.
Okay, and in this particular case, back on or about October of 2018, did you receive a subpoena, not specifically but the corporation, received a subpoena regarding video surveillance from October 26th of 2018?
Yes, they did.
And in the form of legal service, correct? Either subpoena or public records?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you fulfill that request?
Yes, I did.
And are video surveillance kept in the normal course of business by your department?
Yes, they are.
And are they essentially made out of near the time of the event, here specifically October 26th of 2018, and routinely kept?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm showing defense counsel to mark the state's people kept for identification purposes. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And Ms. Newman, did you have an opportunity prior to your testimony to review the USB?
Yes, I did.
And what is it?
It's USB with various videos of the toll roads on the express lanes.
From October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you last reviewed it?
Yes, it is.
Any alterations or deletions that you can see?
No, ma'am.
At this time, the state reviewed this evidence, states quadruple F, the state's 81.
Is there any objection? No, sir. Thank you. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple F, mark states 81.
No request to publish at this time, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, my stellar legal panel for today are back with me to discuss that. Criminal defense attorney Jeffrey Wolf and entertainment attorney Mitra Ahuri. And Mitra, I want to start with you this time. What was the importance of that testimony?
Yes, Judge. Counselor, all ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I think there's one thing that we can emphasize in the presence of the jury. The state would like to revisit the identification of the decedent, specifically Christopher Thomas. Your Honor had previously ruled that we could not, without offering to you what we've done.
What? I'm sorry.
If you recall the arguments previously when the defense cited the case law, Your Honor was asking us what efforts we made to utilize a non-family member for purposes of identification of decedents. So we have at this point subpoenaed multiple witnesses, including, for instance, Travion Glass, who refused to come to testify. We've also subpoenaed Patrick DeLoach, who has had unsuccessful service on. We've subpoenaed Frito Bang, whose legal name is Frederick Gibbons. He has refused to comply with subpoenas, and his attorney, Denise Davis, who had previously accepted service on his behalf, has now no longer accepted service on his behalf, so we're unable to bring him in. And there was an additional witness who we have not been able to serve, Jacoby Mills, who we have not been able to serve. At this point, the state's re-arguing and requesting that the court allow us to use the family members as the only credible witnesses that the state has to identify the decedents. Today, specifically, we could call Leandra Phillips, one for the purpose of identification, but also for other testimony as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, we find it to be disingenuous to make the argument that witnesses that the state has been unable to contact for the last 3 years, and they know they have, to say, but we really have been trying while we've been in trial, as though those 4 people who they know to be unavailable are the people that comprise the universe of people that can identify the the two decedents. That's clearly not the case. For there to be a good effort, a good faith effort to identify somebody who's not a family member, they should maybe broaden their search to somebody that the family might know, maybe a very distant relative, something of that nature, as opposed to the 4 witnesses that they know that they have been unable to reach for 3 to 4 years. To now come and say, we're really still trying to reach them, Judge, is not passing the hurdle of good faith effort to find somebody other than a family member to testify. That is assuming that these are the only 4 people they know. And they already know that they can't find these people because they haven't been able to find them for 4 years. So to now come and say, we still can't find them, but we really have tried for the last 2 weeks, is not moving the ball an inch.
In addition to that, Your Honor,
yes.
In addition to that, Trevon Glass is scheduled for deposition tomorrow. The state informed us just recently during the lunch break that they anticipate he'll be here for deposition. So it's a little immature for them to bring up premature. I'm immature. To bring that up now.
Counsel, have you discussed with your witnesses the possibility of identifying their family members?
Yes, Judge. In fact, that was the reason we sought out Trevon Glass after obtaining the address. We specifically told him that we would only be calling him for the purpose of victim identification. He said even that he would not be willing to come and testify due to safety concerns. If Your Honor also recalls Ms. Bradley when Felicia Holmes was on the stand, she indicated that although she had met the decedents, that she was unable to identify them and unwilling to do so. The case law doesn't require the state to search the universe to be able to make an identification. We're proffering to the court that based on the discovery, based on our review of the case, we have no other credible witnesses that can identify the decedents.
My question, though, is, and maybe I wasn't clear enough with my question. Have you talked to family members about when they, assuming they testify and they are able to identify their loved ones, that it's basically concerning about what type of emotion they show and reflect? And, we're looking really for more like an analytical, not some type of emotional response.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I spoke with Ms. Phillips previously when we had first addressed this. I will remind her. In fact, Ms. Bradley offered to the court that what we would do to minimize any sort of emotional response from the family members is that we would not even show them the photographs while they were on the stand. The photographs are actually already in evidence. So what I can do is just, having already previously shown her outside the presence of the jury, I would ask her to identify the ME number associated with that photograph. And identify her son. And just for today's purposes, we would be only using Ms. Ynw.
Yes, number one, the rule wasn't voted. They never brought that to the court's attention to get permission to allow any witness to remain in the courtroom. If the court recalls, at the very beginning of this trial, we discussed Janie King, the mother of our client. And the state said they were not going to call her and had no objection. But we brought it to the court's attention immediately because we wanted permission of the court because she was listed as a state witness at one period of time. Now, I know they weren't going to call her because they gave us a Brady motion response indicating that she was under a criminal investigation, which would indicate that she would invoke her Fifth Amendment privilege. Concerning this man, or any man. But we did bring it to the court's attention because of the rule. And now to hear that a witness has been sitting in this trial from day one, apparently.
As you think that's going to create the witness to fashion her testimony
I don't
in
know.
such a way?
I don't know. I'm not
Your deposition?
Yes, they did take her deposition, but not on legal ID. And nothing, I don't know what else they're going to try.
Judge, in her deposition, she identifies that one of the decedents as her son, Further, Judge, as your honor is aware, Marcy's law allows the next of kin to remain in the courtroom during the proceedings.
Thank you.
Yes. Can I use?
I'm not trying to belabor this, but certainly I've not heard any inquiry from the state. Any close relative, if they know of any of his friends or any distant relative.
More than half the times that this issue comes up, if there's a stipulation, I understand the defendant doesn't have to stipulate the identity of the alleged victims. Typically, it's done by some agreement, parties stipulate to it. It wasn't done in this case, that's fine. You raised it earlier. Good faith effort to get somebody else to be able to testify. That hasn't happened yet. Cross that T, dot the I, and have the
Want the case to move along, but quite candidly, they have not even inquired from the family about any distant relative, or I've not heard any proffer from them, or any friends of his that could come in.
I just heard her indicate 3 or 4 people that she.
Those were all state witnesses that they have not been able to locate for 4 or 5 since the inception of this case. They've all been implicated. And I would suggest to you that one of the problems they have is that they could be charged with a crime. I don't represent them. I don't profess to represent them. I have not met them. But the witnesses that they have spoken about are all individuals that were at the studio or in one of the cars.
What's your concern about a family member identifying victim?
Well, I think the case law is clear. That's frowned upon because of the potential problem.
And what's the potential problem?
The emotional problem that would cause a mistrial. And we've now been in this.
Didn't counsel didn't I just indicate or ask the counsel to advise me if they've spoken with the family member who's going to identify, and they've indicated they're going to do whatever they can to minimize it. They're not even going to publish the picture at the same time, is the way I understand it.
Well,
right? So
Yes.
I'm asking the counsel respectfully. I understand your objection. I asked the state to see what they can do to get a different witness in. Apparent to me that they've tried, they're unsuccessful in that area. You think greater efforts need to be done. But we'll let the family member, again, identify or indicate to the family that they're not to have any outbursts of emotion or anything like that. We're going to move forward.
Understanding. The other component of the emotional and sympathy factor of relative testifying is the juror hearing the voice and seeing the family member and thinking and developing a sympathy and maybe feeling like they owe them. So there's, even if they don't become emotional, the risk of that being happening does exist.
They show autopsy photos and everything else. There's all types of, the jurors are explained to try to, you got to separate the emotion from it. It's part of the jury instructions that we give at the later time.
Just no
serious case, and it's certain pictures and certain things are emotional. Jurors are explain that in the instructions that they're not to let emotion play a role.
We understand the court's ruling, note our objection, and we certainly don't want to stand up and object of this testimony in front of the jury, because I think that draws more attention. So if the court will allow us to have an objection to this.
State have any objection to it? Standing objection?
Just for the record, Your Honor, they might as well say they looked for Jimmy Hall, because they made no effort beyond what they already know, or they just came and voiced the name of people they haven't been able to.
Like a tandem thing. I thought we talked about one attorney making the argument, goes back and forth all the time.
Just want to make sure we have a complete record.
Well, then talk to yourselves about it beforehand, but one attorney is making the case, she's arguing for the state on this issue. One of you should be able to argue the issue, not have both of you come back and one after the next, all right? I've ruled.
Thank you, sir.
Let's bring the jury in. Okay, Joe, thank you. Trust you had a nice lunch. Let the record reflect the presence of our jury, the defendant, the defense, the counsel, and the assistant attorney.
Your Honor, we're going to call the witness. At this time, we are in close.
Phillips, please. Ms. Phillips. Welcome, come on up here, please. When you get to that chair, what I'd like to do is remain standing. Raise your right hand to be sworn.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
State your full legal name for the record. Please spell your first and last name for the court report.
Leonberl, Phillips, Phillips.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. Ms. Phillips, that microphone will go up or down, but doesn't move back and forth. Okay. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Phillips.
I heard you.
Can you state your name, your full legal name for the jury?
I'm Leonberl Phillips.
And are you related to one of the decedents in this case?
Yes, I am.
How so?
His mother,
And who is that?
Christopher Thomas.
And you have previously been shown out in the presence of the jury a photograph with any number 18-3119. And that was a head photograph. It's now in evidence under case 75. I believe it's photograph number 4. Who was that? Were you able to view that photograph?
That was my son.
If you recall, we showed it to you previously, the headshot with the medical examiner's number. Who was that in that photograph?
Christopher Thomas, my son.
And also,
Publishing states 7.
2/19/15. Ms. Phillips, did you see who entered into the occupants who entered into that gray Jeep?
Mhm.
And is that a yes?
Yes,
Do you recognize where your son entered that gray Jeep?
yes.
Which seat, if you can identify for the jury?
He got in the back seat on the right hand side.
Did you recognize the individual that got into the back seat on the left side, the rear driver's side?
Yes,
And who was that individual?
JAMELL.
And JAMELL, is that the defendant, JAMELL Demons?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know him by another name?
Melly.
And do you see Melly JAMELL Demons in the court?
Yes, I do.
And he's identified by article of clothing and where he's sitting in the courtroom?
He's sitting over there. He have a tuxedo. Or I think it was.
Your Honor, let the record reflect the identification of the defendant by this witness.
Record shall so reflect the court identification of the defendant.
Nothing further.
Ms. Phillips, we want to express our condolences to you.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Judge Allen. Thank you.
I'm going to publish state 60.
Judge, can we approach?
To publish from state's table.
Yes, Council.
Sorry, one moment. Go ahead, approach. Publishing photograph 1. Photograph 2. Publishing video 1.
He didn't do that. Ben not even to the same people.
Publishing video 2. Video 3. Publishing now video 4. Publishing video 5. Publishing video 6.
You know you come back.
Publishing video 7.
All right, that's your shit. They need the most important shit here.
Publishing video 8. Publishing video 9.
This bitch look like he got 5 kids at the student pickup right now, waiting.
Publishing video 10. Publishing video 11. Publishing 12. Publishing 13.
JUVY of 14. Another photograph. Another photograph. Third photograph in that series. Fourth photograph. Fifth photograph. Sixth photograph. Seventh photograph. Eighth photograph. Ninth photograph. 10th photograph. 11th photograph. 12th photograph. And the state 61. Just publishing now from State 64, the previously shown photographs to Defense Counsel. Photo 1. Oh, I'm sorry. Dates. 64. Photograph 2. Photograph 3. Photograph 4. Photograph 5. Six. I'm sorry. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, I'm going to use the other computer. It works a little bit better with just a momentary delay. Fifteen, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 5. 6. 7. 88. 89. 90. 67. Two. 103. 104. 105. 106. 107. 108. 109. 110. 111. 112. 113. 114. 115. 116. 117. 118. 119. 120. 121. 122. 123. 124. 125. 136. 137. 138. 139. 140. 141. 142. 143. 144. 145. 146. 147. 148. 149. 150. 151. 152. 153. 154. 155. 156. 157. 158. 159. 160. 161. 162. 163. 164. 165. 166. 167. 168. 169.
176. 177. 178. 179. 180. 181. 182. 183. 184. 185. 186. 187. 158. 189. 190. 191. 192. 193. 194. 195. 196. 197. 198. 199. 200. 201. 202. 203. 4. 205. 206.
2.
National Hope there for sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Just passing notes that one of your congressional breaks will take a short recess. They don't, after the admission, do not discuss the case before anything, but please don't allow anyone to discuss the case. No research. Thank you. You know, that's on it. Thank you. Let's go ahead and put the jury step down. Councilman Maylaw and defendants damaging record. All right, you bring that up, please. We're recess. Thank you.
From our Long Crime Studios here in New York, our coverage continues in Broward County, Florida, for the trial of rapper Ynw Melly. While court is on a brief recess, I want us to recap some important testimony of Sergeant Christopher Williams. He was the only witness of the day yesterday, and his testimony continued for just a bit this morning. Sergeant Williams is a shooting reconstruction expert and was a witness for the state. So let's hear what he had to say under his direct examination.
So in terms of the distance between the individual in the rear driver's side seat and Mr. Thomas in that, do you know there to be a minimum distance they were separated by?
Can you restate that?
Sure. The individual, whoever was in the rear passenger seat on the driver's side, and then Chris Thomas, who is in the rear passenger seat passenger side. Is there a minimum distance that they are separated by?
There is.
And how do you know that?
So we have a known distance. As I said earlier, we are confined to the inside of this vehicle. So we have a known distance of shoulder width inside the back seat of this vehicle. We know a distance of shoulder width of Mr. Thomas, and then we would be able to deduce the difference between the center console and another passenger.
So in terms of the photos at the Jeep when it first came to the hospital, are you aware of how the back center console was positioned?
Yeah, it was down just like that.
And showing from what's been previously admitted into evidence as state 30, photo DSC_0127. Is that important for your reconstruction?
Correct. So this is the blood that is on the center console is consistent with Mr. Thomas crumbling into the position above or onto the center console of the back seat. So this is a demonstrative photograph to show that you can fire a firearm from that position in the direction of a passenger who would be seated in that seat.
Okay. Now, looking from the other angle, what are you looking at in this photo, which for the record is 6717?
And that is just a forward picture from the front of the vehicle facing towards the back of the vehicle to show that it is still possible to fire a firearm inside the vehicle.
Okay. And then in terms of the measurement, how far away is the firearm from the face at that demonstrative photo, which is 6719?
In this particular demonstrative, it's approximately 6 inches.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if Mr. Thomas was sitting straight up and didn't move to the side to get away from a gun?
At one point, I believe that he did.
And how do you know that?
Because Mr. Thomas has what's called a defensive wound on his right hand, and that defensive wound was caused by a projectile. So I believe that at some point he turned and put his hands up or attempted to de-escalate what was going on and received the firearm projectile through his thumb.
Okay, and so you're pointing to your right hand. In terms of the injuries to Mr. Thomas, do you recall which hand they are on?
I would have to look at the photograph.
Okay. We can come back to that in a moment on that. So the defensive wound, why is that important for you as a shooting reconstructionist?
Because it lets me know that Mr. Thomas was not aware of what was going on. he was taken by surprise and his hands being up. If his hands were down, he would not receive a projectile through his thumb. His hands are in an up position, almost saying, maybe don't shoot, or I relinquish or something. But he receives a defensive wound due to that projectile. And I think at that point, he repositioned to be forward facing.
Were there any defensive wounds on Anthony Williams?
No.
So there is testimony that there was a driver in a car. Could the driver, Cortland Henry, have gotten that angular shot on Anthony Williams?
No.
Why not?
He would have to have a rather large arm. Like, he'd have to be inspector active.
So in terms of, did you measure the height of Mr. Henry?
Yes.
And what was that height? Can you refer to your report? Please let me know.
He's 70.5 inches tall.
Okay. And in terms of his arm length, did you measure that?
No, I did not.
No. In terms of the height to his shoulder, did you measure that?
No.
So with regards to the length of his arm, why do you say you'd have to have Inspector Gadget length arm to get that shot on Anthony Williams?
Because you would have to, it would be a very awkward position that his wrist is, no human wrist is simply capable of being in order to reach around, extend it out, and pull the trigger.
Okay. In terms of the intervening objects, how does that help you in saying where that firearm had to have been?
The firearm had to have been, would be due to the headliner being there. The head rest being there. That all puts it all in line with the backseat driver passenger.
In terms of
come to Culver's and treat someone you love to a meal they're sure to love.
Because the injury to Christopher Thomas's cheek is an exact circle. And if Cortland Henry is pointing back from the driver's seat to the direction of the position of Christopher Thomas, you would expect to see a leading edge injury to his cheek instead of a perfectly circle on his cheek. On top of it, you would see more blood on the seat that Cortland Henry was sitting in for both. If he were to make both shots of those two individuals, there would be a substantial amount of blood on his seat.
now, speaking about the rear passenger, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury or identify who was in that seat?
The rear passenger?
Yes.
Driver's side?
Yes.
I was advised that it was.
Without going into that, in terms of what you were advised, can you say, based on your own personal knowledge, who was sitting in that seat at the time of this onset?
That would be Mr. Demens.
Okay. And how can you say that?
Can we approach? Sure.
So, Mr. Williams was not even aware he was about to be shot. When Mr. Williams was shot, Mr. Thomas puts up his hands and is shot, and then is shot again. Okay. There's no time for anybody to switch a firearm. If there were, I believe one of those individuals would be alive. There's no time to switch. It was a very a rather rapid event of firing.
Can you say the length of time between the fatal shots and then the staged drive-by shots later on?
It was enough time for the
It's 66 degrees in here, and it's quarter 13:03. I just wanted to report that to the court because I'm ready to borrow the jacket of one of these nice BSL officers.
No, sir, where you go?
Yes, sir.
How about Steve? You see if the jury agrees? That's good.
That's what Gary said.
Keep Bronson jury ready. Yes, sir. All right, the 3 minutes.
Hey, Melly look old now, don't he, y'all? Look like he done aged about 10 years in a week, dog. I'm telling you, you don't look his normal self like he looked the other week. I'm telling you, he look like that stress done got to him, boy. He look emaciated. He look like he need an IV. I'm telling you, that stress, they feel like they losing.
Joe, thank you. You can see, let the record see what the written for that. Thanks to the council, the assistant attorney, this Joe and the jury. This Joe, I think, the statements missed in his publication, certain photographs. What did the number of this handcuff?
64, the extraction of the 9807 zone.
Thank you. You ready? You may proceed.
Is they still trying to confirm that this his phone by sending all these pictures, showing all these pictures? Man, we noticed this man phone. I think the jury noticed this man phone by now. Is that what they're trying to do? Somebody get in the comment section, let me know. Bruh, Track giving this phone up pretty much was the most damning, one of the most the damning, most damning piece of evidence. Track convicted this man, helped convict this man by giving that phone up, y'all. Damn, Track. Damn. Track helped convict this man. Track gave the phone up. Yeah, that's him and PNB Rock. Damn. Let's have a PNB Rock. Look, Track gave the phone up, bro. If Track don't get his phone up, this man probably walk on this case, bro. Track sunk his own artist, bro. But he supposed to be a street nigga. He supposed to be, gang and all of that. Track slimed the man out, bro. I mean, it's fitting because he slimed his own friends out. But Track slimed the man out too, bro. Track been playing like he cool, this and that. Track slime that man out, bro. I don't give a fuck that he slimed him out. Good riddance. But I'm saying, he did slime him out, bro. Track gave his phone up, bro. That's the only thing that can place him on the scene is the phone. What if we fuck around and they go splash through that bitch and show some photos of him in some compromising situations with SAKCHASER Dracula? You know what I'm saying? God damn. What if they fuck around and show him in that Russell Simmons position, Nikki baby? God damn. Hey, look, Melly thought he outsmarted Bortman and sent Bortman off and thought he hung Bortman out to dry, but he didn't realize Track sent his ass off too and hung his ass out to dry. Track a slick motherfucker, y'all, because if they don't get this phone, they can't put Melly on the scene. Melly walks on this case most likely. The only thing would have put him in the car is the photo, and he could have said is the video from leaving the studio, and he could have said, "I got out the car at some point." Who was gonna be able to prove whether he didn't or didn't get out the car? Because they would have had no cell phone data to say he didn't get out the car. Track sunk him. Track took this phone in after the fact. Why would he still have the phone? Track sunk this man single-handedly, bro. Single-handedly. Jameson Francois sunk Melly. Because we see the evidence they got on Melly now with these high-powered, sporty-ass lawyers. He would have beat that if, most likely, if Track did not take that phone in. He laughing over there thinking he's sliming out JUVY, SAKCHASER, and he thought he slammed out Portland. He thought that shit was gonna work about them saying maybe Portland did it, but Track sitting back like the puppet master. Just like got rid of all their ass. Track used all of them to get rid of all of them. You know what I'm saying? He used each of them to get rid of each other. And he skating off into the sunset with $37 million. Dang. Exactly, Joel. Joel said, and he's gonna make sure it goes his way, meaning Track. If he don't, the gun gonna show up. Exactly. Track was the smartest person in the room. He definitely looked like the hip hop police now. He took the whole crew down. Think about it. If you put Track as a hip hop police, as somebody who's trying to get these guys off the streets, he did it. Think about it. Think about it. Say let's imagine that Track is a undercover hip hop police guy. He infiltrated. He made money off of these guys. He infiltrated their little gang or whatever they had going on, and then he destroyed it. He dismantled it from the inside. He dismantled it from the inside, just like on a mafia movie or something. He just did it without testifying. Wow. And just like Dream Dog said, he the only one eating off YNW. Track got the power of attorney and everything, bro. Bro, that man turned his phone in, bro. Just think about it. He turned this shit after the fact, bro. He walked his phone in there, lied and said they gave him a court order to turn the phone in. 1090 Jake said, I did not see any court documents that said you had to get a phone up. He said that in the interview. I got the video. I can play it for you. I done played it for my subscribers twice. 1090 Jake said, I could not find where you was ordered to get his phone up. Look what's happening here. The phone convicting this man, bro. Track gave his phone up. How come Track ain't get no charges for none of that shit? None, no after the fact, no nothing. Man, Juvy gone. Rest having Juvy. SAKCHASER gone. Rest having the SAKCHASER. Melly finna be gone. Bortler finna be gone. Track finna be free with all the money.
332.
Shit, how we know he ain't play King Von? Think about this. I've been thought about this. King Von was going home or some shit after that first club. He then took a detour to that club where Quando Rondo was at. Like he knew they was there, right? How do you think he knew he was there? We just going down this conspiracy theory rabbit hole for a second here because we ain't got no proof none of this. But how do we think he know he was there? Track. How would Track know he was there? Because Track is a goddamn manager. Who would call Track and tell Track that Quando Runner was at that club? The club promoter. Managers know club promoters. The club promoter, hey, Track, we got Quando Rondo and them here. Oh, for real? Hell yeah. All right, bet we can pull up. We're going to pull up. Telling you how we know he ain't set King Von up. How do we know? Think about this. A lot of track artists go to jail, and Track be left with control of their careers. I mean, it's happened so many times now. Goddamn. Moonwalk them, all of them. I think Track be amping these people up to do some shit, bro. I ain't gonna say he be like just be telling them to do it, but I think he don't deter them from doing it. And I think he got it set up that if they do some shit, he got them. I think his plan go into action. If you fuck up, if you managed by Track and you fuck up, Track gonna put that 3-man weave on your ass, get you to sign over your rights and shit, or tell you he gonna take care of your people and shit. But hey man, you know you got to sign over this and that day, you know, because I could be able to give them money. You know what I mean? I got to be able to move your money around to get able to give your people your money. Man, all right.
346.
Track say he made $37 million off 3 artists: Melly, King Von, and Hot Boy. Melly, King Von, and Hot Boy. 1 dead and 2 finna be gone for a long time. And Melly probably gonna be dead too. Man, shit. Do you know how much money he gonna make off Melly music after Melly dead? Shit.
351. 52. 353.
On which Ashley, he got OJ too. Track set up OJ too. For real. I promise you. I listen. And he killed JFK. If you ask me, goddamn it, I wouldn't put it past him. That nigga was in the grassy knoll. Shit.
355. 356. 357. 358. 359.
Hey, yo, they need to make a bunch of memes with Track being the one that killed all these people or set these people up. They need to make a meme where he got JFK, goddamn Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, goddamn Abraham Lincoln, goddamn Melly, King Von, goddamn it. They need to make him to be the dude that was in the car that shot Tupac. You know what I'm saying? They need to make a bunch of memes that just got Track doing all these motherfucking people down. I'm telling you, they gotta have a boy where he get Abraham Lincoln. I'm talking about for real, man. Right, Track did it. What's up, Sauce Kane? Yo.
366.
371. 372.
Track got Epstein in jail. You know how they woke up, they say Epstein had did it to himself. Now Track got Epstein. He was dressed up like a prison guard. He got Epstein too, dog. Track got Jam Master Jay. I'm talking about no disrespect, but Track got Jam Master Jay. Track got a lot of motherfuckers, dog. I'm telling you. For real, dog.
378.
For real, dog. Track crashed the Lear plane. No disrespect, God rest her soul. God rest her beautiful soul. I'm just saying. Track did that. Track did all this shit, dog. I'm telling y'all, Track is the motherfucker behind everything, dog.
381. 382. 383.
Y'all know Track had something to do with 9/11, man. Y'all know for sure he had something to do with 9/11, man. Track did all that shit. All that shit they say Track did, he did all that shit, dog. Look at that nigga. He did that shit, dog. I'm telling you. Track had something to do with 9/11, dog.
385. 386. 387. 380. 389. 390. 391. 392. 393.
'Sean, you took it out my mouth. I was so going to say Track had something to do with Katrina, dog. I swear to God, you got me, dog. LaShawn beat me to it. I'm going to say Track had this because it had something to do with Katrina and all. Goddamn it.
395. 396. 397.
Invisible woman say Track changed the death penalty. He did. He was sitting up there like one of the Supreme Court judges with the judge outfit on. We're going to drop it from 11 to 8. Bitch, Track caused global warming. Good one. Good one, Joel Bowles. Good one. Nigga, Track caused global warming, bitch. Hold on, y'all. I got him. Track killed the dinosaurs, bitch. Track killed the dinosaurs. Track. Track killed the dinosaurs. He killed all the dinosaurs. Bro.
408.
Oh, bitch, I got y'all. Bitch, Track killed Jesus. Track the one got Jesus. Track the one sent them motherfuckers at Jesus back in the days, dog. Can y'all imagine Track one of them long smart outfits on with some sandals on back in the days? You know what I'm talking about? He sent them bitches at Jesus. Track ain't shit, boy. Track ain't shit. He sent them people at Jesus, y'all. Track got Jesus, bitch. Hey. Bro, we going crazy in the chat, boy. Track got every bitch, bro. Track got Jesus, dog. He got Jesus. Hey, y'all, at the end of Titanic, Track the one who pushed Jack up off the little raft. That wasn't that girl. Track did that shit. You know how Leonardo DiCaprio she pushed him off the little raft and we went just sunk down into the ocean. That wasn't that girl. That wasn't what her name is, Kate. Bitch, that was Track. Track killed Jack, bitch, on Titanic, bitch. Hey, Tanel say Track stole her roller walker. Track stole y'all Cadillac converter off y'all car last night. You know everybody go around stealing Cadillac converters. Bitch, that was Track. Track rolled up under your car and cut off your Cadillac converter, goddammit. He definitely was on that movie Gone in 60 Seconds when they it wasn't Nicolas Cage that stole all them goddamn cars. That was Track, goddamn it. That was Track, goddamn it. That wasn't Nicolas Cage. And he definitely started that hubcap stealing movement back in the 90s and the 80s. Track stole all the goddamn hubcaps.
450. 451. 452.
I should say the spinners. Track stole all the spinners off your shit.
454. 455. 456.
Damn, Track got Michael Jackson too. Get the fuck out of here. He was dressed up like the doctor, huh? He just put that sleepy stuff in Michael Jackson IV dinner. Damn, he got bro, I'm telling you, Track a motherfucker, dog. Track is definitely a time traveler. Definitely. That's why he got them little potholes in his face. That's a side effect of traveling through time, doing all this shit. Hey, y'all, Track a Highlander, bitch. There could be only one. There could be only one. Track a Highlander, dog. I'm telling you, Track a Highlander. That's what that motherfucker is. There could be only one. There could be only one.
463. 464. 465. 466. 467. 468. 469. 470. 471. 472. 473. 474. 475. 476.
I got a question, y'all. I just ask y'all a question, just for the chat. I'm saying, I'm pretty convinced this is Melly's phone, right? Do you guys think that the jury is pretty convinced? I think I'm convinced. Like, I know this lady keeps sending these, showing these pictures, but some of these pictures I done seen, like I done seen the PNB Rock pictures like 3-4 times. Like, in my opinion, this is his phone. I know a lot hinges on her making the jury believe that this is his phone. But I'm saying at this point, I think she done proved her point. What y'all think?
Two.
Yeah, I'm with you, Joe Bowles. I think this kind of overkill. Like, man, I think this the man phone, lady. Like, you proved your point, lady. Like, I'm saying, like, you. I mean, I think they're convinced because I'm convinced. I mean, I think they're convinced, lady. You know, I'm just saying. I mean, Christine. I don't call you lady, Christine. I think they're convinced, Christine. Hit that like button, guys. Please hit that like button. Please, I appreciate you guys.
Nine. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26.
I'm surprised the black dude ain't objected by now. Like, hey, man, answer, ask and answer. Like, I mean, goddamn, you already done answered this question. Yes, is his phone. God damn it. Objection, Your Honor. We done seen these photos before. This is duplicates or something. There go what Uzi Vert name is now? Jasmine. What his real name is? There go she. There goes she. What his name he go by now? Daphne, whatever the fuck his name is. And then I seen Wiz the Wizard in there, R.I.P. Wiz the Wizard in there. Leslie, that his name Leslie? I seen Uzi Vert. There go Wiz the Wizard. Damn, bro. Track might have got you too. Damn. Yeah, Leslie Chow. I see Leslie Chow in there.
6. 7. 8. 9.
Hey, I got a question, guys. I got a question for the chat, right? So Track handed his phone over, right? Track said it was nothing incriminating in his phone, right? I got a question. Were these pictures retrieved from were these pictures deleted and retrieved, or were these pictures just still in his phone? And the reason why I'm asking this question is because if these pictures wasn't deleted, then that means that Track didn't go through that phone and delete a motherfucking thing. He just handed the phone over. You see what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Well, I don't know whether these pictures were retrieved from were they deleted and retrieved, or were they still just sitting on his phone? The reason why I'm asking that is because if he didn't attempt to erase any of this shit, he what the fuck he mean it ain't nothing incriminating on the phone? How would you know that? You wouldn't know that you didn't go through all these goddamn pictures and say ain't nothing incriminating on his phone. You just turned his damn phone over. You see what I'm saying?
That's 20.
I don't think they were retrieved either. I think these pictures were still sitting on there, which means Track didn't even try to delete none of these goddamn phones. These pictures, I mean. Which means, I don't know what the fuck he talking about. He turned his phone in. Nigga, it could have been a video in there, Melly, doing this shit on the video, committing the murders on the video, and Track would have turned it in. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying. There's too many pictures on him for him to handed this phone over. He knew what the fuck he was doing. I'm gonna show y'all something. Y'all see how this rap shit worked though? This nigga didn't know none of these people, but at the beginning, like he didn't know none of these people. But you see how when you become like in this world, they put you with these people, and you like, and it's like you acting like you know people. Y'all gonna talking and all of this shit here, but y'all don't really know each other. Like I bet you Melly met all of these people within a 6 month time frame. You know what I'm saying? I bet you. As far as like Uzi Vert and all of these type of motherfuckers, I bet you like a 6 month time frame. I bet you. Hey, look. Nephew say, don't no nigga like the way he looks that much. I agree, man. I agree. I don't got that many goddamn pictures of. I don't got that many pictures of myself in my goddamn phone. I'm just saying that's like women taking pictures. That's how women phones be, man. Like I'm saying, like I seen Ashley said, I'm telling you this shit. I'm telling you, the horizontal mambo. And how did them feet marks get on the ceiling of y'all rental car? They was men's footprints on the ceiling of y'all rental car. Like how did men's footprints get on the ceiling of y'all rental car? No men's feet supposed to be that high. No men's. I'm telling you. No men's. No men's, man. I'm just saying. How did them footprints get on the ceiling? You ain't Lionel Richie. You ain't you remember that movie Breaking back in the days where the dude Turbo was break dancing on the ceiling? You ain't Ozone and Turbo. This ain't the movie Breaking, my nigga. You ain't walking up the ceiling break dancing. How did a men's feet get on the ceiling of a Jeep Compass, dog? I'm just saying. We just found that shit out today. How did that fuck that happen, yo? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It ain't no motherfucking way. Ain't no motherfucking way. You ain't no motherfucking gymnast.
Videos, I take it. I mean, you have their self-discovery, correct?
Yes. Well, they're now isolating those that they intend to, and we'll make sure.
But they said it was men's feet. They said it was men's feet. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the feet is doing that high? I'm just saying, y'all. I ain't make this shit up, dog. The baby oil, the feet on the ceiling in the car, the bell around Anthony's neck, like and the bell over his door. Like I didn't make this shit up, y'all. I did not make this shit up. We just catching this shit little bit by little bit. He'd rather spend more time with her than me. They said that on the documentary. We ain't making none of this shit up, dog. We just observe it in a motherfucker. We are the internet.
Let me go on, I just want to find out.
And we undefeated. We undefeated.
The 14th, I guess.
The 7th, right?
Next week. Right.
Yeah, the 7th.
The 7th.
You're right.
7th is the plan for the season.
So could we clarify, because we were supposed to a date period for the deposition, and now she's saying it's scheduled for 6?
No, we're talking about the 7th.
When we get the depositions of the 7th. So, council on the 7th, are you, everybody's available on the 7th if we need it? So how much time do you think you need?
I have a 1 o'clock afternoon, in the afternoon of 7 federal court. So something in the morning, and also I will need to be here, everybody else is.
So, how much time do you think you need?
I don't know if we'll even need anything, or if we're fine on that, so.
So why don't we just plan on it? If you need it, we'll do it at 11 o'clock.
Sure.
That'll give you an hour. Is that all right? Does that work for you?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll do it at 11. That's good for everybody, yes?
Yes, sir, that's right.
All right, on the 7th, and what I'm going to ask you to do is contact my office beforehand and just tell me, you know, if you need the time, you don't need the time, all right?
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, what about the depositions? First, yesterday, I think when Ms. Smith indicated to me there was a witness that stated, or I guess you did, Ms. Bradley, objected to the scheduling of the deposition without your knowledge and consultation beforehand. And Ms. Smith indicated she didn't believe the witness was going to show anyway because you would have been trying to get the witness to come. And he didn't. Is that deposition? What's the witness's name?
Trading on glass.
And that witness looks like it's going forward, the deposition.
His sister called our office, asked if it was Zoom or if it was in person, and she was told that it is in person.
All right, so assuming this witness's deposition is taken, when is this set for?
Tomorrow morning, Your Honor, so Judge Shiro has been.
That's why I want to stress to you guys, man, you got to be your children's parent, not their friend. Listen, but it's a balance. You can be a parent and not, I ain't saying be like mean as fuck to your kids and all of this type of shit. What I'm saying is be a parent when it's time to be a parent. You feel what I'm saying? You can joke and play with them a little bit, but when they get a little too, out of pocket, that's when you snap back. You ever seen the mama lion when the little lion cubs go to get a little too rattled, she snap at their ass. Ah! You know what I'm saying? That's how you got to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like my kids, we cool as fuck. But as kids, they even now, they understand I'm daddy. But I don't have to throw my weight around all the time. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes I'm chill, and then sometimes when it's time, I'm daddy. But they grown now, except for my little boy. They grown now, so I just pull back I'm an advisor now. I just give advice now. You know what I'm saying? I don't order my children around no more. They grown, they can make their own decisions. So I just advise. They ask me about shit. I give them the pros and the cons of the shit. I let them know what the consequences could be of doing whatever the fuck they're doing, the bad outcomes, and I sit back and I let it go. They got to make their own decisions, but I'm just like an advisor, a consigliere, whatever they say in the mafia. I'm a consigliere. That's what I do. You know what I'm saying? But and when they was young, I'm a motherfucking daddy. Now a father, but at the same time, I'm gonna play with you too. I'm gonna joke and play with you. You know what I'm saying? Until you get a little too out of line, then I'm like that mama lion. You feel what I'm saying? That's how you got to do it. You feel what I'm saying? This is definitely, and I'm gonna say this too. Listen, women, I'm telling you this shit, dog. Trust me when I'm telling you. I'm telling you this as a man. You need a male figure in that house. I'm telling you this shit. I know some of these dudes ain't right. I know some of these dudes full of shit. I know some of these dudes, whatever. But you got to find you one. If you want your children, you can raise them by yourself. A man can raise a child by himself. But I'm telling you, they not gonna grow up balanced. They gonna be too emotional or something. They need the yin and the yang. They need the mama to be the mama, and they need the daddy to be the daddy. If you could, please try to see if you can work it out. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about, because we all know sometimes daddies, we want to do a little, extracurricular activities with other women. And we also know that sometimes mama be want to do some extracurricular activities too. It go both ways. It take two to tango. I done seen both ways happen. But I'm telling you, the kids are suffering in this dynamic. And we don't want to admit it. We don't want to admit that, oh, I raised my kids just fine. They got a roof over their head. They got clothes. They got joints. This and yeah, that shit's on the surface. I'm talking about when they grow up in the inside. See, that's what people ain't understanding. And then I get it. This is probably your first time raising kids or something like that. So you looking at them like, okay, they looking fine. They looking happy. They got clothes. They going to school. All this type of shit. But I'm telling you, it's more than just the materialistic shit. It's the psychological. It's the traits. It's the, you know what I'm saying? Like you can tell a kid, you can tell a young boy that was raised solely by his mama. I'm telling you this shit. It's a difference, and I'm gonna tell you this shit too. Y'all women really don't even like them type of dudes. I'm just be real with you. A woman like a dude that's masculine. Most women, but you get what I'm saying? And that's fucking it up too. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a big Tupac fan, very big Tupac fan, but you can tell Tupac was raised by his mama. You can tell. He's very emotional. He's very, you know what I'm saying? Like that. Women, y'all really don't like them type of dudes. Y'all really want a man. Y'all want somebody to lead. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not saying them type of dudes can't lead, but it does cause a lot of problems because y'all want a certain role. You a woman, so you want a man. You feel what I'm saying? So even if you want to admit it or not, you really want a man. You know what I'm saying? And it causes a lot of, turmoil as far as like the relationship's not working. And I'm gonna get it. Some of these dudes is cheaters like a motherfucker. I'm with you on that too. So, a lot of this shit ain't y'all fault either. You feel what I'm saying? Sometimes it is, sometimes it ain't. Sometimes these niggas fault too. You feel what I'm saying? Sometimes you is a good woman and the dude go to fucking off on you and you trying to make your relationship work, but he ain't giving a fuck about the family dynamic. I get it. I done seen that too. But I'm saying we all got to do better if we want these children to turn out better. You feel what I'm saying? I'm just telling you. I ain't saying put up with the bullshit now. I'm not saying that. But let's just try to pick our spouses better. You know what I'm saying? Because boy, this is what happened. We running into these problems with our children,
We were not going to call them because the FBI.
So you had them on the list, as a schedule for deposition, then you withdrew him as a witness?
Yes.
This is that witness.
Okay, and then last week she gave us a case from Wisconsin on the Fitbit and the lay person. So I started researching the Fitbit and all the case law that goes with it. So at that point, based on her providing this case law she's relying on, I now have to get the expert to test the Fitbit and the health app on the iPhone. So once I have those documents, it's going to go back to that motion. We'll talk about the motion. I will guarantee the minute I have some type of proof, if he gives it to us, it will be provided to her. But that is the issue. She told us last week this is what she's relying on, and we have to prepare for it.
So in terms of, he's no longer a cell tower expert as previously listed. So that's what I was prepared to propose on. Was he was listed as a cell tower expert, and he was deleted as such. And
now we're trying to list it as a Fitbit expert.
Well, she's going to, based on the case law she provided last week, yes, Judge.
So on Monday, March 20, 2022, Ms. Liberty emailed myself, Mr. Adelstein, Mr. Howard, and Mr. Haddad saying we will not be using Mary Daniels for the cell towers, so we will remove them from our witness list. Thus, there is no need for the depositions tomorrow.
Counsel suggested she did that, said she withdrew as a witness.
Correct, so just so that it's clear on the record as to why the deposition wasn't done prior to the start of the trial. So she has not yet listed him as an expert in new areas on that, so that would be a Richardson violation in terms of that. So I would just ask if there can be some sort of proper as to exactly what he's testing or what he's doing on this particular item, so that I can actually be prepared as opposed to going and thinking of doing a cell tower deposition next week.
So it's not about cell towers, correct? It's about Fitbit.
Yes, based upon Ms. Bradley's, they stated she was providing me certain case law. It's very specific to what she provided me. So he's going here and saying she's not sure what, making it very clear. That case is what we need an expert for.
I'm not familiar with the case, but we'll take the case aside. This expert you have is in response to saying you're listing a new witness. You're listing him again, appointing as an expert this time as the Fitbit.
Well, we'll use the word cell rate because she's going to get the health data off of the cell rate. So we'll call her cell rate expert, like exactly cover everything and she knows exactly what she's preparing for the cell rate. And she's certified cell rate expert, and that is on the CV that was provided for her, so that should be no surprise.
I guess if you don't have a report yet,
There is no report in existence, as I said.
you don't know if you're getting one.
Exactly.
And so counsel's asking for a proffer as to what you believe this witness is going to testify.
Cell rate.
Anything more than that?
No, it will be cell rate.
And you say cell right, what do you mean cell right?
So we just set 2 hours of her data, that's all from cell rate. So what she's going to try to.
Voices opinion, maybe that's the better way to do it.
So his opinion will be on the reliability of the health data app that's on the iPhone X, which is the model of phone innovations and the data download.
So that's what he's going to share opinion on, that's what you retain him to be, render opinion in this area.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. So that gives you a little bit of heads up.
Very thank you.
And we'll see where it goes. And take it one step at a time.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Anything else to discuss? Yes.
You're right, everyone.
Oh, by the way, thank you, but this motion, you filed this motion about a jury view. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. So I was trying to see if we could take defense counsel down to look at the vehicle, but my understanding they put it back into storage.
It's not there anymore?
No, that was when Sergeant Collier with the Guard Sheriff's Office Grand told me when I asked about that on a break.
So is this jury view item moot now? Not going forward with it?
Well, not for today.
For any day?
So no, we could do this on another date when we return.
So the date I gave you for the hearing, just plan on being there. We'll argue whatever motions there are. If this motion's pending, we'll argue the motion. Yes. All right? Regarding the jury view on that Friday. So, okay.
Maybe we can take a look at the vehicle sometime next week.
Good. Good with everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So I got a question. Do we got court tomorrow? Are they having court tomorrow or no? Because I heard they off all next week because of the 4th. So are they having court tomorrow? Excuse me, tomorrow? For real, nephew, 5 years in jail, you ain't do one push-up. Nigga, you supposed to be, bro. Oh, I'm telling you, you supposed to be in that bitch. Listen, I done been in lockdown before. I did 60 days straight in lockdown. You feel me? 20, shit, I ain't even get 23 and 1. We only got let out, shit, I think Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We got to let out 1 hour. You got to bathe 3 times a week. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You didn't bathe on the weekend unless you're gonna bathe in your sink right over your toilet. You know what I'm saying? Wipe off. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't even get let out that many times. And so you ain't got nothing to do but to do push-ups, work out, do the deck. If y'all been to jail, y'all know what that is. Do the deck. You know what I'm saying? You do the push-ups by the numbers that's in the card deck. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck? Like, you supposed to be working out in that bitch. Like, everybody, like, that's how you work on yourself. That's how you get your shit together. All of that. Like, yeah, I'm with you, bro. I don't understand. I don't understand. Hit that like button. Hit that like button.
Opera GX. Opera GX. Opera GX. Thanks, Opera GX. Opera GX is the best browser available. I switched over a year ago and I've never looked back.
Once you start, there's no going back.
It's light, it's efficient, you can customize it.
So we don't got no court tomorrow? So it ain't no more court till July 10th. Get the fuck out of here. Hit that like button, y'all. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. God damn. I will say this though, Christine, she did she ended with a bang. She ended with a bang. She ended with a bang. Oh, he does his own docket on Friday. Okay.
Before we took our commercial break, Sergeant Christopher Williams, which was a shooting reconstruction expert brought on by the prosecution, testified, and we saw some of the cross-examination. Joni, what do you think overall the power of that testimony was vis-a-vis making the jury believe that this was not a shooting, a drive-by shooting, and whether or not it points to the defendant as the shooter?
Well, I definitely thought it was a powerful testimony by that expert. I mean, I found myself pretty much glued and applying, like I think all jurors do, hopefully their common sense to this. And some of the facts he was stating and talking about trajectories and, blowback and those kinds of things certainly made me start thinking that there was no way there could be anybody outside of this car, given all the statements this person is making. And the other thing that occurred to me was just, I found myself in cross-examination actually learning more interesting facts from this expert that really supported the prosecution statement. And I'm not sure that's exactly the direction that the defense attorney wanted to go in, but that was my response to it.
Yeah, Gene, that's a really great point. Again, you guys are working really well with one another, because there are times as a prosecutor on direct examination, I know I'm not going to be able to get some things out because I'll probably be objected to, and have found that defense attorneys feel the need to ask questions that fill in the blanks. But in the end, he asked the question, could you restate again why you think this was not, I'm paraphrasing, a shooting, which is basically letting him be the professor in front of the jury, allowing him from soup to nuts be able to explain his theory relatively uninterrupted, because that was the question asked. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are what Joni said. I learned more from cross than I did from the direct. I thought that, and this gets to the common sense that Joni mentioned. Juries love to apply their common sense. We tell them to. But when they had that photo of somebody standing outside holding the gun in front of the back passenger on the driver's side and being rude, that just didn't happen. And that's the whole theory of the defense. But the cross-examination, and I think he did say restate it. And that just wasn't a good way to end a cross-examination. I thought Sergeant Williams was the highlight of this trial. And if there is a guilty verdict, it's going to be because of him.
Yeah, you have to, we say it all the time, have to, for all of our young lawyer wannabes or in law school or trial lawyers that are learning, you got to be careful when you cross-examine an expert witness. You got to be strategic and tactical for this very reason. This should be shown throughout the world about what not to do. Joni, I got about 20 seconds. Give me your overall thoughts about how this case is going.
Well, I think, obviously it's the very beginning, and, we've only heard half of the evidence, but right now I'm thinking that, it's definitely not looking good.
Okay, Mr. Rossi, I know you have to go, so give me your 15-minute summation. 50 seconds, rather. I apologize.
15 seconds. Okay, the prosecution has powerful circumstantial evidence, powerful forensic evidence. My one critique is they are overdoing it. The photos that they show of social media, they have to put their case for closing, and they will get a guilty verdict.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you very much, Gene. I really appreciate it. Always great to be on the show with you. Guys, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back on the other end with a new guest. Joni will still be with us, so please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey, they changing that tune now, ain't they? Now, they will get a guilty verdict. Is this that? See what I'm saying? Like my daddy used to say, a horse that shit fast, don't sit long. Grind them down, grinder. Grind them down, grinder. That's when you playing Madden or you playing 2K and you down by about 20 points. And you just start making that comeback, like Tom Brady did in the Super Bowl against the Atlanta Falcons. Grind them down, grinder. That's what you say. Grind them down, grinder. Just take your time. Just walk them down. Christine, walk their ass down, boy. Like LeBron did the Golden State Warriors when he was down 3-1 in that goddamn finals. Grind them down, grinder. Do your thing, Christine. Christine, girl, you need to go lay on the beach this 4th of July weekend. You know what I'm saying? Get you some sun and just drink you some Mai Tais and enjoy yourself, girl. Because you did your thing. And I see somebody say, this was the best and worst time in Portland life. These 4 years. Yes, they were. That nigga, when the night this situation happened, he had on a Drew Finney t-shirt, no phone, somebody else's shoes, and some black jeans, right? After this happened, he started doing videos, got some VBs, did video with Hot Boy, and had all these celebrities around him, and he started wearing some real clothes and stuff like that, and didn't have to share clothes with nobody no more. But he still had the murder charges hanging over his head. And let me tell you something, for somebody who done had to go to court. Like when you catch a charge and you got to go to court, it's like I'm gonna tell you the feeling. It's like every day feel like it's like it feel like your court date coming up quickly. It feel like you being rushed. It feel like damn, I gotta do all of this stuff because I might not be out to do this stuff. So yes, it's very stressful once you have a charge and you know you gotta go to court for it. I don't care what it is, because you know your freedom is in the balance, right? You know you may have to go to jail for some time, right? Because you've broken the law and you have a charge. So yes, I can only imagine having this type of charge and being free, but at the same time having a little bit of motion, having a little bit of money that you never had, but at the same time you are facing life in prison or 20 years or whatever he's facing for the charges he got. That's a lot. That's a lot. I'm telling you. So I'm telling you, that smile you be smiling, that shit is fake. Trust me when I'm telling you. So this is probably the best time he done had in his life, these 4 years, but the worst time he done had in his life, because it's like the hourglass, the sand is running out on the hourglass, and he know it. or he definitely feels it because he doesn't know what the outcome gonna be. You feel what I'm saying? Like he doesn't know, so he definitely feels the pressure of that. Like, woo. It's like it's sad. It's sad, y'all. You're right. They did that shit to ball for 4 years. You see what I'm, listen, I'm gonna show y'all something. Let me show y'all something. I that's why I like it. That's why I told y'all, and that's why I'm glad God made me like this. Like for real. I ain't no money hungry type of motherfucker. Like I won't steal from you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I won't take from you. Like, you know what I'm saying? I used to do shit in my younger days when I was a kid or wasn't as mature as I am now. But I'm saying once I realized what not to do in life and what I don't want to do in life, I don't do them things no more. And I'm gonna show you something. And I changed. And every day I strive to be a better person than I was yesterday. I still have little things that I notice that I don't like about myself that I change. That's how you become the best version of yourself. But let me explain something to you about being money hungry. This is what happens. When money when you would do damn near anything to get money, this is what happens. It leads you right into situations like this because all you want is to get the money. So you're gonna do what you got to do. You're gonna snake who you got to snake. You're gonna do all kind of underhanded shit that you wouldn't want done to you. And what happens when you do that? If you don't have no morals, no principles, no character, it leads you right to self-destruction. You see what happened? I'm telling you, don't never let nobody buy you. Money is not the most important thing in this world. Let me tell y'all something. Do y'all know it was a time in the world where we didn't even have no fucking currency in the United States? You know what they use? They use the barter system. If you got some cows and I got some corn, God damn it, you come over to my farm and you say, hey, Marita boy, I want some of that goddamn corn you got over there. When I tell you, I say, hey, well, give me one of them prize pigs you got over there and I'll give you this and that there. That's what happened. That's how people used to what's the name? They introduced currency in order to control the population. The government, the Federal Reserve Bank, they the ones who introduced currency. I forgot what year it was, but I do know the story. They reaped that. All of the motherfuckers went in on it. The first motherfuckers who had the Wells Fargo Bank and all of them, they was motherfucking the ones who introduced currency. It used to be a barter system before. You feel me? You want some shit that I grow over here on my farm. I got some shit that I grow over here. You got some shit that I want over there, and we trade the shit. Know what I'm saying? We trade it. That's what I'm telling you. So money, that money, or you had some furs or some shit that I needed to get us through the winter, I trade whatever I got for that. That's how the shit was. So I'm telling y'all, don't sell y'all soul for money. Ladies, men, none of y'all. Don't let nobody buy you. Your life, what you got, your magic is more precious than fucking money. Your children are more precious than money. Bro, you can get money anywhere. That shit ain't nothing but paper. That shit everywhere. I know it don't seem like it, but it is. It's everywhere. Bro, it's not worth your character, your dignity. None of that shit. Telling you, your self-respect. None of that shit. Telling you now.
Whatever the justice system says. I mean, there's different temperatures that people have as they respond to this kind of thing. So we talked about what his life is going to be like, but these people have invested the victims' families a lot of their time, their emotional energy, how to relive this all inside of a courtroom. What can we expect goes on with them from a psychological point of view?
I think it's going to be very difficult. I think it's going to feel like they have been re-traumatized, because I think there has been a lot of investment, understandably, for some sense of justice in light of there has been nothing just about this horrific shooting, families who've lost their loved ones, their children, and so there's I think is very tempting to hang on to any measure of justice. And you have, people who've been hearing about this resource officer who was.
Hey, Kenny. Hey. Hope your day going well. But yeah, man, please hit that like button, guys. Please hit that like button. I'd appreciate it. But yeah, I don't be wanting you guys to.
Followed by a green box with what looks like a house is the victim's house residence. The yellow box with a house on it is the defendant's residence.
We got
Followed by a
it. We got
cyan
it.
box, which is the World Trade.
We got it. Yeah, long live SAC, long live Juvy, justice for SAC and Juvy. We still gonna ride for Juvy and SAC over here, man. Ain't nothing changed. We ride for what's right. Them boys was done dirty. Them boys was murdered, and they didn't deserve to die. For real. So we still gonna ride for SAC and Juvy. We still gonna ride for justice and what's right over here. But I'm just trying to show y'all or use Bortland, Stank Feet Bortland as an example. As to why you don't let money be your motivation, your be all end all motivation for doing things. Listen to me, trust me. I done seen enough. I ain't the smartest person, I ain't the wisest person, but I done seen enough to be able to give y'all this bit of advice. Don't let money be your only motivation or your strongest motivation to do something. It got to be some things that you won't do for money. If you will do anything for money, then I can buy you. And then if you'll do anything for money, then you become a slave to that. And then who are you for real? Who are you really? If you'll let me listen. If you'll let me, and I'm just using me for an example. If you'll let me pay you to do shit, like just because I got money, degrading shit that's may cause you your self-respect, embarrass you, or whatever, or hurt you or hurt people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just say you got children and you letting somebody pay you to do some shit that you wouldn't be proud of doing. You with your children, you know what I mean? Like, man, I'm telling you, bro, I done seen it all. I done seen a lot of fucked up situations that people would sell them souls or stab others in the back or backdoor others for money. I seen girls that would cheat on their husband for a dude with money and didn't even like the dude with money. They just wanted a better life. So the dude with money came along and told them, yeah, baby, I promised them this and promised them that, broke up their whole family and all type of shit. And then when they got with the dude with money broke up with them, didn't even want them. So they end up losing their whole family and all type of shit just because the dude had money and the dude wanted her. And once he got her, he didn't want her no more. You know why? Because he saw that she would sell her soul for money. So he said, well, damn, if she'll do that to her husband and leave her family and all of that for money, then what would she do for me? Would she do that to me? See what I'm saying? That's why you don't let money be your motivation. You got to have morals, character. You got to be able to be like, You got to be able to have a husband who got a 9-to-5 job, who you got 2 kids from, who just getting by. Y'all got a nice little 1 bedroom or one nice little 2 bedroom, and y'all just getting by. And that baller pull up on you because you look good. You're a beautiful woman. And that baller pull up on you with that nice car, and he say, "Hey girl, I got you, man. Pull it, jump in this car. You ain't got to struggle no more." You got to be able to say, that ain't right. That ain't right. My husband is a hard-working man. He might not be perfect, but at the same time, he out there working, trying to do his best for me and my family. Fuck you, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I struggle with my husband. And vice versa, fellas. You got to be the same way. You feel me? Looking over there, that eye candy over there, looking at that eye candy like, oh man, she look better than my old girl. She look better than my girl. I'm going to jump over there, man. She got this going on. She got that going on, man. My girl, all she do is work at Walmart or this and that there, whatever. So once you get over there with that girl, you fuck around and catch AIDS or something. You feel what I'm saying? Cause she out of both pants leg or however it go. Man, y'all, bro, you got to be able to look down the road. I ain't saying I know everything. I ain't saying I make the best decisions in life always. But what I'm saying is I try and I try to do what's right. And a lot of times it be hard to do what's right. But when you do what's right, I promise you, God come through for you. I done been almost at the end of my wits a bunch of times, but I promise you, every time, sometime at the last second, sometime before, God come right through for a player. I promise you, he come right through and be like, hey boy, I told you I'm still here. You know what I'm saying? So that built my faith up. You know what I mean? I ain't no overly spiritual like type person like that. I don't even go to church. I pray a lot, but I don't go to church. You feel me? But I'm just saying, I'm just telling you how what got me through, what's gonna get you through. And I ain't saying pray to the same God I pray. I don't care if you're Hindu, Buddhist, Muslim. I don't care. I'm just saying it's all the same. Be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Except that you doing what Melly and them doing in there. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying. I'm just telling you what's right. It's hard. It's hard sometimes to do what's right because we living in this world where so much wrong being done, and we get influenced by the people around us, the environment around us, and we see people getting away with shit. We see the bad people sometimes get away, and we like, well, damn. Or sometimes you get away with shit. Sometimes we get away with shit, and we be like, oh shit, we just got away with that shit. Let's keep doing this shit. Ain't nobody looking. But I'm telling you, karma is real. God is real. He's looking. That shit always come back on you. I'm telling you, it might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, it might not be next year, but I promise you, and it might not even come back on you. It might come back on your children. It might come back on somebody you love. And it might come back on you. It might come back on you in the form of health. Sometimes karma is not death. Sometimes karma is living, and he put you through so much, let you go through so much shit because you done did so much bad shit. You feel me? I'm telling you. Sometimes karma is to suffer for years without dying. I'm telling you, don't let money be your motivating factor. Don't snake people out, man. Don't backdoor people, man. Take the high road. I don't even care if they do it to you. Don't you do it back to them because that make you no better than them. I'm telling you. I had a girl one time, she used to always accuse me of cheating. Never cheated on a girl, right? Never cheated on her. Never cheated on her, right? Because I made her family a promise, like when I started messing with her, I was like, nah, man, I won't do no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And I respect her family. And she always accused me of cheating, but I never cheated on her. This is God having truth. I don't go with her now, so I can tell you. Be honest, I don't got nothing to lie about. Never cheated on her, right? Till I found out she was cheating, right? And I was like, damn. She kept accusing me of cheating, but really, she was cheating. You know what I did? Broke up with her ass, moved on by my business. Still never cheated on her. See, she was expecting me probably to cheat back on her. Nah, baby. If I do that, I ain't no better than you. I'm out of here. If I cheat back on you, then you gonna definitely feel comfortable with what you did to me. You gonna be like, oh yeah, that nigga cheated on me too. No, I didn't. I'm gonna slide. I learned to take myself out of the situation. That's how you get the get back. When you leave with your dignity, with all that intact, and then you might not never hear them. They might not never tell you, but the people around them or even them inside, they gonna one day, if they got a little bit of sense, they gonna say, "Damn, you fucked up. You fucked up. That was a good person. You fucked up." I'm telling you, and I'll be cool with that. I don't fuck with them no more. Not like that. But I'm saying that's how I do. I don't do evil for evil no more. I don't do that shit. I keep sliding. I'm telling you. Exactly, Kenny. You're not responsible for other acts, but you are responsible for yours. Exactly. And that's how I looked at it. Like, how the fuck I'm gonna tell? How the fuck I'm gonna be mad at this person for cheating on me, and then I turn around and cheat on them? I'm gonna be a hypocrite then. And that's another thing. Try to live your life without being a hypocrite. You know, I understand certain situations have hypocrisies in them, but I'm saying if you can try to live your life without being a hypocrite, that goes a long way with you not being a snake or a backdoor, or you treating people how you want to be treated as well. I see a lot of people do that. I see a lot of people have rules for other people, but then they break them same rules. They have rules for other people as far as like how they want to be treated and how they don't want people to treat them, but they turn around and do the same shit to other people. And sometimes they don't know, and sometimes they do know. I be sitting there watching. I watch people all the time. I got a dude I work with, right? We supposed to stack whatever we stacking, right? Right. He'll ask me, he'll tell me, he'll say, look, man, you'll stack that right there. But then I'll watch him, and when he do it, he don't even stack it. You see what I'm saying? And I said something to him. I say, look, bro, check this out. You asking me to stack, I don't have a problem with it. But I would like for you to do the same thing that you asking me to do, because I'm watching you and you ain't stacking none of them either. You just waiting for me to stack them. You see what I'm saying? It's people that'll do that, just like the girl that didn't want to get cheated on, but she run around here cheating on me. Try not to do that in your life, bro. Try to treat people how you want to be treated. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. And I understand we get mad. I understand we get fucked over. So we be upset and we be like, oh, fuck that. I want to fuck this person up. I want to do this. I want to do that. Listen, man. Just want to tell you, man. Just walk away. Just walk away. Let them say what they want to say. Let them do whatever they want to do. Just walk away. They're going to be their own destruction one day. The behavior, if they don't learn from the behavior that they have, they're going to lead to their own destruction one day. All you got to do is just get out the way. That's what I do. I get out the way. I get right out their life. I get right on out their life. You feel what I'm saying? I'm talking, it ain't just got to be girls. It could be my family, anybody. I get right on out their life. I get right on out their life. You feel me? And I don't talk to them. I just move on, because I realize you can't change everybody's opinion. And that's why I thought about the other day when I was making them little videos I was making about the situation. I thought about it. I was like, you know what? I said what I said. I feel how I feel. I know I'm right. I know I did what was right. I ain't finna keep going on with that, because you can't convince everybody. Some people gonna think what they want to think. You can't please everybody. The decent people, the people that understand, they gonna understand. The other people, they ain't. Hey, you know. Exactly. Lele said exactly right. Facts. Being too loyal can be a blessing and a curse. You definitely can't stop being you. You just have better discernment over who you give your loyalty to. Exactly. And that's exactly what I learned. That's exactly what I learned. She's exactly right. That's exactly what because you can't be loyal to a fault. I have been loyal to a fault. I'd have been loyal to a fault to the point where the person brought me down. And then as soon as I cut them off and started being back, living back myself, I flourished right on back up. You know why? Because God was saying, hey, look, man, you don't need to be in this situation. So I'm going to make this shit rough for you. I'm going to show you that you need to get the fuck on about this situation. But you know us, we get tired when we get tired. So we fight and we strive and we try, and we see that the shit ain't working. Until you really get the message and you say, oh man, I got to get the fuck on, man. It's telling me the signs telling me I got to go. God telling me I got to go. And then as soon as you leave, you pop right back off. Here come your blessings. Everything go to working back out for you because you was loyal to a fault. You see what I'm saying? She's right. She's definitely right. I've been there. Definitely been there. Invisible Woman say that's why I'm careful with this case. I can't want something for someone else, son, and not for mine. I agree. I just understand that, especially with Juvy. you know, I just understand that this was wrong. What happened to these young boys? Um, this was wrong, and I got a son, I got children, and I just realized, I just know that it could be any parent nowadays with what we got going on out in these streets with the drill culture. These kids is 10, 11, 12, 13 years old getting killed by each other. I seen the other week, goddamn 14, 13, 14-year-old boys ran on the bus and tried to kill a 13-year-old. Feel what I'm saying? Like these is kids, man. So when I realized that, I automatically feel for all parents, because no parent should bury their child, you know? And I know it's a reality for us nowadays that this possibly can happen anytime we send our children to school, or they out outside playing, or anything. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why I don't get too holier than thou. I don't feel like, oh, it can't be me. Shit, yes the fuck it can. I'm gonna tell you what happened just the other day. One of my little nephew's friends, my brother who got killed, he got two sons. They grown now, but I kind of like, was they raised these little boys. I ain't gonna say raised them, but they kind of like, they was around a lot. So I kind of like was, how you do it, your nephews and their friends. So anyway, they grown now. They threw a party. They threw a party in a neighborhood called Pine Hills in Orlando. In Orlando, I'm from downtown Orlando. I'm from Paramore. I'm from across town, the inner city of Orlando, the heart of Orlando. That's where I'm from. But it's another area called Pine Hills. That's where the rapper Hot Boy from. Hot Boy from Pine Hills. Who else from Pine Hills? But I'm gonna just say, so you know, track artist Hot Boy is from Pine Hills. So, but my nephews, they little friends is from the same side of town where I'm from. But the one little boy who threw the party, he is cool with, he could go anywhere. Like he's like a neutron. I ain't gonna say a neutron because he is from outside, he rep outside. But the Pine Hill side is cool with him too. So he throw a party out there, right? So he get all the young boys from my side to go to Pine Hill side to throw the party. The reason why he get him throw it out there because he rented a building. He rented a building and threw the party out. This happened this week, right? Check this out, right? So when he rented the building, he threw a party. It was nice. The guy who he rented the building from, I know the guy. The guy used to be in the streets, but he changed his life and became a pastor. It's crazy. When I tell you this dude used to be in the streets, this dude was known, like he was like that. But he switched his life. He switched his life. Young, he ain't old either. I don't think he 40. I don't think he 45. You know what I'm saying? So the boys was smoking inside the venue, and the guy who I told you changed his life, he saw it on the camera. So he called them and told them, hey man, y'all can't be smoking inside the venue. Because I told you he in the church. He actually is a pastor. He done switched his life over from being a street cold killer to a pastor, right? So he tell them they can't smoke in the venue. So they continue to smoke in the venue. So he get out his bed and go down to the venue to tell them to stop smoking in the venue physically, right? How about some of the guys from that other side over there? I don't know who he was, but I know they say they was probably from the other side, from the side they actually threw the party on. 4 cars pulled up, shot the party up, killed the guy who owned the venue. The guy I told you used to be in the streets. Shot him 2 times in the head. Shot another one of my little nephew's friends. Killed him. Shot another one of my nephew friends. He living, and then grazed one of my little cousins, but he living too, right? So I called my son and told my son about the situation, and because I always told my son you can't go to all the parties. I told my son you got to miss some parties. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I know he's young, so I know he gonna want to go do this type of thing. So I just told him, I say, look, man, you got to not go to every party. Don't go to no block parties because that shit get shot up, and miss some shit. You know what I mean? Tell people you're coming, but don't never come. Shit like that. You got this, because this is where these things happen at. So I called my son and I told my son about the situation and asked him what he know about it. How about he told me that he was supposed to be at the party? You see what I'm saying? He was supposed to be at the party. He said they emailed. He said they hit him on Instagram and told him to come to the party. Sent him the address. I'm talking about the boy who actually threw the party, who cool with my son, and I'm cool with him too. So what I'm saying is, my son could have been at that party. He didn't go though. He stayed with his girlfriend because I told you, my son got a baby on the way. So he stayed with his girlfriend, just like I taught him to. I say sometimes chill with your old lady, man. Tell the niggas you coming and don't never come. You got to miss some shit, son, in order to survive out here. He say, damn, sure glad you taught me how to do that. I said, I told you how you got to do it. And I said, it's worse out here for y'all than it was when I was out here. But I said all that to say this. That's why I ride for people's children, because that could have been my son. Just this past week, that could have been my son. Who knows if one of them bullets would have hit him if he'd went to that party? And that's the danger that we face every day as parents with this generation that's living out here. These young dudes don't give a damn about killing. They'll kill you, go make a rap song about it. So I'm just trying to explain to y'all. 32805, exactly, K. 32805. That's where we from. So that's why I keep trying to explain to y'all. So that's why, I am the way I am. And I don't never think, what I'm saying, I pray it ain't never me. I pray it ain't never y'all. But I'm saying that's why I'm a ride for people's children, and that's why if my underlining messages, get out the streets, young men, young women. You feel me? Because if you get out the streets, then that's less of us, that's less of your children that gonna be out there dying. Or I don't want my children to do something to your children, or I don't want your children to do something to my children. Do you know these children are out there doing something to each other and their parents was friends? I see these kids now beefing, shooting at each other, and their parents is friends. Like, I'm telling you, these kids is listen, I done seen cousins warring with each other. Glock 9 and Cuddum Reese is blood cousins. And they in a public beef right now in Orlando. They are blood cousins, not no marriage, not none of this shit. They blood cousins. And I don't see any other than that, but I just use them for example because y'all know them. Y'all know their names, they rappers and shit. But they are blood cousins and they are really beefing. Real deal, pull up. If I see you, I'm shooting at you, all that type shit. So I'm just saying, dog, I'm just trying to explain to y'all, man. I done seen a lot, dog. I done seen a lot. I'm just trying to break it down to you, man. Trying to tell you, man. Q-Ball said, sad dude did a whole 360. I promise he did. And I done talked to him. Like, I done talked to him. Like, me and him done talk. Like, for real. Like, I remember when he was in the streets. And I remember when he changed his life. You know what I'm saying? We done talked. I think I bought some shirts for him. I think his wife made some shirts for me one time. But I knew his wife too. I knew his wife before she started going with him because I think she's going to my homeboy or got a baby from my homeboy. I think she got a baby from my other homeboy. But I'm saying, like, both of them was doing good. They was married, living for God, all this type of shit. That man, just because he went down there to the venue to tell him to stop smoking, he caught 2 bullets, dog. Good thing he was straight with God, though. I will say that. He had got his life right. The man was really in the church. Like, for real, he was a pastor, preached every Sunday, all that. He did that. But I'm just saying, like, shit be real out here, dog. Any day could be our last. So that's all I be trying to tell y'all, man. I just trying to, Hey, something happened to me, y'all. Hey, y'all got these videos. Y'all can listen to my voice. I want y'all to ride for me. Goddamn it, ride for me too. Goddamn it, Dream Dog. Goddamn Sophisticated Nunu. Goddamn Tanel. Goddamn Audio Crack. Battalion Bully. All y'all. Goddamn Ashley. You say You goddamn private investigator. Private investigate, goddamn it. Don't let a motherfucker get away with doing something to me, goddamn it. I want y'all to be right on this motherfucker. I want y'all to be right on this motherfucker trying to get this motherfucker. For real. Like, for real, dog. You know? But I'm gonna get off this live. It was a nice live. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to Kay. Shout out Joelle Bowles. Shout out to Whitney Safi, my Kenyan sister. Shout out to Kenny Presto. You know what it is, home team. Shout out to Kay. Shout out to Tony Marr. Shout out Invisible Woman. I appreciate you, Invisible Woman. I like the way you speak, man. You got some real knowledge in you. I appreciate that. And I would like you to come back to our platform because you have a testimony. And I really would like you, if you feel comfortable, to share some of your testimony with us. You know what I'm saying? Just maybe we can, just share that type of stuff with people. Maybe people can, gain something from that, I would appreciate that. Shout out Lele. Lele, I'm glad to have you in the chat, boo. Come on back, boo. Lele, aka AS. I like Lele better than AS though. So yeah, I like that name. Shout out Raw Nature. Appreciate you, man. Shout out Kenny with your beautiful soul. I appreciate the cash out, Kenny. I appreciate it. Shout out Raw Nature, my homeboy from Estonia. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. I really do. I'm trying to give all you guys a shout out. Shout out Sophisticated Nunu. Hey Nunu. Shout out M Rose. Shout out Kel 1K. How my thing is sound like that? Shout out Munda. Shout out 7B Music Group. Shout out It's Still Ashley Beard. Shout out aka Ashley Tolliver. Shout out Rare Reflection Station. Trying to get all y'all shots out. Shout out to LaShawn. You had some great comments today, LaShawn. I appreciate you. Shout out Malik, man. I appreciate you, Malik. Shout out RC. Yellow Diamond. Hey, girl, I ain't seen you in a minute, girl. I'm going to put your comment up on the screen, Yellow Diamond. What's up, Yellow Diamond? I ain't seen you in a while, girl. Appreciate you. Where you been? I've been looking for you. I started to email you, too. I promise you I did. I was like, damn, where Yellow Diamond at? Shout out to the Chicks 1000, a.k.a. the Chick 1K. I ain't seen my girl in a while. I've been sitting on less and less. I hope it ain't nothing I did. Got to make up with. Shout out Nephew for real. Shout out Trigger Man. Tell him, goddamn me. I fuck with Trigger Man. Tell him Texas in the motherfucking building. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Unspoken Crime Mysteries, Unspoken Crime Murders, man. I appreciate you, man. It's all love, man. Rocking with you. Shout out Lil Kev, Truth Movement. I appreciate you, Lil Kev. I really do. Hey, Dream Doll. Shout out my girl Dream Doll. She already know what it is. Dream Doll, let me tell you something. The other day when this computer cut off and you were left on the screen by yourself, you were hilarious. The baby oil, the baby lotion joke, or whatever, the baby oil lotion joke, that shit was funny. Look, listen, Dream Doll, you definitely got a lot of personality. Because I went back and when I played the live back, I saw that you. Well, that's when the computer had cut off, and you were the only person on the thing. You was like, "Hey, it's just me." It was like, "It's just me," and you really you held it down until I was able to get the computer and stuff back up and running or whatever. But I'm saying, I don't know if you realize it, but you were very, very, very good doing this. I don't know what I mean? Like for real. I was like, look at Dream Dog. Because I didn't know that part. I hadn't seen that part. I was like, look at Dream Dog. She's showing out. I'm talking about, I was dying laughing. Man, you hilarious, man. Shout out to OG TD. Shout out to King Pix. Shout out to La Ista Bonita. Shout out Kenny Presto. I said it already, but that's home team though. You know how we do. Shout out Siobhan Velez. Appreciate you, Siobhan. Shout out Lamar. That's it, Lamar? Yeah, shout out Lamar. Presti. Preeti? I said Preeti. Shout out Mr. Clean Anthony. Bro, I ain't gonna cap. We had the chat rocking with the track did it shit, bro. Track killed Abraham Lincoln. Track knocked off Jesus, bro. I'm talking about, bro. We fucked them up with that one, bro. That shit was epic, y'all. This chat was lit today, dog. For real, for real, for real, for real. Shout out Jason, follower of Christ, man. All right, y'all. All right. I done scrolled down so much. I was trying to scroll and give everybody shots out. Shout out Shantaequa Shields. Amos Shields. Shout out to you. V keeps it low key. Shout out to UV. Shout out Mike Williams. All right, Whitney. I'm gonna stay righteous. All right, guys. I'll see you probably later or maybe tomorrow. I gotta go to work today. I'm not off till Saturday, so I'm probably gonna go by the grocery store. I gotta buy some groceries. And but I'll see you guys, man. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. You guys be safe. Um, do what's right out there, man. I hope that you guys try to be a better person today than you were tomorrow. Just do it baby steps. Ain't nobody perfect. You're gonna still mess up, but just a little bit. And treat people how you want to be treated. That's a good key with it too. You know what I'm saying? If you wouldn't want somebody to do that to you, then a lot of times, you know, that's the best way to handle stuff. You know what I'm saying? But you ain't got to do it all at one time. Just baby steps, y'all. Ain't nobody perfect. You guys are not perfect. We all gonna fall short. We all gonna mess up. I'm just saying, just baby steps. You know what I'm saying? And we could make a big change out here, man. Long live SAKCHASER, long live JUVY, rest in heaven to them guys. My condolences to the family, and never free Melly, and never free Stank Feet Portland.